even the logistics of coming together like this is not an easy task. And a greater understanding produces simply a greater ability to address the issues that occur in the North. Such understanding assists the government to continue to build upon its commitments to both Labrador and the Aboriginal people, which is near and dear to all of our hearts. By the end of the fiscal year, the provincial government will have allocated a total of about $5.3 billion in Labrador since 2004. And that's certainly a wonderful number, and we look to see that increase as time goes by. The new administration, of which I'm a part, will continue to invest in Labrador, and we will work diligently to advance the interests of all that reside here, Aboriginal or otherwise. I've dedicated myself as the Minister of Labrador and Aboriginal Affairs to vigorously pursue the interests of Labrador and the Aboriginal people, so I can appreciate the fact that you've come to think, discuss, examine these issues. And in this large and awe-inspiring land of ours, which we call Labrador, and is famous for being called, of course, the Big Land. And I'm just so glad to have you all here in this wonderful district, which is my district as MHA before Minister, which is, of course, Lake Melville. The diversity of the land is reflected by the various names given to the land. The Labrador Inuit speak of Nunatsiavut, which means our beautiful land. The Inuit of Labrador speak of Nitassinan as being our land. And then the Nunatsiavut Community Council speaks of the land Nunatsiavut as being our ancient land. I must commend the organizers of this event. It's no small task, as I mentioned before, just to get everybody together, and you really have to be applauded for your hard work. To get everybody here, just to handle things like the meals, the hotels. We have so much going on here in our communities. Even that is a major, major undertaking. Labrador shares many opportunities and challenges with other northern jurisdictions in our great country. And the North, like everywhere across the North, you see such commonalities and also variations in terms of the needs and concerns. So very important to recognize that. Likewise, in Labrador, the unique concerns of each different area of Labrador must be considered. Labrador is blessed with a bounty of natural resources. We have pristine beauty, as you can see just by looking into any window. And of course, our best resource is the wonderful people, and I'm sure you've met many of them. That is our strength. Our youth will be the next generation, but the dedication and the love for the land that our people have is second to none. And we do exist in a harmony where all Aboriginal groups and settlers and residents from away, we all make sure that we exist in that harmony. I fully believe that the research and knowledge you share here during this time together will yield valuable insights that, like the stones of an Inukshuk, will help us all find a way ahead. We have national and international representation from countries such as Austria, Finland, Russia, and Alaska, and from many institutions across Canada itself. I want you to know how much that we really appreciate you coming here. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. This is one of the most beautiful places in the world. I hope you enjoy your stay. I hope you take something away from our beautiful little place here, and I hope you leave something a little proud of yourselves here too. So with that, I want to say enjoy the rest of your stay, enjoy this conference and your workshop, and thank you so very much for having me here this morning. Have a good day. And not to dash, folks, but we have an extremely busy day scheduled. I have one after the next, so I would love to stay and join you and participate a little, but we have a schedule that doesn't permit that. So with that, I'll be leaving shortly. I'd just like to say thank you again for having me, and we're so glad that you decided to come here and participate. Again, have a great day. Thank you so much.
I'll just pass on our master of ceremonies for today. Will be the person who's actually probably primarily responsible for bringing in everybody together today. Audrey Mills, who's the ReSDA coordinator at Labrador, among other duties at Labrador. So in order to take over.
All right, thanks very much, Chris. Thanks everyone for coming, and thank you very much to Minister Russell for his welcoming remarks. Next, I'd like to call upon His Worship the Mayor. We have our own Jamie Snook is going to say welcome as well. Thanks so much, Jamie.
Well, thank you. I hope everyone's rested after a long journey. For some people, came the whole way across the country. I've never been webcasted before, so this is a new thing today. And I was going to congratulate Minister Russell. He's left, but I do congratulate him on his new role as Minister of Labrador and Aboriginal Affairs. And I also congratulate Todd Russell on his recent award and acknowledgement of his hard work and endurance in the community. And one of the things I've been trying to do as mayor is bring awareness to the fact that our town is the highest Aboriginal populated community in the province, and does not get seen that way, but we do have very diverse population that's more than half Aboriginal. And in terms of the total number, we are the biggest populated town. I'm sure through Todd's hard work and endurance, it's going to benefit all of us. And Aboriginal land claims and governments have certainly raised the quality of life and wellness right through our whole region. So I congratulate you, Todd, on that, and I hope you keep plugging away. I know the conference theme was something I was very interested in, and Dr. Sparks, who's not here, I know he wishes that he was. I was talking to him a couple days ago when he had to leave, and he was quite disappointed. But for me, the whole notion of wellness is something that I do care a lot about. I've been bringing it up relentlessly now for a year, and I'm going to keep promoting it for as long as I can, and trying to keep myself healthy in the meantime. But I don't have a long speech, but I did want to share some thoughts on wellness, since I'm not on one of the panels or whatnot. From a municipal perspective, our election was basically about a year ago, just over a year ago, and there's 3,300 homes in town, and I went to 2,500 of them. So that was a healthy thing to do physically. But I did try to treat it a little bit as a research project in a sense that I kept notes for almost every single house I went to and street and region of town. And it didn't take very many homes before you realize you were starting to now hear the same things. And people have this tendency to tell you what they don't like. And so about after 50 homes, I said, I'm going to start trying this whole approach of appreciative inquiry and start asking people what they do like in town. And when you do that, very quickly you start to get a different perspective. And people are happy to talk about it. You just, for whatever reason, unfortunately, that's not their default thing they start with. But after the 2,500 homes, some of the things that came out for me that connect with notions of wellness are, without a doubt, people here are connected to their local environment and land. There's just no way. You hear about it a lot, but I guess when you really get the sense that people do care about a healthy environment, they do want it to be sustainable. It's not just talk. It really is important to them. And they do want a clean town. They don't want industry in neighborhoods. And that feeling of having a healthy environment and clean neighborhoods and a clean town that's respected is without a doubt something that is important to people here. And it's something that they feel is already a strength of the area, and I'm very proud of it. The second theme that came out for me was affordability. With industry booming the way it is right now, the cost of living has gone up, but not everybody's wages has kept pace with that, and that's really affecting pretty well people through the whole population and all demographics. And that was like you had to sort of look at the themes that came out in the cost of groceries, it came out the cost of housing, rent, land, and I could go on and on. But a combination of that whole basket of things that we're buying every week and month, people are really struggling to keep pace. And that affects quality of life because they can't necessarily afford to do all the things they like. And the price of gas is an example, like getting out on land. A lot of people brought that up. Even getting to their cabin now is an issue for some families. And it directly affects quality of life and people's notion of being well in the town. And the third one I'll bring up is people want to kind of have this sense of fairness, and if they don't feel they're being treated fairly, they don't feel well. As simple as that. And I'm not sure how to explain it any better, but it burns at people when they don't feel they're treated fairly. And we're getting into a rant, I guess, about industry and development, but in our backyard, all of us always feel we've been treated fairly right now in relation to the Muskrat Falls project in particular. There's a lot of good benefit coming from it, but I can't say there's a sense of fairness resonating through the town. As a municipal leader, I know from that perspective, we're still advocating that a capacity agreement be signed and we be assisted to deal with the challenges we're facing as a municipality. So with that, I'll just clue up those three things what I learned, I guess, last summer from this community that connected with wellness. And I will throw out a little bit of a challenge to the group that I do think there's also something else unique going on in this town, that there probably is a research question there. And I brought it up recently at the Urban Municipalities Committee meetings, and that, and I'm very happy that you invited industry to this conference. But the thing that's unique, I think, in this town is in most cases where you're going to be talking about industry and community, it's private industry. And the thing that's affecting our community the most is a development by a Crown corporation. And it's very different, and it's being held to a different standard, and it's one that's not acceptable in my view, and it's certainly different from what we've come to be used to. Like, we're dealing with private industry. I mean, they're signing impact benefits agreements, they're signing good neighbor agreements, they're concerned with corporate social responsibility. We have a new hospital that was built here in partnership with a private company. There's an announcement or a ceremonial thing happening this morning where an extension to long-term care is happening in part with private money from the UBRON benefits agreement. Yet, a Crown corporation, who we would expect to act and behave in a similar manner and bring those type of benefits to the community, is not happening. It's a double standard, and we're being referred back to provincial programming. And to me, that there's a big fundamental difference, and it's frustrating. And it'll be interesting to see if anyone here sees fit to dig into that further as a research question. And I think it would be interesting to see the results of that. So with that, hopefully it was brief. I wanted to be brief, and I'll let you continue on. Thanks for having me. Enjoy the next couple of days. Take care.
Mayor's already given us quite a number of things to think about. It really kicked off the session meaningfully there in a lot of ways, touching on a lot of the themes. Done a lot of job for him, I think, in terms of introduction. We also have welcoming remarks from Todd Russell, the President of Newman Corporate Community Council. Welcome us this morning.
Morgan.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Todd Russell, and I'm the President of the Newman Community Council. First of all, let me thank Memorial University, the Labrador Institute, and those within ReSDA for the invitation to bring greetings on behalf of the people I represent. I also want to extend, now in absentia, I suppose, the new Minister of Labrador and Aboriginal Affairs. He has a heavy responsibility and unique obligations, and we will do our best to engender a good relationship with the new minister in the work that he has to undertake in his new portfolio. And I wish him the best. If he succeeds, hopefully we succeed. If he can help to raise the issues of Labrador up, then I think we'll all be raised up. And so we all have a role to play in that. That doesn't mean to say that we cannot be critical. That doesn't mean to say that we can't offer certain insights and advice, but neither does that absolve us of our responsibility to try to work together to do what's good for the people of Labrador, and specifically the people I represent within the Newman Community Council. I also want to thank the Mayor for his congratulations. I was very honored to receive the Aboriginal Order of Canada from our national organization, the Congress of Aboriginal Peoples. They put in that particular award to recognize that many times people who contribute to the well-being of Aboriginal community generally across Canada, whether they be an Aboriginal person or a non-Aboriginal person, does not get stimulated through the regular Order of Canada. They felt that there was a need to do that. And so I was very honored that they saw fit to me over this past weekend. I also want to welcome all the participants who have come here to share and to add to what this conference can bring, not only to those who are involved with ReSDA, directly, or the Labrador Institute directly, but hopefully for those of us who will benefit from the work you do in this room today and the work you do over the next few days and throughout the year. And I did want to take if it's okay, to take a little bit of time to share a perspective, much like the Mayor has taken some time to share a little bit of perspective. And to those who have come from away, it's so good to see some faces I have not seen in a long, long time. But also to look around the room and see people who have spent a lifetime of giving to enhance the well-being of their community with their own unique skills and abilities, whether they be Aboriginal people or non-Aboriginal people. I see so many of those faces, and I know I can see them light up a little bit when I say that. And I can only share that within the Aboriginal community in particular, that this work is tough work. It's a tough slog. And as I was remarking to Scott Nielsen this morning, I've only done the Muskrat Falls Portage a couple of times, and it is all uphill. There's little ledges there. You can't rest for long. There's little ledges there where you can take a little break, get your breath, look out over a beautiful vista, and then keep on moving higher until you reach the top. And then you're usually heading closer to home. And Aboriginal politics is a lot like that. Constant battle, little ledges where we can rest for a while, and then we have to keep moving on. Can't stop there for long. And so your topic of well-being, and I asked myself a couple of questions. Can we have well-being as an individual or as a community if we don't have good relationships? That means healthy people as individuals, healthy within our community, healthy in a broader world. And you can sort of reflect on that from so many different perspectives. Do we as Aboriginal people within Labrador have a healthy relationship with one another? Do the Aboriginal people in Labrador have a healthy relationship with non-Aboriginal people in Labrador? Do Aboriginal governments have a healthy relationship with municipalities and community governments and with provincial and federal? You know, these are the types of things we have to start thinking about, a lens I think we have to apply to this notion of well-being, particularly when it comes to resource development. What is our relationships like? Can we really have well-being if you can benefit from one development, one project, but everybody else around you is excluded, doesn't feel that same sense of benefit or well-being is attributable to them, or that it affects them in that particular way. And we see this time and time again, this notion of inequality that rises when other people don't have that sense of well-being about something. Well, I just want to share that with you, Deepa. And then there's a perspective I want to share about, I would call it about separation. As Aboriginal people, when there are greater degrees of separation between us and our land and our water and our resources, then I believe the less sustainable it is, the less well-being there is. When we are closer to our lands and our resources and our water, then I believe that there's a greater sense of well-being. As individuals, as communities, families, and within the region. And I'll just try to illustrate this a little bit. Because it can be done by law. The separation can be by law, which outlaws us to participate in a particular activity. It can be done by a policy that separates us from participating in certain processes. It can be by a development which ruins the environment. There are all kinds of methods that separate Aboriginal people from the ability to be well and to feel well in their own place, in their own homes. And one that strikes me probably a bit more than others sometimes, because it's so visual to people. Do you know that there was a time when they would not allow us to catch salmon off of our coast, where our people had fished for hundreds and hundreds of years, to eat? We had to protest year after year in the Natuka to be able to set a net and get some salmon. What that does to individuals, to families, and to communities is remarkable when they try to separate you so much from your food, from that security, from your culture, from your history, and what should be a part of your present and your future. Trying to separate you by a law or by a policy. We can't have well-being in that particular context. And we had to fight, and now when we have a salmon fishery along the coast of Labrador, it's probably one of the most exciting times. People are going crazy to get out on the water and to catch their salmon, to smoke it, to cure it in whatever way they want, to freeze it, and to share it around and all of those types of things. But just one small example. One small example. And so, and I'm going to challenge you, maybe because it's so present, and that is Muskrat Falls, or the Lower Church of Development. From my perspective, in the organization I run, it says created bad relationships. It has enhanced the perception of inequality and the reality of inequality within the community. And when I look at some of those degrees of separation, I mean, they're so evident. They're so evident. And then I look at well-being and say, is there a greater degree of wellness, or do I feel that, that this huge development, which is costing $10 billion or more, am I economically well off or more well off? Like socially, is there a sense of greater well-being? Physically, do I feel like there's greater well-being? So I look through all of those lenses, and for the most part, and primarily, we would have to say that it fails on all of these. I mean, is there a financial well-being for the people in Labrador? Some people got good jobs. That's not a bad thing. But outside of some people having a good job, can people name anything else? There's not one of our communities who are on diesel who's going to get connected to this. There's no revenues that's guaranteed. In fact, most people are of the impression that we're going to pay more for energy in our community. Economically, we don't see it. We can't see it. The mayor, use other examples more specific. To Goose Bay, price of goods has gone up, price of housing has gone up, infrastructure has taken a beating economically. Socially, I don't think so. I mean, we see big trucks going around, we see lots of pink flags or red flags, whatever they're called. Maybe they're there for a reason. There's lots of red flags going up. I think we should be quite aware of that. That's a very tangible type of thing. Socially, and people feel like that in some ways they're getting shoved to the back of the line in town. That everything else means, like everything around Mushrat or Lower Churchill means more than them. And so socially, I don't think that there's much to be gained. Mentally, I don't think so. And then biophysically, or when it comes to our health, I just want to illustrate one thing. We know the mercury levels are going to rise. There's going to be all kinds of signs. There's baseline work being done now. There'll be things afterwards. But I am going to make a bet. As soon as one sign goes up on our coast, down to Wilburn Bay, which is just down here somewhere, or down to Northwest Point, a little further out, these are places in the Upper Lake Melville region. When one sign goes up and said the mercury levels have gone up, we don't know if it's going to hurt you in small print, but please use caution when eating the fish or taking a seaweed. At that moment, our food security is interrupted. Our sense of well-being is diminished. As soon as it goes up, we won't have to wait for the scientists to tell us whether the mercury levels have gone up to such an extent that you're actually going to be physically hurt. It's already, the damage will have been done. The damage will have been done. So on a mental or emotional level, you can imagine how our food security is going to be impacted. And this is why we have this foolish argument about a company that says people downstream won't have any impact. And I'm sure you will hear that throughout the day. So something is not right. It's too bad they're not in the room, represented in such a way that they can hear what you're going to say over the course of the next 2 to 3 days, because maybe they will learn something about how, if you're going to do something, there might be ways to increase the well-being, or to enhance the well-being, or to diminish the sense of non-well-being that many people have about something. In all of that, I want to leave that for you to think about. These are questions that I wrestle with, leading an organization. They're not easy ones to answer. But I think you can get a sense of where my thoughts are and how I feel. We have an organization that continues to fight for its own rights in its own way, recognizing its own history and its own culture. That in itself hasn't been an easy road, but we're getting there. We're getting there, and I'm proud to lead an organization that is still fresh for the fight, and to do what's best for its people. I know that you guys have a role to play in that, in helping us advises, but we're not in test tubes. Research cannot be done in divorcing itself from the emotions and the impacts that it may have on people. It's a human activity, in my view, and it comes with all those human dimensions. And I would as well just ask that when you do your research, if you could help us in this journey, our hand is, we reach out our hand, and it's already happening through the Labrador Institute in many, many ways, and through other research projects we're involved in. But it's a pleasure to be here, and I hope I haven't taken too long to say welcome, but you are more than welcome. In the Nutuvut, in Labrador, I believe you've already sensed some of the hospitality that exists here. The beautiful sharing that has always been a part of who we are. And I wish you the best over the next couple of days. Thank you.
Quite a lot more to think about from President Russell as well. Thank you very much. This is my way of segueing into Chris and Peter. I just want to pick up on something President Russell said about relationships and about bringing everybody together here. I just want to acknowledge some of the people besides me at the Labrador Institute and Dr. Ron Sparks, the Lab Institute, who helped bring everyone here. ReSDA now has a Labrador Advisory Council, which has people from many of the organizations that are present here who helped put this workshop together and will help advise some of the research partnerships and so on going forward. And most of those people on that committee are here today. There's Trish Nash from Nunavut, Michelle Watkins from Labrador and Aboriginal Affairs, Harry Borlace from the Nazi wasn't able to be here today, but has also been instrumental in putting this together, and Ron Sparks and myself, and Val and Chris.
Okay, what I will do is I'll just give introductions for ReSDA, and then we'll have Peter Schweitzer come up and talk a bit about the sort of well-being research in the North in general, and specifically a project that he and a few others were involved in. And then I'll talk specifically about sort of the main theme of today's workshop, and well-being in resource development. First of all, many of you have seen me before. I've been up here quite a few times over the past 5 years here in Labrador. I'm originally from Newfoundland, so it's a great excuse to come home. Especially Labrador. My father was the ship's doctor on a ship called the Kyle, which was fairly important for Labrador history. And my uncle was the first Newfoundland Ranger in Hebron, and my aunt was the first public health nurse in Hebron. And my other uncle was involved in the union here when the airport in Africa was built. So I have very strong connections to Labrador, and so that's probably why every time I can, I try and arrange meetings in Labrador so we can come back here. It's always a pleasure to be here. But first of all, just briefly to introduce ReSDA. I have been here to talk about ReSDA before, and some of you were at the meeting that we had year before last, when we talked about ReSDA. But a lot of you were here about 3 years ago. We had a meeting for another project called Cernica, Social Economy Research in Northern Canada. And some of you were here for that. And ReSDA really grew out of that particular meeting, because at that meeting, a lot of you talked about, we were trying to find out how can you get the social economy, a more humane type of economy going in northern communities. And at that time, very much like Mayor Stooks and President Russell pointed out this morning, they pointed out that it's very difficult to do that when you have a resource development going on and you don't know how to benefit from that resource development, because often that resource development causes more problems than it causes benefits. Yet, it's possible, in theory, that resource development should benefit communities. So how can that happen? And so this project grew out of that. grew out of those meetings. So it grew out of the meeting that we had here in Labrador 3 years ago, and it grew out of other meetings that we had in other northern communities in Canada. And so ReSDA, the Resources and Sustainability in the Arctic project, has a very straightforward and simple objective, is to find out how resource development can be done to benefit communities as opposed to harming. And that's the basic idea. So very simple, very straightforward. And we are trying to talk to communities and to share knowledge with communities and do that through workshops such as this to find out how we can do that. It's a project which started officially in 2011 and it goes till 2018. It's funded by the Social Science Humanities Research Council of Canada. It currently consists of 55 researchers and 30 institutions in 11 countries, but it's based in 12 main community partners, and it's based in Canada, but it hopes to look at resource development in Northern Canada in comparison with resource development in other similar places of the circumpolar north. And we have here today researchers from other areas that will be talking about similar types of developments in their own particular regions outside of Canada. So we host these workshops to bring researchers and community people together to share knowledge. We as social science researchers can't really conduct our research, unlike natural and biological scientists. We can't conduct our research unless we talk to the people in the communities and we find out from them what they think, what they feel, and what they believe. And that's what we're here to do today, to share knowledge around the idea of resource development and how to make resource development can be done in a new way to make it so that it benefits communities as opposed to harms communities. And with that, I will call on Dr. Peter Schweitzer from the University of Vienna, who will talk a bit about well-being in the Arctic from a more academic perspective. Dr. Schweitzer is currently at the University of Vienna, but he spent 20 odd years as a professor at the University of Alaska Fairbanks. And so he has quite a long history of knowledge and research in the northern regions.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you very much to the people of Labrador who make us feel welcome here, and it's great to be here. So when Chris told me that he wants me to speak, say a few words here, I felt really uncomfortable. You know, somebody coming from a very non-northern area these days, University of Vienna, to tell you guys in the north what well-being is. So I'm not going to do that. As we will be, we will have a number of sessions today where the notions of well-being will be developed from a northern perspective, but also from a southern comparative perspective. But at this point in the program, just I want to limit myself really to a few introductory words. I will be speaking a little bit later than in session number 2, where we're presenting about the ASI, the Arctic Social Indicators Project. When we speak about well-being, it's as already indicated, the main question is really not just what it is, but who defines it. And so clearly, I think there is a long academic tradition that people outside of the North define it. And I think today we're in a situation when we really go more and more to community members, to community leaders, to different levels of regional and national institutions to help us figure out what well-being really is. And let me take off my glasses so I can see what is written here. In a way, I think it was already raised the question, well-being on the individual level or the collective level. This is a very important issue here because we can have these two things do not necessarily coincide. you can have a number, often a small number of individuals who are doing well, while others don't. So the question is, are communities doing well? So I think we need to look at those issues here. And by the way, talking about the notion of well-being, these days it's a word that is very common among social scientists. But just a few years back, it was really more relegated to the professions of health. Health professionals were talking about the philosophers. On the other hand, moral philosophers would talk about what that could be. So I think it's a good development. It's a good development that we as social scientists nowadays think more about well-being, but because at the end of the day, that's what really counts. It's individual and collective well-being. What also is, and that was already indicated in the speeches this morning, there are several aspects to well-being. I think that makes the notion of well-being so attractive. It's not just economic well-being. It's not just psychological well-being, but it is also these aspects. But there is cultural well-being, for example. And I myself, by training, am a cultural anthropologist, so cultural well-being, be connected to the knowledge of ancestral languages or other aspects of cultural well-being are extremely important. So there are many dimensions of well-being, and I think it's important to not just reduce well-being to one or two dimensions. What is, I think today, in today's world, it's very, if we talk about well-being, and especially if somebody coming from more southern areas to the north, it's important to point out that you northerners, right now, you know yourself, experience this tremendous interest from other parts of the world. In the 30-some years that I've been interested in working in the north, I've never seen quite such an area. You feel it in the number of researchers that are coming up north from parts of the world that didn't really have much interest before. It's a number of countries that want to get into the Arctic Council in whatever form or shape. So I think that's exciting. It, of course, has to do with economic interests very much so. It has, on the other hand, for some actors, it has to do with environmental changes that are going on in the north, often spiked through changes in the climate. So there are tremendous and exciting developments happening in the north, and I think on the one level, it's great to receive that interest, but I think we also need to be aware that this can be a fleeting interest, and that that southern actors such as myself, have not necessarily the long-term well-being of northern areas at their heart. So I think it's important, or that would be my advice in that particular respect, to really take advice and resources that are coming, but be very aware that you need to be in charge of the process. I think it has been too long in the history of the relationships between North and South, also in academic relationships, when the North was just beginning, and it's important to establish a more equal relationship. And I think that the whole ReSDA project, the way I understand it, is part of such a change. And part of what for that change to happen is to build up research capacity. And I think, as we just heard, what is happening at the Labrador Institute, I think that's really, in order for the North to become an equal player in these exchanges, that's what is needed: research capacity in the North itself, defined by the North. By the way, I'm also very happy that I'm representing the non-Canadian part on the board of ReSDA, but I'm very happy that in this particular meeting today, I'm not the only one who comes from outside of the borders of Canada, and not the only one who has research experience outside of Canada. There are a number of people here Canadians and non-Canadians who have that perspective, and I think that perspective is important. It's the comparative experience. It's in, you know, on the one level, it's already great that there are so many people from different parts of Canada here to have that exchange going on to the next 2 days. Will be really exciting. But it's also important to beyond that have that circumpolar comparison to hear from other parts of the North and also from other parts of the world, especially areas of the world that share certain similarities with the North, often called resource frontiers, for example. So there are many other parts of the world where there are similar issues at hand. So with that, I want to give the word back to Chris. Thank you very much for coming. I personally am very much looking forward to the next couple of days of listening what the North tells us. Thank you.
Thanks, Peter. What I just want to do today is put the context of this actual workshop into place. What we'll be talking about in terms of well-being and importance for ReSDA. As I said, you know, ReSDA, very simple objective. How can resource development take place in a way that actually benefits communities? Well, of course, central to that objective is to know what makes a community well. What is well-being? How can we make communities, help communities? How can we help communities become well? And that's the objective of today's workshop. You know, one of the most difficult things when you conduct research in the North is to make sure that there is a good relationship between communities and researchers. There has to be a dialogue going on at all times, and that is sometimes the most difficult thing to do. Because researchers tend to be in southern institutions, they tend to work in southern institutions. Their research in the North is not the most important part of their job. Their job is to teach students, southern institutions, their courses. And then in exchange for teaching, you get to, in sometimes just a summer, get to go up and learn more about northern communities if that's your particular area of interest. So the dialogue between communities and researchers is one, as I said, of the most difficult things to do. And that's why in ReSDA, we have really emphasized the notion of knowledge sharing, of having a good sharing of knowledge between communities and researchers. We had, in fact, last year we had a workshop such as this in Iqaluit, where the main theme was knowledge sharing. How can we share knowledge as opposed to researchers coming up and, you know, sort of talking to communities instead of listening to communities. So we've tried to build this particular workshop around the sharing of knowledge. And so you'll notice that in the structure, we have panels, and so first of all, we ask communities to talk about their experiences in terms of well-being and resource development. And then we'll ask researchers to talk about the research that they're aware of dealing with well-being and resource development. And then we're hoping that between those times, we can talk together and share knowledge about these particular issues. So that's the objective of this particular objective. We want to find out from communities what they think are the best ways that resource development can be done in a way that increases community well-being. And we want the researchers to use that knowledge to start to think of ideas of things that they can do to help communities achieve those objectives. So that's that. I'll leave that, and we will start in earnest. We have our first panel coming up at right now. So what I'll do is I'll ask those people who are on this panel to come up to the front to talk about it.
So if you have your PowerPoint, you could just come over here and give it. Morgan? See everybody. Yeah, you can do everything. Welcome.
Yeah, I see. How many pages on the go?
I'm not a stay loyal to you. I mean, I went on Monday.
I haven't laid eyes on it since I saw it. And I also
You would like to do that.
I didn't have the heart to tell
Feel bad.
Oh, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, well, I'm gonna.
I just said I'm working on it. I didn't have any answers to it.
Oh, that's it. Yeah, I need to check up today. Can someone here just yeah, exactly. Yeah, I need to write that.
And then I was thinking of the
No, when they first came, when they found me,
Just get in that.
But just a realization. You guys are screwed.
Yeah, it is. Birds are just gonna have today. I got a lot of
Yes.
You know what happened right now? And you pitched it up. Oh, no, it's just a little over. It wasn't a question. It's just I come here with you. I'm a team player, but I just I deal with that federal trade. $1 million, including they build it, but they didn't then which was supposed to be community. Now they need water.
That's okay. I don't mind. I don't mind.
Build the if we solve all the problems,
start our first session then.
well, maybe some
In the spirit of hearing from communities, as ReSDA has been designed, we decided the first session we'd start off with community perspectives about well-being across the north. So we have a range of presenters from different areas of Canada. And going first will be Michelle Kinney, who's Deputy Minister of Health and Social Development with Nancy Whip here in Labrador. So she'll say a little bit about Nancy Whip.
Slide through.
Okay. Great presentation.
Community well-being one. Yeah. I'll start by saying that I'm probably not the right person to be doing this presentation. There's lots of people probably in the room and within the government who could speak better to community well-being in relation to resource development. My background is as a psychologist and as the Deputy Minister of Health, so that's the perspective I'm going to bring, and I'm going to try and include pieces from other government departments too as we go through. So feel free to add, ask questions, that sort of thing. It's an overwhelming task to speak to community well-being in 10 minutes. So I'm going to try and flick through things fairly quickly. Next slide. just to start off, I guess, because I'm first and the other panelists will correct me and fill in the gaps as we move along, but I think there's a fairly standard definition that most people use as far as community well-being. So community well-being is generally the combination of social, economic, environmental, cultural, and I've added mental and emotional and political conditions identified by individuals and their communities as essential for them to flourish and reach their full potential. I can't claim ownership for that, but I think that's a generally accepted definition. I want to add before I start my presentation that when we talk about community well-being specifically with Inuit, community is not just the geographical location where people live, so the actual physical community. Community is around the collective, it's around people, it's around connection to the land, which can extend well beyond the actual boundaries of a physical community. And Labrador Inuit have established a vibrant and distinguished culture throughout the years, intimately connected with the environment, with the seasons, with the rhythm of those seasons, with wildlife, and with weather conditions. And that's helped develop the whole social network concept, spiritual beliefs, activities around hunting, all of those kinds of things which are essential to community and which I'm probably not going to do a good job of getting to today, but it's a discussion certainly that needs to happen in relation to resource development. The landscape, the weather conditions, all of those kinds of things have made the Inuit a resilient people, able to survive in difficult circumstances, and to be well connected to the land and to each other as we're interdependent. Okay. I'm putting this up and I'm not going to have the time to go in to describe it in detail, but the point that I wanted to make is that for community well-being in relationship to Inuit, community is at the center. When you look at white Anglo-Saxon descriptions of community, often it's the individual that is at the center and things move over from there. For Inuit, the collective or the community is actually more important than any individual within that collective, and that's an important concept to get. The diagram is meant to portray the relationships between people, between the generations, as you see in the center part, connections with land, and that whole circular way of being. The whole idea of our government being a consensus government, engagement is extremely important. You know, the executive council travels from community to community, holding their session and then having a public information session. So there's a real sense of community, that engagement, connectedness, and interdependence. Okay. I'm not going to go through all of these today. I hope I'm going to touch on some of those, but basically the indicators to well-being are very similar to the social determinants of health, and I'm sure that all of you know those. So I'm not going to go through that. Next. For the Department of Health, our vision is very simple. Healthy individuals, families, and communities. And enhancing community well-being is the focus of everything that we do as a government, I hope. So obviously, I'm not going to get to all of that today, but I will touch on a few things. You know, as far as I'm concerned, everything that we do, whether that's recruiting foster families, facilitating intergenerational trauma programs, looking at housing initiatives, food security, everything that we do should be contributing to community well-being. I am going to speak just a little bit to the Sustainable Communities Initiative, and probably a lot of you are familiar with this initiative. And Tom Sheldon is actually leading this along with the committee. So I'll do my best to speak to it a little bit. Next slide. Obviously, I'm not going to talk about all of this today either, but basically the components are listed up here. So the whole idea is that the Sustainable Communities Initiative would address issues that are central to community well-being and sustainability in the context of changing climate. So there's everything included from developing an integrated food security strategy that we're working on, community freezer and youth outreach programs, engineering, water and wastewater solutions, air quality, housing strategy, all of those kinds of things. And I'll talk just about a couple key points as we move forward. The objective of Sustainable Communities Initiative is to inform best practices and provide guidance for community sustainability. And like I said, we're working on a number of initiatives in different areas, but we're looking at locally developed tools that are going to fit our community context in Inuit culture and the realities of Nunatsi. One component of the sustainable communities is housing. So we have started with the development of an integrated action plan for healthy homes in Nunatsiavut, and that's actually where Tom and a lot of people are today for a 2-day housing meeting, further developing that strategy. In order to do that, we started with a housing needs assessment in all of our communities within Nunatsiavut. We had a 93% response rate, and every single household was included. It was a tripartite agreement in order to provide that, and we now have the data being analyzed, and a lot of it is available for moving forward with the housing framework. So we're doing a number of things. We're looking at, we just got funding from the provincial government, which we matched to look at doing repairs to homes that are needing those repairs. We're looking at a new development. We're looking at supportive living arrangements within Nunatsiavut. We're looking at a variety of things. I'm going very quickly, so you all have to ask questions. Another piece of that strategy is the energy security strategy. We know that diesel-generated plants are not going to cut it within our communities for long, so that's another area where we're doing some considerable work. Food security is huge, and I know we have people here in the audience from Nunatsiavut who can certainly speak to this as well. We're doing a number of things around food security. We have done the surveys within households around what people are actually using, how much traditional food, how much store-bought food. We know exactly within communities, but hasn't been released yet, homes that are food insecure, how many households are going without a meal or 2 meals or 3 meals during a day, all of those sorts of things. And that's helping to inform a food security strategy. We just submitted to the Tsuyatsuk Trust a proposal for a 3-year program around developing food security strategies. And again, you can just click through that. So in order to do the food surveys, we used the same tool that we had used in the Inuit Health Survey, which didn't touch every home. So we used the same questions. In this slide, you just see Maine there, but we've now completed the surveys in Riglet and in Hopedale, and Postville and Makobik are almost finished. So the response has been excellent in those communities, and it's giving us a good idea of where we need to put our efforts in relation to food security. One of the programs that we're certainly proud of is the Going Off, Going Strong program. Which is a youth and harvesters program within Maine, and now we're moving to Hopedale, just getting it up and going. But it's a program where we take 10 very high-risk youth, partner them with harvesters to go on the land and to actually harvest food, bring it back, learn how to prepare it, put some in the community freezer, deliver some to elders, those kinds of programs. It's an integrated program, so we're looking at the mental health impacts of that and analyzing that, certainly as well as the relationship building between elders and youth and food security as well. Okay. And again, I'm not going to have time to go into depth with that, but there's the group of 10 that we first had as the youth within that program, and the impacts have been wonderful, and we have an evaluation that hopefully will be released soon around that. We've taken on another group of 6 in Maine, only 6 because we're still working with the 10, so that means 16. Some of the outreach programs involve more than that, but that core number is where the greatest efforts are being put. And that's just some pictures as well of that program. I just want to add a couple of other things that probably you may think are not really related, but in my mind are definitely related. Because of some of the social issues in our communities, as well as I would think the provincial child welfare system and some of the systemic issues, we have a large number of children in care. A lot of those children have been placed outside of the region. So we have been working diligently in recruiting foster parents, revamping the provincial training program for foster parents, and really putting a push on having our children back within Nunatsiwet and in their families. We've also done a lot of work around adoptions protocols, all of those kinds of things. So you may not think it's related, but it all falls into the community well-being piece, I think. The other piece that I definitely, and is a passion of mine, and I think leads to community well-being, is that we have, it was a bit controversial, but we closed down our inpatient addictions treatment program and looked at a way of delivering mobile trauma and addictions programs within the community, again, so that we have that community context and it's not an individual thing of sending people off. So we did a 12-week training program for all of our mental health and addiction staff, as well as some people from Corrections, Health Canada, a number of other agencies. And we now have that focus within community, and we also have a trauma and addictions mobile team that does 2-week programming within the communities on a regular basis. So we just came out of Maine for 2 weeks with a group of 24 elders, which I think is kind of unheard of, having 24 people participate in a program for that length of time with no dropouts. So, and before that we were in Hopedale with 22. So it seems to be really taking off. We've also done workshops with anyone in the community that wants to come so they understand the program and can provide support. And just a couple other quick things that we're working on around residential school survivors and the whole intergenerational trauma piece. Doing a lot of work with youth and elders around their stories of resilience and trying to develop role modeling and that sort of thing. And I'll just close with that slide. This is the Hopedale Youth Group. But I'd like to think that some of the programs that we're trying, the new initiatives that we have, those kinds of things are making a difference.
Thanks very much, Michelle. I realize I neglected to mention to people the format of the panel in case you're wondering. We'll just invite each of the speakers. We'll talk for about 10-15 minutes the way Michelle has done. And then at the end, hopefully there'll be some time for dialogue between the presenters and for questions from the audience. So we'll just hold the questions until they each have a turn to speak, and then hopefully the conversation can include all of them. Okay. So I'll invite Libby Dean.
I'm standing up here so I can see my slides, and also because I know I don't talk loud enough. So go like this if you can't hear me. So I am really privileged and appreciative to be here, and I'm a very, very small part of a very large team of women who are involved in this project called Claiming Our Place. And I'd like to acknowledge the local community women who are participating and continue to participate, because they're really who this is all about. There's some women in the room, and there will be some later today, who were involved in this project, and I'll explain how this project connects to some other things. But any of those who are in the room who are willing to raise their hand and say that they're part of the project would be appreciated, just so that maybe during lunch you might get a chance to talk to them some more, and they may be answering the questions instead of me, hopefully. So anybody, there's one. There's at least 4 or 5 in the room now, and a couple others will be joining us later. So yeah, that's so a good thing to start with is, who are we? So this project is part of a national network of community organizations and university partnerships, in some ways similar to ReSDA, similar structure. So we're funded by a SHRC, University Research Alliance. that was given to the Canadian Research Institute for the Advancement of Women, and that then worked with about 5 different communities in the north. So a more general view of the north, but partly because they were experiencing different phases to do with development issues in their communities. So that's why those communities were involved. Happy Valley-Goose Bay is one. And then at the bottom you'll see there were several projects involved in Happy Valley-Goose Bay, and Bolded Claiming Our Place is the one that I'm talking about. So the team is a large team. We have a community lead, Katrina Hills, who will be here later to speak about a different related project. The university lead is Gail Bakey, who's from Labrador, and she is based at Dalhousie University, and research assistants and a facilitator, and lots of creative action researchers, which I will explain in a moment. So some of the guiding questions really are very similar to the ones that came about in ReSDA. What are the connections to the land that women have that are define their well-being, and what happens to that well-being given the current natural resource development agenda? And then the second part of this is really what can women do to be part of the conversation that is happening about decision-making and planning and benefits and things like that. So again, specifically why women, because when we talk about women's issues, we're talking about community and family well-being and all the ways that Michelle, for example, described. And then really how do we find out what is important to women? So I just showed that picture there. It's probably hard to read, but it says what happens if the dam breaks? And that's taken at Muskrat Falls. So that's an example of one of the questions the women specifically asked and don't feel that they have an answer to yet. So how did we work together? We did creative leadership training and community-based participatory action research, and there were layers of it that involved public participation. And in particular, we used something called Creative Action Circle methodology, which was brought by our facilitator, Jeanette Kavanaugh. And this was sort of interesting to mention because she is First Nations from Vancouver Island on the west coast of Canada. And it was probably a really important and it was very important, I think, to have someone who was not from this community facilitating, because it took away a lot of the boundaries and barriers. And it was not facilitated by a lead researcher or by a community partner. It was sort of just housed in a circle, and I'll explain a little bit more about that. And this is just a little bit about who participated. What was interesting is there was no particular intention to include or exclude or have certain numbers for any groups, but just by who showed up and who remained participating, about 3/4 chose to tell us that they had Aboriginal identity. And how this started was women got together in a circle just to talk about their experiences of the land and the rivers. And there was no particular right or wrong, it was just talking in a circle about things that were important to them. And then they together in this process identified the themes that came up repeatedly and they felt were shared and that they wanted to amplify. So meanwhile, there were other things going on. There was some leadership and research skills, and there was a lot of creativity. There was some mentorship around certain crafts and skill sharing. And then there was a connection to this national network. So there were several times where people from other places came to connect with women. So this is what Jeanette Kavanaugh's process looks like, the creative action cycle. So it's basically that you're meeting as a group to talk about stories, and then you review and explore those together, and you then take a break kind of and learn some creative action skills. So this was working on some local crafts as well as ways of writing things up so that you could bring them to the media, really wide range of things. And then going back together and saying, well, what are the stories that we really want to emphasize, and what themes does that bring out? And then bringing these together. And one of the final things for this particular process was a story showcase that was done by the women, and then coming back together and saying, well, who else do we want to bring this to, and what ways? And then it goes back around again. And so the first part was the training and orientation, where 19 women got together and started gathering circles. And the next year, it involved the same women actually running new circles and inviting other women to participate, and then bringing a showcase forward to the community. And in the last phase is, of course, knowledge sharing. So some of that occurred within the community, some of it was within the group itself. And then there was an opportunity for the women who were involved to host a meeting of women who were coming here from mostly from Nova Scotia to talk about the connection between Muskrat Falls and Nova Scotia, which is the maritime link. So I'm hoping somebody else will talk about this a little bit more, casually. But basically, Nova Scotia will be one of the first places where the power will go through. And there are, of course, some development issues there as well. But the benefits of the power, as was mentioned, they will not be going to any of the communities here. And if you don't know about that, I highly recommend that you speak to Todd, he's describing that, and other people, because it's really important to understand what that means, is that there's a lot of prosperity being generated, and very little of it will actually solve the problems of power in the communities here and to the north of here. So I highly recommend getting hold of that at some point during this process and looking at that and understanding what that means. And so when the women from the creative action researchers, when they were able to facilitate this meeting of some Nova Scotia women coming through, it was really interesting because their voice needed to come into that room. So one of the ways we worked on that was the women wrote some of their important statements and put them around the wall. So how powerful that was one of the women in Nova Scotia, who's from Pictou Landing First Nation, was dishing out some soup, and she looked up at the wall and she went, oh, that's exactly what one of the women from my community just said. And so there's this instant connection of sort of solidarity, but also realizing the commonality of people's issues and what they're concerned about, the basic things. And so really, I guess I'll go into some of the themes that were identified, the issues. The Labrador tent is not an issue, but it's to us representative of women's place, which is what this project is about, and women's places everywhere. But being on the land, being by the river, being connected to family, culture, and community, again, in the ways Michelle described, it's not community stable in one location, your street address, maybe being in a tent on the land, far from where you live the rest of the time. And we had a modified Labrador tent design so that we could use it for shadow puppet shows and for other community events. So it lives here in Happy Valley-Goose Bay and is available for people if they wanted to do something with it. So, and berry picking. So I'm going to look meaningfully over the table for the project. See if anybody wants to pick up on what the importance of berry picking is. I don't know. Sandra, is there any chance you can say anything about that?
I don't prefer to say them right now. Maybe when, like you said, discuss everything after everybody's finished.
Great.
Maybe I'll say something then.
Okay, great. So I would just say berry picking was identified as a very important thing, and it may seem like a very small thing to people who don't normally spend a lot of time on the land, but it's a really key thing. And it's certainly an activity that has been affected by resource development, in particular right within Happy Valley-Goose Bay. There have been places where people have customarily gone to pick berries that are now housing developments. So some of the other experiences and observations is will probably not surprise anybody in the room, but really strong experiences of dislocation from the land for a variety of reasons, barriers to access. So that sometimes literally means a fence, and sometimes it means things like I mentioned before, the cost of fuel, so that it's hard to get your machine to go on the land. And then those implications are huge because contrary to southern notions of what the land is as like a place to visit or somewhere out there, that's just part of who you are and part of the community here. So it really impacts things like cultural identity, obviously, food security, and we don't even know what the impacts are in the future. And lots of other things were brought up. This concern over a pro or con mentality over resource development, which I'm sure you're feeling already in the room. And we've talked about that there's prosperity being generated, but who is getting the benefit of that prosperity? And housing came up, and just that issue of who benefits and who does not benefit, and where is their voice. And I won't read all of those or touch on all of those, but I think the top one and the bottom one are really important to think about, a sense of not being informed or not knowing, just not knowing what's going on. Is it true that the power rates are going to go up? Is it true about mercury? What do I do about that? What are the impacts of, when I go to the hospital, there's huge long waits because there's now a much bigger population, depending on how many Valley-Goose than there used to be. Who can I talk to about that? How come I seem to be the last one to know this type of thing? And then the last point there, what is the cumulative impact of that? What do we do further down the line when some of these things sort of compound each other? So one other thing we did I talked with people about this if they're interested another time, but we had a student who worked in library studies do a media scan at the same time that we were doing this research to see what the conversation was in the mainstream media primarily, but also in social media. So, and then this is what is called a word cloud, very simple visual interpretation of some of the themes that came out in the mainstream media. And you can see, the main topic that we were working with was actually Muskrat Falls, with some of the side topics that came out. So I'm pretty sure, I certainly can't read the word poverty, but you can see housing is a very small word, women is not a very big word. So while this isn't a huge, this can't stand on itself, it sort of shows that yes, women are saying the issues that are important to them are not being heard in the mainstream media. So this is an interesting tool to look at side by side. And basically, that's the story, is how can we account for women's perspectives in resource development? I certainly don't have answers, but this is an ongoing story. And some of the activities, I mentioned a few of these, public showcase and so on. There will be a blog from this project, in part to house, next slide, to house, there is a series of videos that are including one, which is one of my favorites, how to make a Labrador tent for creative action. So just the idea that some of these may end up places like Isuma TV or something like that, where other Indigenous people can say, we have a really similar issue. What's an important symbol for us where we could do something and then bring it to a wider audience? So those are the kinds of things that are spinning off out of this, but that's definitely to be determined because it's up to the women what they want to spread around. So thank you to everyone who's helped support us. And I didn't even look at my notes at all, so I'm sure I skipped lots of stuff, but I'm eager to hear everything who's talking next. So feel free to talk to me later, but please speak to some of the women involved, and we'd love to hear your thoughts on this and hear about your experiences that may be similar. Thank you.
Norma Cassie from the Arctic Institute of Community-Based Research.
Thank you. See my slides. Ringuin si Shalaknai Japanese Nokatatnai Tik Inuit Kayak Una Kakatalanchitri was a Haika. Thank you for being here. Thank you to the Indian people and the Inuit people for me being here, walking on your homelands, sharing your stories, and also learning here. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you to ReSDA for inviting me to be here as well. Next slide. I just wanted to put our slide up there with respect to the Arctic Institute of Community-Based Research. We started that organization back in 2007, myself and Jody Butler-Walker, and we drove around all the communities in the Yukon and went to general assemblies and collected all the priorities of health research that the communities had thought was very important to them, which was chronic diseases, all those in the bottom there, food security, healthy eating, healthy foods, injury prevention, and of course climate change and adaptation. I'd like to also say that that we've now completed 30 projects since then, and and done some very incredible work in communities. And I'm really proud to be able to work with Jody and Caitlin. And Caitlin says hello, Caitlin Friendship. And the next slide. I was raised in Oak Crow Flats, and if anybody, there's the Yukon Territory, and you'll see the Oak Crow way up there. It's the most northerly community in the Yukon, and Vancatouchini people at the lakes. And you'll see the star on Whitehorse down below, our capital city where I live right now. And that's the Yukon Territory. And I'm going to talk a little bit about my homelands and where I was raised, and just have a broad perspective of other Indigenous peoples that I share our homelands in Canada with as well. So next slide. If we could just take time for a bit and imagine what it's like to live peaceful on a land so close to our environment, and all the interconnectedness to our ecosystems is what is so profound, and it's embedded in our language. This is how I was raised. I was raised by my grandfather. And when you're raised by your grandparents, you get such intricate knowledge of everything that wise person knows. And we lived in tents in Old Crow Flats out in the wetlands. There's thousands of lakes, and that is why we are called people of the lakes. We get stories on a daily basis. Everything is handed down to us about our surroundings, plant life, everything that's good for us, that we walk around. And what are these species for? What do they do? What are their importance? And our songs and our prayers. And we hear stories of the history of our people and our ancestors. And the ancient skills and methods, we continuously listen to the elements. I was one of the kids a child that was put in a toboggan outside, to sleep outside all day long, or stay in a toboggan all day long. And I had no choice but to listen to all the elements around me, and and the species that we live with, the animals that we live with, where they come from, when they make themselves available to us, the timing of the sun, the moon, and the stars. Everything like that was so there and part of our well-being. We had a very strong spiritual and physical life, not religious, but spiritual, very in tune with our natural world, knowing that every living plant has a spirit, the rocks, everything that we live with that are much stronger than we are. And we had a kinship with all things physical, and we looked at life as whole, not singularly at all. There was an order in our life to our societies. We had clan systems. Our responsibilities that we had to each other and our world was very evident. The climate that we lived in that guided us, and we were also guided by our elders, very wise elders. No alcoholism, no other social issues that we face today. We had good leaders that continuously provided for our community, and the children were constantly honored. And the giving back process, what we took from the land, we gave back. What we took from the waters, we gave back. For example, the bones of the muskrats, the bones of the beaver, the bones of the salmon, the fish. We give back to the water, so that they will always return the next year. And that when we took a caribou's life, when we took a life, we put the blood back into the ground. And when we cut off the head, we face it away from us, so that the spirit can continue to go and travel on its way forever. And with profound gratitude, that's how we live. And when visitors came, we shared. We shared our cup of tea, our food. We gave them food and drink, and made sure that they were comfortable, because they traveled a ways to come and visit us. And their honoring us and they visit us. When we fed them, no one refuses. It's an insult to refuse. And those were our laws. And the community base of the resources that we lived around us. We had communities and tents and camps strategically set where there's lots of resource around us, such as fish, berries, caribou. We don't have much paper around us either, no work like that. Only one little transistor radio hanging in that hardly barely works sometimes, but we get news from outside, way outside somewhere. And our grandparents built houses and all the local materials. The tents that we lived in, my grandpa had traded with the Inuvialuit on Herschel Island. And we had a very, very peaceful existence. We worked hard and we were physically and we were mentally strong. Emotions were quiet. Our discipline was to lay on the land. Lay on the land for as long as you're gonna work this out and think about it, and then you can come back, get up and come back. That was the discipline that I got. Or to take branches, and if I did something bad, like kill a spider in the tent with my slingshot or something with a spruce cone, then I remember sitting there with a huge spruce branch and have to sit there and pick off every one and pile it all in one place. That was discipline, wasn't punishment. And that was the kind of life that I lived with my grandparents. Next slide. And we have to go to the dark side a little bit here to understand fully, I guess, because my colleagues have talked about this as well. Colonialization was a huge traumatic impact on our people. First off, in my country, when my grandfather was a young trapper, diseases from traders started to come in, which was smallpox and TB. My mom had 11 brothers and sisters. Most of them died from TB and smallpox, and 2 of them went to residential school and never returned. So we don't know where they are. We're now looking for them, my sister and I. And the use of poison. Traders have put poison all over the country and have killed not only fur-bearing animals, but many, many other animals in our country, like small-bearing animals, birds, everything perished after that for quite some time. And it was a very hard time for our people and caused a real chain effect, and it took a long time to replenish, so it caused a lot of starvation and real hardships within our people. And then the residential school. I was taken away at 6 years old. And my 2 aunties were already gone and never returned. And I never knew that at 6 years old. It was later when the airplane came to take me, and I turned around and I saw my grandfather with his head hanging way down. And I looked and I thought, oh my God, something is not good happening here. I was excited to get in the plane, but then to see my grandpa walk away like that, and I realized that something was wrong. 150,000 of us children were taken away from our loving families and our homelands. And then the intergenerational trauma that some of my colleagues on the panel have talked about. Up to today, 450,000 Aboriginals and Inuit are affected by intergenerational trauma. And horrendous trauma, these were not schools that were focused on education, they were focused on industrial kind of institutions where they tried to make maids and farmers and slaves pretty much out of us. So that's the kind of things that we have to deal with, and as a result, many early deaths. Our life expectancy is, let's face it, is not as high as others. Diseases, disabilities, social problems, adoption of risky health behaviors, poverty, housing problems, poor health, nutrition, low education, low income, low economic levels in many cases, and a lot of alcoholism and drugs. And this is an accumulative impact of emotional, psychological, social, and spiritual wounding that's going to take a whole lifespan, many years and generations to try and work with. These are the struggles to get to wellness in our communities. And then the next slide, and this is going to be the most devastating to our entire environment, is the global warming and climate change again. So and its effects on our whole way of life here in the Arctic and globally. Food insecurity because of it, declining food sources at a rapid rate of our waters, of our clean waters and food, and then access that many people talked about, and very high cost of living in the north and to travel. And we have really unpredictable environmental changes worldwide and right down to our grassroots level. So all of this perpetuates and increases the mental and emotional health impacts of our people. And again, this is what we have to deal with. Next slide. We're people of these lakes. We have thousands of them in Oak Crow Flats. And these lakes are drying up and disappearing due to the permafrost melt that's happening in our country. And in 2007, this lake that I'm standing on, that's gone, disappeared within a matter of hours. And with it went all our food sources, the muskrats, the fish, the ducks, and everything that all go there, and the caribou that come there. The caribou don't come there anymore. And so that causes a real food insecurity issue for our people in that part of the world. So we're trying to rebuild our communities. One of the biggest things that happened in the Yukon Territory was the land claim settlement of 11 land claim settlements were done in 1988 out of 14 First Nations communities, and $232 million was negotiated for, with a land base of 25,900 square kilometers for Yukon First Nations. 35 million of that had to go back for negotiations to the federal government. And then we started developing self-government, which is created further independence for us and employment, and we're able to now negotiate and partner with governments and resource developers. And there's still a lot of work and education around that needs to happen. And we still have not negotiated health and education and justice programs that we need to have, that is so fundamental to our community well-being in our communities as well. And of course, we have the lack of capacity to deal with many issues, including those related to health and well-being at our community levels. We have continuous struggles to rebuild when the severity of Aboriginal health crisis is downplayed in Canada. We have, in 2012, there were major cuts to Indigenous research, health research in this country. The Aboriginal Healing Foundation, a very strong program, was cut in 2012 in that area. NAHO, the National Aboriginal Health Organization, and the National Aboriginal and Inuit organizations and tribal governments all got cut in health area and research. Next slide. So in rebuilding our communities, we have to work and educate, bring awareness to our communities about climate change, and find new ways of adapting to our changing culture. We have to revitalize our culture within children and youth, and a lot of that is going on in the communities. I'm really happy to say that some of the communities are really taking their children, taking them to the land, taking them to harvest camps, engaging them with elders and harvesters. And in a couple of communities that I completed a food security strategies, these are what's going on. So we have glimpses of things that, that's very positive. We're now engaging in food security strategies, which is a priority of all Yukon First Nations. And we completed 2 so far under the Arctic Institute of Community-Based Research. We were working on 5 food security strategies with communities in the Yukon, and the Yukon Agricultural Association decided that they weren't going to support that portion of it. So then we're now, these communities are left hanging, so we're now trying to find further funding to complete those strategies, and eventually my goal is to complete 14 strategies. And it's not only for First Nations, it's for others to work together in that community so that they can have a strong food security strategy and work together. And they talk about nutrition and cooking classes for kids. In some communities, that's taken place through the Yukon government. And community garden as an economic initiative in the communities as micro enterprises within our communities is very strongly recommended by these food security strategies as well. And the ancient sharing concepts where the children eat first. Can I have my water? Sorry. The ancient sharing concepts of sharing. When I was a child growing up, all the food was put in the middle of all the caribou, all the good food, the berries, the rhubarbs, the plant teas and stuff were all put in the middle. All the children sat around there. And behind us there's 4 grandmothers with a willow that kept us quiet. We have to listen. And around them was our mothers. Around the children were our mothers sitting around there, right? And then the young men, and then the older men, and then the elders sat on the outside. And the food was given to us first. The children were always honored because we needed the spirit and the blood of the caribou and the ducks and the salmon and everything we have to live on. We need that. So therefore, then the elders at the back would say, oh no, give it to the kids. They need it. I have lots. So that sharing concept and ancient methods are now beginning to arise to the forefront where the elders are saying that has got to come back now. Some of the wise elders are saying that. And then the harvesting methods are also have changed, so we have to adapt to that. Education and awareness of everything that's going on in education is very, very important. And youth programs, Indigenous sports, and the way we used to play games. We had our own games and things like that. Those kinds of things are very important. How hunters are developed. You need to run a long ways every day, run on deep snow with snowshoes and all those kinds of things. Those are the kinds of things that the elders are telling us to bring back. We also have prenatal programs. That's a federal program that takes care of healthy moms. And again, we're trying to encourage serving traditional foods and salmon, moose, caribou, that kind of thing, and to elders as well. And in the Yukon as well, we have a wonderful college, the Yukon College, that's really incorporating a lot of the recommendations or the needs of the Yukon communities. There's still a ways to go, but it's there, it's happening. And we're now enjoying much more college graduates in the Yukon Territory, which is great. We have 2 PhDs, we have doctors and lawyers and teachers now that come out of our village. And we have very powerful and strong politicians and activists also that have come out of our community, and researchers as well. And some communities are doing well, of course, and some are not. And it's the majority of our communities that are not. So we have a lot of work to do, and like communities like the Tahltan people and West Bank, those communities in British Columbia are doing very well, and there's a lot to learn from them as well. The next slide. These are my grandchildren that I take them to Crow Flats whenever I could afford it, and teach them all the skills, and the skills are passed down all the time to rebuild the mastery of our Wiccan way of life, and try to get them to become proud of who they are and take ownership of their homelands, that this is their homelands, and they're always welcome there, and then they will know how to live there. And we also, the next slide, to talk about resilience is basically to us means to rebuild a sense of belonging. Like there's this whole thing about being taken away makes you feel very intensely that you don't belong. So we have to rebuild that. We belong. We got to go back. This is our homeland. We have to relearn and re-educate, revitalize. We have to revitalize our traditions and the ancient methods all over again. And it's a good thing that I speak my language and I'm able to know all of that, all those teachings. We also have to empower our wise elders. Some of them have been through traumatic experiences as well. So we have to empower them now so that they continue to be teachers. In my community now, all our spiritual elders are gone, and this is all across the board of Indigenous peoples right now. All the very spiritual elders who were raised in the land are now going and gone. They are now in their 90s at this time across this country. So there's a foundation that's missing under our peoples across this country as well. And that we're hoping that the next generation of elders coming forward now who are in their 60s across the country, who have had several kinds of experiences, who have gone out to be educated by the non-Aboriginal community and educated, will be able to have elders that are strong, and we'll have the opportunity to revitalize our communities and work hard at doing that as well. And we also we build on the generosities of ourselves. We're constantly giving. We're always working hard to revitalize our people as frontline workers and educators. And we talked many times about what's needed in training and that kind of thing with resource development. Again, most of the people that want to work in the mines are masteries of their physical condition. They want to work physically, and basically what's missing many times is the life skills and communications education. Not all our people they live in the communities and they don't, they need to learn how to communicate with the outside world, with all the people coming from the outside and mining in the oil industry. They need to learn how to communicate with them. They need to know where the minerals is coming from, what is it going to do, where is it going, how much all this costs. They need to have job readiness training and personal financial planning. How am I going to deal with this 2 weeks in and 2 weeks out? And all of that kind of thing. Most of the time it's 2 weeks in and they blow your money and you get fired or you don't come back. The drug testing is also used for firing and letting go a lot of our people. How do they communicate when racism faces them right there on ground and put them in an unsafe situation? That also has to be taught and dealt with. I mean, we can't keep hiding and putting these things underground anymore. We have to face them head on, look at them, and try and develop training. The communities know what they want. Communities know what they require in terms of training. And they need to also understand their rights fully as an employee. They need to know all the safety mechanisms that are in place that supports them and protects them on the job. And they also have to have, and the safety mechanism and the impact benefit agreements that have been signed by our leaders over there. They need to understand that. They need to know why they work there. A lot of them don't even know what's in those impact benefits agreements and all the agreements that are being signed. And what kind of businesses can be established out of this mining? Is it catering? Is it construction? And all of that, they need to know that they could have the ability to do that. And the Yukon College also has some of those training available for Yukon communities. The next slide. Oh, yeah. So what we do in the communities, and we know what we need, and we know that community-based research, it's just not words. It means a lot to engage in research in the communities. You have to go there, you have to live there, you have to stay there, you have to engage, you have to be one-on-one. And what we do in the communities, the next slide, is we involve everyone in the community. And this is a photo that was taken when we were working with international polar year scientists that just flooded to Old Crow to research the Old Crow Flats area. And so we engaged the community and them all together, and we questioned them, and we trained the young kids that are sitting down there. We flew them in from Whitehorse way down there where they're going to school, up to the community, and we trained them from the international perspective on climate change and its effects right down to the local level, and then all its effects like food insecurity and all of that, and their effects on their mentality, their physical well-being and all of that. We educate them about that. Then we take them back to the community and they question the researchers. as to what is your research doing in this community, and is it gonna benefit me? How am I gonna learn? And these research, my people were always welcome to researchers. So the principles of those in when we do research in the communities is that, the next slide. So again, communities have to be really involved, and relationships between us have to be built. The respect, the trust, it takes time to do that. And usually what I would do if I do a research project is I'll go to the wise elders, the female and the male in the community, tell them what we're doing, lay out the questions that I'm gonna ask, and I ask them, is this okay, Grandma? Is this okay, Grandpa? Are these the questions that we should ask your people? So is this good for this community? And they will say, they will tell us if it's good or not. And then from there, they lay the groundwork. They will then dive right into a story, and they will lay the groundwork of their history, of themselves and their people in that community. Then you go in there with that understanding. Then you go to the chief and council. Well, before that, of course, you did a research agreement with the chief and council before you talk to your anybody in the community, right? So we do a research agreement, and we make sure that OCAP principals are involved in that research agreement, because that is a requirement of First Nations governments in the Yukon right now, and of course other places across the country. So we make sure that the research benefits the community, and and make sure that we have photo voicing, because a lot of people don't like to read academic reports. So we make sure that there's a very powerful photo voicing along with it, which means a DVD. We developed one DVD in one community and one in Klawani First Nations. The one in Klawani First Nations will be coming out soon. The one in Old Crow is on YouTube. It's called Our Changing Homelands, Our Changing Lives. So we do a lot of that kind of work in the community, and I just want to say thank you very much again for being here. And next slide. And Masi Cho, and yeah, thanks.
Thank you very much, Mama. I'll just say briefly that this is largely the fault of us having so much interest and so many wonderful things to talk about. I don't want to cut off community sessions at all. We want to start with the most important hearing from the community. So we are going to go slightly over here, but I just want to turn it over to Sharon and pop in and let you know. Don't feel too rushed to go to hear.
Thank you very much. Buguma Sharon Edmonds. I'm from, well, I actually work for ReSDA in Calgary. I'm originally from Labrador. So it's nice to be home, and it's nice to see some familiar faces here. So I'm just going to start by talking a bit about demography and geography in Nunavut, because it provides context. So just population numbers, our health system, some of our challenges that we're dealing with from a policy perspective. So the population of Nunavut is roughly 29,000 people, and we're spread throughout 25 communities in the territory. The population density is roughly 0.1 persons per square kilometer. And we have a very young population with a median age of 20, and that's compared to 40 for the rest of Canada. The distance between communities and referral hospitals they're very significant. Nunavut's healthcare system actually represents the largest in Canada in terms of geographical reach. So it's huge. No other jurisdiction in Canada relies on so many extra-provincial hospitals as Nunavut does. Specialized services in the territory are very minimal and largely dependent on whether the expertise exists in territory. So, for example, in 2001, we had chemotherapy available in Lincoln Inlet, but none in Calgary, and we are the capital, the largest city in the territory. So, as you can surmise, far too many of Nunavut services are provided outside of the territory. So in cities like Ottawa, Montreal, Edmonton, Winnipeg, and Yellowknife, depending on where you live in the territory. So in Nunavut, we have a land claims agreement, obviously. The federal and territorial governments are obligated to consult Inuit to ensure that Inuit societal values and culture are at the center of all policies and programs that are developed. So this obligation is outlined in Article 32 of our land claims. Unfortunately, the obligation to consult, so the duty of the territorial head governments to consult us, is not always exercised, and that is very problematic. So essentially what happens as a result, Inuit perspectives are not included in the health system or in the design of policies. And that's, in the context of meeting our needs, that has to happen. And it's a very unfortunate reality. So I just want to talk a little bit about a rich history of traditional healthcare that we actually have in Nunavut. And it's something we'd like to see more incorporation of traditional healthcare in our mainstream system. So Inuit medical knowledge refers to much more than, like healing techniques. It concerns the body being conceived as a whole in relation to the social environment. So every person is linked to a broader physical, animal, and social environment. And sometimes you'll hear people talk about that, and it's always called, a holistic view of health. So I'm going to talk a little bit about indicators. So that speak to the socioeconomic status of Nunavut. So we have a very high rate of unemployment. We have very low incomes. We have poor health status and social problems. It's not new information. It's been documented for the last 50 years. And basically, it's the result of those first years of active colonialization, which we are still living with today. So it does, that does paint a grim picture, but there is very good news too. And I think that it speaks to the resiliency of the Inuit culture. So in 2007, there was a survey of living conditions in the Arctic, and it was found that family ties, social supports of each other, traditional activities, they are all still very important to Inuit. So this would indicate that Inuit culture thrives despite the rapid changes that have been experienced and are continuing to happen. SLICA also found that well-being is not just about things like participation in the wage economy, but it's also about really fundamental things to culture, about access to country food, feelings of involvement, and from a governance perspective and a self-determination perspective, it also includes control of local political affairs. So that's a huge one. And it speaks to the core, again, of Inuit self-determination. From the perspective of, a health priority for us, and it's elsewhere in other Inuit regions, the issue of suicide is the most pressing thing that we face. I'm sad to say this, there is not one person that has not been touched by suicide. That's huge, not one person. So, I'm not an emotional person, so I apologize. But between the period of 99 and 2003, the rate of suicide in Nunavut was 11 times the national average. So in the South, researchers have noted that suicide is largely linked to mental illness. And where we're from, suicide is related to the rapid changes that our society is going through. Research by Samuel Law and Miles Hutton indicate that effective community-based mental health services must address a broad spectrum of psychological issues that go beyond the traditional medical model, incorporating, Inuit approaches and practices towards mental health. And that's not a small feat by any means. In Nunavut, we have a very high turnover rate in our healthcare providers, and those tasked with developing health policy and programs. And it's really difficult in that environment to do long-term planning. I like to say that a lot of our policies and programs sometimes on the surface appear so temporary because, you could have one person who you've worked with for 2 years on, I don't know, X issue in relation to maternal child health or something. And if that person leaves in 2 years, we have a new person that comes in who will change that whole kind of investment of time and effort in developing a framework that addresses a very real need. So it's a huge challenge for us in the territory. And I think there needs to be long-term investment if we're going to see a shift in health status. You know, there has to be long-term planning. And on that note, I think a really important element of that, and it speaks to Article 23 of our Land Claims Agreement, which is about having a workforce that is representative of the population. That's a huge one. So what we need is more Inuit in these positions within government, forming policy, creating programs, because Inuit are going to stay. The people that come from the South who start their careers, and there's lots of really committed, passionate, good people from the South. I just want to say that first, but you know that if you're from the territory, you have a very different take on your community, where you want to see your future go, your connections to other people. You know, you have a long-term investment, I think. That's probably the best way to describe it. So I've kind of described very broadly the territory's health system and health status and the shifts that we need in order to see positive changes. But I also talked about training, and I'm so glad that this came up with different speakers as well. But increasingly, education is a social determinant of health that we are thinking about and focusing on. So I'm going to end by reading an excerpt of a letter from the Kikitani Inuit Association. And it's also actually ironically speaks to what Peter had mentioned about more of the decisions that affect the North to stay in the North, including, you know, we really need to look at empowering Inuit to lead research, because research we know can positively impact communities when it's done right and you have that product that you can use to influence policy. So this letter was in relation to creating research capacity in the territory for our beneficiaries. From Kikitani Inuit Association. So our organization's mandate to promote and protect Inuit rights and values holds at its core an equality of opportunity that can only come with developing the minds of people through education. From the time they start to read until the day they hold the diploma in their hands. An educated person asks questions, explores new ideas, and develops new ways of navigating an increasingly complex world. And we are living in a changing Arctic, and this conference is about resource development, and that represents a changing Arctic. And I just can't stress, you know, how important it is to have resource development is coming, but we also need to be ready. And it's more than, you know, training as a oil burner mechanic or, you know, heavy equipment. If you don't have a healthy population, then we can't be prepared to take advantage of what's coming. So, you know, yeah, we're at a very critical time in history, I think. Thank you.
Morning. First off, I'll just start off by saying thank you for having me here. I was actually, this is one of my colleagues' files. I was asked to replace him quite short notice, and I didn't have anything quite prepared yet, so bear with me. I might be a little bit brief. I come from a community named Kuujjuaq, Quebec, in northern Quebec. It's a fairly large community comparing to the other neighboring communities. We are the hub of the region. Basically, all of our resources, all of our food, everything is basically all shipped in. We don't have any road links coming to the community. So some of our biggest issues that we have is with the cost of living. Cost of living in the north is quite high. It varies from different community to community. further up you go, the higher price it is for normal goods. Some of our practices that we do, hunting and fishing, is very vital to our livelihood. And it's a big concern to a lot of the communities with mining projects within the region. So that's one thing, one of our concerns that we have is, maintaining our traditional way of life of hunting and fishing. But with the mining industry, it also brings economic development to the region and employment and training within the mines. I myself work closely with the mining companies to help with the employment and training and recruiting of training. And with certain mining companies, they've adapted their training programs around the Inuit culture to help them better themselves at training and completing the training program. Because within the region, the education, we have a very high dropout rate. So a lot of the younger youth do not have high school diplomas. So we're adapting the training to fit some of the individuals who do not have higher education within the region. It's one of our ongoing issues is adapting our education and training policies into to accommodate certain individuals within the region. The region itself, the youth actually outnumber the adult population by almost double. And with a high dropout rate, we're looking at different ways of encouraging the youth to actually continue education further, going into post-secondary education. But one of the issues with that as well is with all of our post-secondary education, none of it is in the region. Everybody has to go down to cities like Montreal, Ottawa to attain further education. Some of the other issues we do have with food security and cost of living is there's a major housing shortage we have in the region. In some instances, you'll have more than 3 or 4 generations living under one household. And the cramped living space, it also brings up social issues within the region. That being said, Makibi Corporation, who I work for, within the last 2 years, they started this Pakmasi sessions where they visited each community and gave an opportunity for every individual within the community to voice their concerns. And then the final report on Pakmasi, which was basically created in response to the Plan No, which was created by the Liberal government. So the final report should be coming out within the coming months, and it was basically our response to Plan No was, we want to show the Liberal government or the government our needs. And so with that coming out, we also have a few different programs. Ongaluk, which is a crime prevention program that we fund different programs and activities for the youth to prevent crime prevention. And we're working on a few different other things there. We have Inuit-owned business registry we're also working on to help promote and develop the Inuit-owned businesses within the mining industry and other factors. But like I said, I apologize. This is very new to me. This is kind of out of my element. I work more in the mining industry. I work as a mining liaison officer. I'm chairman of the Raglan committee, and I'm more in the economic development aspect. So community well-being is a very big concern for all of us within the region. But this file, I believe, would have been it would have been a lot better if we had the original Charles to quote. But like I said, I'm more than willing to answer any questions. I apologize, I don't have anything very prepared here, but I'm more than likely to help answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
There's definitely no need to apologize. It's really great to have people involved in the mining sort of thing too, right? So hopefully we're only just a couple of minutes into our break now, so I think it's important to still take time and have this discussion. And all the 5 of our panelists also bring different perspectives and so on. So if you have any questions either for individual presenters or for them as a group, please.
Okay, well, I'll start off with Ron. Ron, one thing I've been thinking a lot about is preparing people in northern communities to take advantage of job creation associated with resource development. It's important to shoot as high as you possibly can. And I was in Courtrai a few years ago to a Caribou conference. I was very impressed with the research center that you have operating there. I'm not sure if it's still operating. I don't know the status of it, but I know at the time it was designed around identifying the quality of country food, for example.
Yeah.
And you had a lot of researchers from all over the world. But I wondered, what was the uptake in the community in involving other people from there in that sphere, and how did that work out? How is it working out?
Well, the research center is actually still ongoing. That's in our resource department. We still continue taking data and doing baseline studies within the region with different fish species and wildlife and fauna. But one of the main goals is for our research center is to trace and detect trichinella in some of the wild game that we do consume for our meals. So once there is if there is certain hunters who have gotten a walrus, for example, they'll send in a sample to the research center and have us test it to make sure it's safe for consumption. It's still ongoing. Our research center is developing even more and more. Unfortunately, we didn't have too much projects going on within the last year or so. Our director has been under health issues lately. He just recently, I'm glad to say that he had a successful kidney transplant, so he'll be back soon. But our research center is ongoing, and it was the creation of the research center. I can't tell you exactly when it was, but it's been around since as long as I could remember. There's a sharing of knowledge with the different mining companies within the research center as well. If they have any concerns or anything, we'd like to send our own researchers as well to collaborate with theirs and continue on to do more. I don't know if I've answered your question.
Maybe not quite. Are you finding youth in the community as they go through the school system? Are they interested more in research because of that facility? And do you find them going off to pursue an academic career, maybe come back and try to secure employment there? That's what I was wondering. Is it a catalyst for developing more advanced skill sets?
It's something we would like to initiate closely more. We do try to involve the youth within the research center whenever there is career week and those type of activities within the education system. I can't say for sure that it does spark more interest within the youth, but they do see that we have local technicians that are out on the land doing research in different species. But it's something that we would like to see, that we get more youth interested in research around our region due to the future development of there's a lot of prospecting and mining exploration that's taking place in the region. So we would like to have a youth who are better understanding of the region to be doing the research. But like I said, the high dropout rate we do have in school, it's quite difficult to actually have post-secondary educated students who would like to pursue it. We do have our fish biologist is a local. He was born and raised in Gujarat, and he's been there for quite some time.
This is kind of a question for anybody or maybe everybody on the panel to address. I was really, your perspectives on well-being and all the many ramifications of it and the different approaches that people have taken, whether specific research-based projects or just your roles as administrators, are interesting and inspiring. But I can't help but notice the gap between your articulation of what the important questions and issues are and those of provincial, territorial, and federal political figures, and the political and economic agenda as it is mapped out for Northern Territories. When the Prime Minister of Canada can go on his Arctic tour and not mention the words climate, health, or housing in a single speech. So I wonder if you could reflect on what I can see as this essentially gulf between the political and economic development agenda, often projected from the south, or at minimum from, say, Whitehorse to the north, even Iqaluit to the rest of Nunavut, and what you're articulating from the communities, and how could, what is the role of maybe researchers or yourselves as community-based people or others in trying to bridge that gap? Because it seems like it's an absolute gulf.
I'm going to take a stab. Probably not going to be the greatest of answers, but the reality is that development is coming, mining is coming. We have mines in Nunavut, and for us, it's a form of economy. It's a form of generating things within territory, like jobs within the territory. So we're always in this place where it's a little difficult for us, but what we've done is, okay, we said, okay, what can we do that would be helpful in this environment that we're living in pro-development, you know, opening up the Arctic and all that stuff. But what we have been focusing on within a research context within NTI and actually working with QIA, they have a really great project on indicators that's going to be like, they plan on doing long-term monitoring in the communities that are affected by, I think it's not a big Philly, which mine is Baffinland. So I think that that's a positive thing that we can do to help communities, because that information can in turn be used later when, I don't know, an IAB is being renegotiated. Well, the community is saying that this is how they're being impacted. So we need to really shift our focus in terms of how we're operating this negotiation.
It's kind of been touched on. I just want to thank the panel for sharing. My name is Jen, and I am a Yukoner, and I'm now down in the South as a researcher. And I guess my question is open to everyone, but I think Norma and Sharon, you really touched on it, and Sharon, you spoke to it very eloquently from your heart, is that we need to build researchers who live in the North and give back as, and it's not to say that there's a divide, but so I guess my question would be, we support, or as academics, as researchers, we support building capacity within communities so communities can actually support the research. My question is, then how do we sustain that? How do we keep that knowledge building so that knowledge then becomes the pieces that inform Arm's question around, as opposed to it coming back south? So how, do you have some thoughts about maintaining that in the North?
Long-term planning.
Or is that part of that kind of dialogue that's happening in your
Yeah, we're starting to think more long-term, especially around research, because we realize there are things that we're interested in that researchers are maybe not interested in. There's been a food security project that we've been trying to get off the ground forever, and I've shopped this proposal around at least, I don't know, 20 researchers. So in terms of our thinking about research and building local capacity, and it also links back to education, like we think that the bar has to be set high, because a lot of people will, especially policymakers, will say, you know, just in relation to a university, that whole concept that's being discussed for Nunavut and the other territories, people will say, no, that's 30 years away. You don't have the education base here to support, you know, a university. And what we've actually said is we've flipped that on its head and said, you know what we need to do is set the bar really high, because our youth need to see something that they will want to strive towards. And if it's Inuit from Nunavut leading research, working with our institutions, our communities, and focusing on very local, very real research priorities, that's going to generate a new type of interest. And we want those people to stay within the territory. Like, we're hoping, I might be saying too much here, but we are looking at creating a first cohort of 4 PhDs from the territory. And they're going to be from Nunavut. They'll be doing work in Nunavut, and they'll be working on projects that are of significance to Inuit, to our history, to our future. So I don't know if that helps you at all, but that's how we're kind of looking at developing long-term.
Can I just speak to that quickly too, just to add to what you're saying? I think that long-term planning is the key. I think having an agenda and being able to drive your own agenda is the key as well. And I think within Nunatsiavut, we're getting a better handle on driving our own research agenda as opposed to researchers driving the agenda. You know, with the research committee that's actually doing approvals of what happens within the land claims area, with the research center in Maine, and having people that are living in the community, I think that we are getting better at saying no. I think there was a time when researchers were coming in and they had these wonderful ideas and we were buying into all of it. And I think researchers sometimes, I probably shouldn't say this, are shocked now when we're saying no. Like we don't have the capacity, it's not a priority, we have other priorities, and they're coming back and they're saying, but this is such a wonderful idea and we know suicide is an issue. Well, maybe it is, but we may have 3 other researchers that are already, one in the room, who's local, who's doing some of that for us. So I think that's part of it. I think the other piece is education and training. And I think we've really tried to focus on that. So we've developed our own Inuit-specific Bachelor of Nursing program, Inuit-specific Bachelor of Social Work program with graduates. They're just embarking on Inuit Bachelor of Education. That's not happening within the land claims area, but at least it's happening in Happy Valley-Goose Bay as opposed to Memorial in St. John's or Dell or wherever that might be. I mean, definitely partnerships for all of those. But I think those 3 things are key. I think it's having a voice, having your own agenda so we know what our priorities are and being able to say no. It's long-term planning around some of that, and it's the education piece as well. I mean, I would love to see us get to the point where we have, a research cohort. But we do have PhDs who are Inuit who are actually doing research here too. And we have some wonderful partnerships when we can help choose the researchers that we want and our best fits for our community. And I see some of those faces around the room, so I applaud you too. That's my 2 cents.
Thanks for your question, Jen. I think it's very difficult in research in the academic world to evaluate and have collective impact and all that kind of things that's required immediately from your proponent. However, again, as my panel colleagues are saying, is that the prioritized research that's needed in the community, I think is very strong now. It's like what's needed at the community level. And when we go in there into the community, then because I'm known in the Yukon, it helps when your researchers are known in the community and they're also respected, and they come from heart. The prioritized research will then encompass, again, what the community needs, but what the community needs also is this capacity building we're talking about. We need to train. We need to factor this into our proposals. First of all, you got to pay for the knowledge that you're gathering. Secondly, you have to build capacity in training and education. So what we do is we make sure we factor those into our proposals, and we train 2 or 3 youth and sometimes more. And we see the growth. It's hard to measure in an academic quantitative way, but we immediately see the growth. I'll take 4 students in grade 11, for instance, and one of them will drop off or they'll all stay with us. Usually they stay with us. We train them. We teach them about, like I said in my presentation, about the subject we're dealing with. And then we also teach them how to research in the internet, how to sit down and actually do this work. And those kids, those 4 kids, you saw their pictures in the bottom there, they've now graduated, and one of them went on to COP 13 and is now working in the community in the area of adaptation and climate change and education and doing that kind of thing. So it's small steps, but it's very big for the people in the community and capacity building. It's just a matter of taking the youth and educating them. And what we do in the research phase is that we create the questions based on community talk, not academic talk. We base just the way I talk on community talk, right? So then we base the questions on that, and then we say, Dustin, we're gonna be going to your auntie's house today, and you are gonna ask these questions. Is that okay with you? Can you ask these questions? And then we talk about what the possible comeback will be, and then they go with all this knowledge and they probe. We teach them how to probe. We teach them how to listen. We teach them how to be respectful and that kind of thing, and they become the researchers. Then they go back to their high school and they probe their teachers. So how do you measure that? It's hard, but long lasting. And those kids, they're doing well. Maybe not just because of that and what we did, but we certainly taught them how to do homework, how to research, how to look with a bigger perspective on it, like the whole world is open now. So it really helps them a lot. Yeah, and we also have, and we welcome researchers that are coming from the heart. And we work with them, and we have a desk right in our office at Arctic Institute of Community-Based Research. We have a desk there, so we get students now and then, co-op students also. We educate them to culturally orient them as quickly as possible, and then we go out into the field. So a lot of capacity building on ground.
Maybe we can just have final points. So brief.
I mean, I have a question, but I could do
I wanted to ask, and I guess it's just, I've seen, and I think of resource development, and I think of what we, as being someone who's been involved in different research as a participant or someone on the ground, putting a whole lot of energy and effort into coming up with really good, thorough research that really amplifies points and messages and come from the community. I think of specifically with climate change, of understanding the impacts that come from development within our own territories, as well as development that happens down south and how that impacts on a global level. We have phenomenal research that's done here about how high the levels of climate change are in Labrador. We've had phenomenal research done about the impacts of social and culture to mega projects like Muskrat Falls. I see a whole lot of research that has been generated and done. I don't hear a whole lot of listening from development side or from the political government side. I think the individual up there, he nailed it when he said we have, leaders and politicians who speak without ever articulating any of these realities, and we see that here on the localized level, of municipal to Aboriginal governments to MHAs. It's how do we get heard from the community? The research is there, I believe, and we are building those capacities. But for those of us who are grassroots trying to do the work and get heard, any ideas on how we get heard?
Yeah.
And listen to and actually being applied into some of the strategies that are coming on a municipal, provincial, national level.
Well, for the question that you asked earlier, it's just not a priority. Basically, the gap is there. It's going to be there until we step up and get educated and move forward and try and work to fill that gap. However, sometimes, like people say, we just got to be careful. We got to be careful in terms of what we engage ourselves in, right? We need the background, we need the education, we need the tools to move forward. And right now, it's just not a priority for governments, unfortunately. And the issue about what did you how do we get heard? Yeah, I mean, the problem is we don't see the ultimate people. Like, how do we speak to China, for instance? How do we speak to those people who control the capital to engage in resource development? We need to get there. We need to fully engage. And if that's gonna happen, if that could happen, that's gonna be a miracle. Like, we can actually fully engage with those kind of people. And then that they recognize our needs here in this country at the grassroots level in our homelands. So there's a lot of levels to talk and be engaged as far as I'm concerned. And wow, I don't know if I'm going to live long enough to ever see that. But, on the other hand, when you look at the communities, some of the communities who have engaged in resource development in Canada and how those communities are prospering, you have the rich and the poor. Poor get poorer, rich get richer. However, some communities are doing well. They're doing well, and they've worked hard at it. They've had strong leadership with incredible tenacity to move forward and make things better for their people. And that's what we need as well. So it's a very difficult, challenging process when we have to deal with so many levels of peoples and to try and be heard.
Thanks very much. Many of these discussions will be ongoing throughout the
and sort of help by explaining what's out there as far as academic research is concerned in terms of well-being. So in this first panel, we have a couple of panels talking about well-being in different contexts. This is sort of our international panel to give a brief introduction to some of the international work that's being done on well-being in the circumpolar north. So we have 5 presenters. We have 4 presentations, and we'll start with Peter Schweitzer, who you've already been introduced.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, so here I am again. This time I will be talking about the research project that Chris had already alluded to earlier. The lead of this project is actually from Iceland, Joan Larsen. Many of you might know her at the Stephenson Arctic Institute in Akureyri. And we also have a Canadian on board, Neil Fondell. And Andre, he actually will be talking tomorrow about some ESI-related project. So you will hear more from him on that. Yeah. So what is Arctic Social Indicators project? You know, it had to do with monitoring, with assessments, and really a kind of, it was under the auspices of the Arctic Council of the Sustainable Development Working Group. So it was very clearly situated in that science policy interface. Next slide, please. Yeah, I should also go to the next slide. So here you get a little genesis of where this all is coming from. It really started out with the so-called Arctic Human Development Report. So that's that. No. Can you go back? Yeah. The Arctic Human Development Report, the first one as we call it now, was in the early 2000s, and it was really a kind of a first in Arctic social science. It was the first time that the Arctic Council sponsored the specific social science project. It was the first kind of state-of-the-art report to sum up how we are doing in terms of human development in the Arctic. And I'm not going to really talk about that, but when that was done in 2004, and Oren Young was one of the lead forces on that, discussion started among participants of that first report as to what to do now. And really the Arctic Social Indicators project came out of that. And you can see there were 2 phases of ESI2, and the 2011 number here is a little bit misleading, I would say. It's still ongoing. And then the Arctic Human Development number 2 is just wrapping up. Next slide, please. So what we got out of this Arctic Human Development report was that, you know, were a number of gaps identified, but most importantly is actually what you see in small print here. I should have put that a little bit, made it a little bit bigger. 3 elements. So in the conclusions of the Arctic Human Development report, there were three dimensions of Arctic Human Development report that were really where we thought that this is something different. And one was called closeness to nature. It was already referred to several times earlier today. You know, that in the Arctic, primarily among Aboriginal people, but also among so-called newcomers or settlers, there is a strong attachment to the land. You know, people like to spend out time on the land. So this is here, this kind of slightly strange notion of closeness to nature, so basically being out on the land. The other issue that came about was fate control, or local control. That it's extremely important that there are mechanisms for people in all different spheres of life, that people have control over their lives, especially after a long history of the long colonial histories. And finally, cultural integrity or vitality, as we sometimes call it. So that this is, you know, for the future viability of the Arctic, of Arctic societies, cultural integrity and vitality are critical. Next slide. So out of that, so what we then with the Arctic Social Indicators report said, okay, we cannot, and we've been talking so far about community level. That's actually really what should be done. But this was the task here was on a circumpolar Arctic level to find indicators that would work to a certain degree everywhere, a limited set, because you might say that 50 things are important, but it doesn't make sense to measure 50 things at the same time. Also, you need to look what data are available. We cannot, like as Slika did, just go out now and measure everything that we would want to measure. So we had to work with existing data more or less. So this was the overall goal. Let's just move on in the interest of time here. And then the second time, actually, let me, I might come back to that. Let's move on to the next one, and even to the next one, to here, to immediately give you an indication of where we settled down. We had actually at the beginning of the ASI project long discussion, as you can imagine, what are we going to kind of focus on? And one of the starting points was the United Nations Human Development Index, which is of course internationally recognized, but it only has 3 dimensions, or basically 3 criteria, 3 indicators, focusing on health, on education, and on economy, on income. And so this seemed to be limited to us. So what we did, but we also said, obviously these are important aspects of human development. We cannot exclude them. We will leave them. We modified them. We didn't use the same indicators as the United Nations do, but we left these as domains, but added 3 other domains. And these domains are the ones that I just mentioned before. So closeness to nature, faith control, and cultural integrity. So we felt, since already our Human Development Report had identified these as important areas, we need to find indicators that cover them. So in the end, we ended up with 6 domains. And here you have them from closeness to nature, education, economy, culture, faith control, and health, and a total of 7 indicators. So not 6 indicators for 6 domains, but 7 indicators for 6 domains, for the simple reason that one under health we have infant mortality as an important indicator, but also net migration. Whether more people are moving in or more people are moving out of the community. And of course, net migration is important in a variety of aspects. So now we can go back and no, actually to this one. So these in the process of identifying these 7 indicators. So these were basically that was the challenge that we had to face. We could not just say, it would be wonderful to measure, for example, in terms, since I was working on issues of cultural vitality, it would be wonderful to understand really cultural community initiatives and kind of measure, how much they develop over time. There's just no database for the Arctic, and it's just completely impossible to reconstruct that without, you need to understand that was more or less done without money. Researchers coming together and without extra money for research. So this is a really critical issue, that monitoring at a reasonable cost, or really at no cost in the best case scenario. It needed also to be indicators that change over time, that development is tractable. So not only do you need data, diachronic data, so not just one this year, but you need data ideally that go back some years, and then in the future you need either through a census or some other mechanisms you need to be able to collect data. And of course, that's what our 6 domains try to address. They need to address certain key aspects of human development. All these 6 domains are really critical aspects of human development. Now let's go one more back. And this is a preview to the second phase of ASI, which, as I said, we already completed the report last year. has been online since last year for ASI2, which is the applications part, but it has not yet been in print. So we're still hopeful that this might be happening later this year. So what we did in the second part, and I will be returning to that in a little bit, is kind of to try to apply these domains, these indicators, to not for the whole Arctic, but particular regions of the Arctic, to see, as applications, as implementation, to see how much this works. Now let's move forward for a change. Okay. Some of the challenges that we face there is kind of, the different scales. What are you measuring? What are your units of analysis? And that's with the different data sources. As you can imagine, it's difficult enough within one country with different jurisdictions to find the same measurement. But if you have 8 countries, eight Arctic countries, it gets really difficult because each country has different approaches to data gathering and what they're gathering. Another issue is also, how much the Arctic Human Development and the Arctic Social Indicators Project, they all have the goal of measuring Arctic human development as a whole, not just for indigenous, not just for non-indigenous, but for all Arctic residents. But clearly there are certain indicators that work better for one group than for another. So we had to work with that. As you might have seen, the cultural vitality indicator that we ended up was language. So how much a particular community is able to retain Aboriginal language. So obviously that doesn't make sense for a settler community. But there is at least one indicator in there that really makes only sense for Aboriginal communities, but we felt that it's justified in the cultural realm. But overall, we had to try to achieve this kind of, to measure both indigenous, non-indigenous, but also urban and rural residents, human development. Let's move on. So these are now from that second part of the ASI project, the different applications, how we call them, or case studies. So there are 6 of them. There is one located in Canada that was conducted by Andrei Petrov, and so if you have specific questions on that one, please address it to him. There were actually 2 in Russia. There was one in the North Atlantic, basically called West Nordic, and 2 in a way dealing with the Inuit world, and of course the Northwest Territories partially also deal with Inuit. But apart from that, the so-called Inuit world Slika is, as the word indicates, it's just entirely based on Slika data. So get an overview over what we can read out from the Slika data. Slika data have, of course, one major shortcoming. It is unlikely that it will be repeated on the same scale. We have a one-time data collection. That's wonderful, but unlikely that it will be happening at the same scale in the foreseeable future. I was part of that application on Alaska Inuit, or actually more appropriately Alaska Inupiat, as they call themselves. Also, Matt Berman, who is in the room, was part of that chapter, and where we tried to address human development in the three Inupiat regions of Alaska. Let's move on. So how am I? Is anyone keeping time? How can we do 3 minutes? Okay, so let's move on. Okay, given this, let me quickly check how we're doing. Let's move on. Yeah. And actually, you could go back. Now, let's since I just talked about Alaska, let's go to the next slide.
So these are the 3 areas that we focused on. So the North Slope boroughs, so we have in the high north, we have 2 boroughs. We have the known census area, which is not incorporated as a borough. So you can see it's slightly, you have 3 regional centers there, which are of course overshadowed in population by the large, by Anchorage first and foremost, but also by Fairbanks and Juneau. But these are some of the data sources, as in every single application, that's a real challenge, okay, we have domains identified, we have identified from the first ASI report, ideal case indicators, but we do not always have the data for that. And each application to do something similar, we kind of had to sometimes redefine the indicators a little bit according to the data source. As you can see, lots of our data sources are the US Census and the American Community Survey, because these are data that are readily available. And we try to avoid data that are only anecdotal. There's a second page to that. Yes, you see a similar. So we have particular institutions in Alaska, such as the Alaska Division of Subsistence, which does ongoing monitoring of subsistence harvest. That's of course very helpful. For example, for this domain of contact with nature. Next slide. So just for this, this is just now for the Inuit of Alaska application that I mentioned. These are some of the generalizations that come out of it. Overall, this was probably one of the easier applications compared to other parts of the north. We have relatively good numbers. Also, as everywhere, there is from a statistical point of view, there is a problem of small numbers to kind of really talk about trends. There was overall quite some variation, and probably we had expected that the regional centers, Kotzebue, Barrow, and Nome, would be more different from the smaller communities than in reality were. But there still was some variation across the board, but still, there was not much different. That really was quite some surprise to us. And interesting, maybe for this kind of meeting, when it's also about resource development. In most of the domains, with most of the indicators, the North Slope borough as a whole was doing quite well. And of course, as we all know, the North Slope borough in Alaska has a long history of resource extraction being involved with that. So I'm not wanting to suggest that there is a necessary connection there, but there could be a link here. The next slide, which hopefully should be the last one, yeah. So what are we going to do from here? So at this point, I do not foresee that we are going to do Arctic Social Indicator 3. Yeah, Andre needs something to do, yeah. But basically, ASI1 presented kind of one particular way, one possible way to move forward. ASI2 kind of tried to apply to certain parts of the north. And now I think it's out there and ready to be used by others, by communities, by researchers, whoever wants to use it. And it's not a franchise in the sense that we don't own it. It's out there in the public domain, and we are very happy if people make use of it. And some of it will be happening with participation of ASI research, such as the project that Andre will be talking about tomorrow. But then there is also this idea of maybe trying to help institute some kind of an ASI monitoring system. That sounds a little bit, top-down, dangerous. That's not going to happen. Nobody has the money for that. But we will try to work with initiatives that go in that direction. So, for example, there's the so-called Catch-On initiative right now on coastal. Do you happen to know what that actually, how that deciphers?
Some coastal something, but
yeah. So
catchy, so it doesn't need to be.
Exactly. So it's a coastal observation network. Most of the key researchers actually are based here in Canada, and so what it really is about is creating knowledge hubs in coastal communities. So to do the research in the communities, to do the monitoring there. So that's just kind of with the ESI monitoring system, that's more or less the direction we want to move forward. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Next, we have one of my favorite researchers. Every time I get a good idea to think about a research project, Florian's always doing a project. So Florian Stadler from the Arctic Center at the University of Lapland, who does a lot of research in Russia, in northern Russia and Siberia, and who's also one of the key figures in an international network looking at extractive industries. And he will be presenting with Adelina Ivanova from the Northeastern Federal University in Yakutsk, Russia.
Thanks very much. And can you also remind us on the time?
Yeah, I'll give you.
We've got 15
minutes?
Or?
Yeah, 15 minutes. I'll give you 5.
Perfect. Okay. Well, thanks, Chris, and thanks everybody for being here. It's an honor to be here. It's been a long way to make it all the way up here, and we're really honored to be part of this meeting. When Chris asked me to come, I felt extremely uncomfortable, a little bit like Peter. Firstly, because I haven't studied well-being as an academic subject very carefully, and secondly, because I'm in the situation where Peter was maybe 10 years ago, as a southerner, having moved to a northern university, but not being myself a northerner. So I invited a specialist on well-being who is actually working in Siberia, Adelina Ivanova, who is a lawyer and looking at these things also through how can legislation help enhance well-being of people in the north. And I was extremely pleased to see, next slide please, that the components of well-being that you have been introducing here are largely the same that we've been looking at in the European and in the Asian Arctic, the Eurasian Arctic. I'm not going to go through all of them here, but one thing that we also keep emphasizing is that there is no one definition of what is the most important determinant or component of well-being. And just as the North American Arctic, the Eurasian Arctic is also extremely diverse. Societies are diverse, cultures are diverse, and obviously individuals are diverse. So, and of course, any research should consider these different dimensions. And so what we're going to do here is that we present several cases from our research where we thought we could learn from some historical misunderstandings as well as some of the more recent approaches to how well-being can be enhanced in northern communities. And if I speak more here in this presentation, then this is mostly because I have less of a language bridge. Actually, more of the content comes from Adelina. Because most of it is from Russia. Starting with what we call histories of misunderstood well-being, is really this idea that we have many examples in the Eurasian Arctic where what James Scott has called high modernism has influenced values and notions of well-being in a rather problematic way. And a lot of that we can find that it's not always the states and industrial companies to be blamed if something goes wrong. It's just out of the self-dynamics that develop when different actors come into contact who have different power relations among each other, that situations arise that are not really to the favor of local people. And I think by now we can say that also in Europe and in Asia, in the Arctic, there's a lot of goodwill to organize coexistence between industry, authorities, and local people in a way that communities also benefit. But there is a lack of concrete knowledge how to implement that. And I thought I can give you one example of which is I think very interesting in Finland, in northeasternmost Finland on the border to Russia, where there is an indigenous community called the Sami, who have been relocated from the Soviet Union to Finland just after World War II, where the state was very benevolent and said, well, we are going to give you land and we are going to make sure that you have a decent life and so on. And they went around and to people and asked, well, what do you need? And people said, well, we actually need lakes for fishing. That's our most important thing. So that's what we want. And so they sat down on over a map and thought, okay, we're going to give each family a lake. We've got so many lakes here. Each family will get a lake. And they got that. And so that community was spread out over 80 kilometers. As a result, and here you see the blessing, the Orthodox blessing on one of these lakes. There you see a chum, a kota on one of these lakes. And there you see what's left over of the community. There's a bar and there's a petrol station. But people don't really live there anymore. They had lived in a compact community before. So what happened was that the state asked them what they want. So they got things right. In a way, they asked people, what do you want? They got what they wanted and they sacrificed their social well-being because the sense of community was lost. And there is no community as such anymore. And that led, of course, consequently to a loss of language, to a loss of communication, to all that. Which we found was a very interesting example of how even when you engage in dialogue with people, you need to be more culturally sensitive and build capacity before you ask people, what do you want? Because how should people be aware of what the possible consequences are? Next slide. Another one is what we've called value pluralism. That's one that's happening right now in Siberia, in the area of the Nenets, who manage the world's largest domestic reindeer herds. They negotiated for compensation for damage caused by industry. Also, Nenets living in villages, administrators were asked what should be done. The vote was they should be getting big houses in villages, stone house, which you can see here. It was considered that it's a very collective society, so several families should live together in one of these houses. Very good, that's why they are big. But the point was that all of this was done from a point of view of a sedentary logic. None of the money was flowing back into the tundra to make life better where the people actually are moving with the reindeer. They spend in these houses around 1 week per year. And the other weeks they're out on the land. They may be able to afford a nice Jeep, but how many days per year they will actually use it. So it's a completely different set of values that was at stake there. And the problems that we encountered there is that the notion of well-being, when the company comes and asks indigenous people, the notion of well-being that they get follows already a sedentary logic, because those people who have time to talk to industry are not the same people who move on the land. They are the people who already live in villages, who have already got higher education, whose children live in towns, who like to drive big Jeeps, and so on. Next one is what we can call high modernism. There was a Soviet idea that all production has to be industrialized. And that's what has led to a situation in the Soviet, post-Soviet North, where the population, the share of the indigenous population went down tremendously because millions of industrial workers were brought into big cities, big company towns. And along the same model, indigenous economy were being redesigned in a way that one removed women from the land and gave them wage labor jobs, so that the land became a male sphere. So people managing reindeer were basically left without women, and it was very hard to find spouses. And that's still going on, and it's in many regions of Russia like that. If you jump 2 slides, yes, this one. Another one is that what Italina and I studied just last summer in Kamchatka, where there's again, in principle, a benevolent state who gave, and I felt very much reminded when you talked about salmon fishing here on the coast, because that's what we studied here, where people got the right to use the nature in the traditional way according to the law. But as soon as they got the right, they also got the trouble, because they got, once they got the document that they have the right to use, that they got every day they got another inspection authority inspecting if they actually do it the right way. And this guy here, whom you see here on the, to whom Italina is talking there, who was the head of the fishery collective there, he said, our right to exercise our traditional lifestyle and to enhance our well-being from the land is reduced to 15 minutes per day. We can do it between 9 and 9:15 when there is no inspector. So it's basically all lip service. And these people were wanting to do a good thing by giving the fishermen the right to do that, but there's so much money involved. You can see here, there's big industry, big fish factories, big power generation and so on. And these, there's so much money involved that it's not possible to do that anymore. So now we come to the recent examples. Next one. And Italina is going to talk about these.
В целом работа сегодняшнего семинара показывает, что у нас, несмотря на разницу географии и политики, совершенно общие проблемы, как в России, так и во всем
First, I'd like to share my impressions that it's really, it doesn't matter what the geography is, the problems are almost the same.
Но одно отличие все-таки, наверное, надо отметить. В России коренного населения в пропорции с пришлым гораздо меньше. Поэтому очень сложно отстаивать свои интересы, свои права.
One big difference is that the percentage of indigenous people in the Russian Arctic is much lower than here.
И история фиксирует достаточно большое количество ошибок, которые осуществляет власть, государство, общество. И поэтому, когда есть какие-то определенные надежды на позитивные сдвиги, о них тоже хочется говорить.
Of course, we know there's a lot of mistakes being done by the state, by society in relation to indigenous well-being and industry. But there are also some positive aspects, and I'd like to share some of these that I thought would be worth presenting here.
Ну, в частности, история строительства крупных промышленных объектов на территории республики Саха-Якутия тоже очень противоречива.
There's a lot of industry development happening in the Republic of Sakha-Yakutia, which is very difficult for people to deal with.
С одной стороны, это нарушение экологического законодательства, ну, например, при строительстве этого крупного нефтепровода Восточной Сибири, Тихий океан.
There's a lot of violation of environmental legislation, for example, the Eastern Siberia Pacific Ocean pipeline construction that you see here on the picture.
Когда уже началось строительство, а только после этого была проведена оценка воздействия на окружающую среду.
For example, the impact assessment was done after the construction had long been started.
А с другой стороны, республика Якутия, первая из всех субъектов России, в 2010 году приняла закон об экологической экспертизе.
On the other hand, or maybe because of that, the Republic of Yakutia has adopted as the first region in Russia a law on an anthropological expert review, which is called Ethnologiczna Ekspertiza in Russian.
Который дает более широкую оценку того возможного ущерба, который может нанести строительство промышленных объектов.
And that includes a more holistic approach to the idea of what damages happen when industry comes into an area.
Учитывает не только экономические показатели, экологические, но и тот культурный ущерб, который может быть нанесен.
Basically what I wrote here. Because we have to save on time.
Ну, основывается, безусловно, эти нормативные акты на тех конституционных нормах, которые есть в Конституции, в частности в статье 42, которые гарантируют право каждого гражданина на благоприятную окружающую среду и достоверную информацию о состоянии окружающей среды.
But all these laws, they really have to base on the Constitution, on the Russian Constitution, and one important article in that Constitution is what we've written here, the right to a healthy environment.
Одним из важнейших критериев благополучия является и осознание своей культурной идентичности.
Next slide, please. A crucial component of well-being is obviously in the North cultural identity.
Ну и в качестве примера можно привести достаточно важный закон, нормативный акт, который был принят в Якутии, это закон об оленеводстве.
And in the Sakha Republic, there is a law on reindeer herding, which is related to that cultural identity, and we thought is a good example.
Который дает возможность заниматься оленеводством, не получая экономическую прибыль, а прежде всего занимаясь своим традиционным хозяйством.
And in that law, reindeer herding is conceptualized as an economy which is mainly for the support of traditions and not for financial profit.
Ну и сравнительный анализ вот всех тех регионов, где мы побывали, все-таки дает возможность говорить о том, что в Якутии достаточно внимания уделяется и духовной культуре коренных народов.
Next slide, please. And then when we compare in the other regions where we've been, we can say that in Yakutia, for example, there is also quite a bit of attention being paid to spiritual and mental well-being issues.
У нас министерство, даже министерство называется Министерство духовного развития.
We even have a ministry in the Republic of Yakutia, which is called the Ministry for Spiritual Development and Culture.
Ну и в данном направлении очень много делается для пропаганды здорового образа жизни, там, и против условий для защиты религиозной, для пропаганды религиозной толерантности.
In that ministry, they also do a lot of propaganda for non-drinking campaigns and healthy lifestyle and religious protection of all religious groups.
Ну и в этом плане интересно, что сегодня достаточно поддержку получает и такое направление, как шаманизм, как одна из религий, которые возможно развивать.
In that framework, there is also state support for shamanism as a religion to help promote that kind of lifestyle that enhances spiritual well-being among the people.
Безусловно, проблем остается очень много, и они, я еще раз очень сложны.
But of course, we still got a lot of problems, and I would like to emphasize again that it seems that there's a lot of similarities in these problems. Next slide. Well, and from all of that, we thought that preliminarily we could put up these four conclusions that a preoccupation with the economical and material notions of well-being is often detrimental. That there is indeed tensions between individual notions of there is a Soviet history of individuals having to sacrifice their well-being for the common good. Whereas now it's often the other way around, that the common good suffers from some individuals getting too much out of industry. What we found from all of our cases was that in Europe and Asia and the Arctic, the state remains a tremendously important actor for people's well-being, as a that creates the conditions that enables the environment for people to give rights to actually enhance their well-being themselves. But you can't do it without the state really. And the state has the power to avoid negative consequences by the timely setting of the rights before developments happen. And that's what they have learned in Europe and in Russia as well, hope that they gradually continue learning that. Thank you.
Once again, we'll hold questions to the end. Next, we'll hear about well-being research, a bit about well-being research in Alaska from Matt Berman. Matt Berman is at the Institute of Social and Economic Research, University of Alaska, Anchorage. Matt, which one? It's a red dot. PDF right there.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm very pleased to be here. I've got many research activities going on related to the subject of this meeting, and when I talked to Chris Southcott about coming, he said, "Oh, it'd be great if you could talk a little bit about Red Dog." So I figured, oh, no problem. This is a development that's a mine that has a social license to operate and has been studied intensively for that as a potential model. And I figured, well, there must be all kinds of research on the benefits to communities. Well, I got back home and discovered that that was not the case. And that almost none of the research addressed the communities. It was all more general about the steps that the company had made to involve, sort of the process that they've taken. So so suffice it to say that what you're seeing now is research I put together really quickly over the past 2 or 3 weeks based on what I could do, and so it's very preliminary, and I invite your comments. And in particular, I'm going to focus only on the economic benefits, because I had to limit somehow, and I'm talking here now about the benefits in terms of jobs and money that have flown from the mine to people in the region. So, go to the next slide, please. Just for your the benefit of people who are not familiar with Alaska, the area in red there in the northwest is the Inuit region of Alaska. It's this is, of course, this is various regions according to the Alaska Department of Labor, which is a state organization, and it coincides. The 3 regions there coincide with the Inuit region of Alaska that Peter Schweitzer talked about just a few minutes ago. There are 3 subdivisions. There is the North Slope Borough on the north coast there. There is the Northwest Arctic Borough, is the region that actually has the Red Dog Mine located in it. The Red Dog Mine is right in the corner between the very far, I don't know a map of it, but right at pretty much at the boundary between the North Slope Borough and the Northwest Arctic Borough. It's just on the other side of the Northwest Arctic Borough. In fact, and the Northwest Arctic Borough agreed to redraw their boundaries so that the mine was entirely within the Northwest Arctic Borough to make it much cleaner. And the reason for that was that so we'll let you have the mine. So it's a sense of generosity there. And then there's the Nome census area. The Nome census area is around the community of Nome, which is actually on the Bering Sea. Nome has a history as a mining boom town dating back to about 1900. And there are, in each of these 3 regions, there are about 7,000 to 10,000 people living there. And there's an Inuit majority, or Inupiaq, as people call themselves. There are, in each of these regions, there's a regional center that has 3,000 to 4,000 people. They're ethnically mixed communities where all the administrative, pretty much all the administrative and professional jobs occur. And then the balance of the population is in small villages, small communities with less than 1,000 inhabitants that are overwhelmingly Inupiaq. So it's important in looking at well-being to distinguish between the regional centers and the villages. So I'll try to do that. So next slide, please. Something about the Red Dog mine itself. It's an open pit lead zinc mine. There's a picture there in the bottom and the bottom right illustrates the scale of it. The mine is actually that you can see the buildings off in the distance over there on the right. That's actually a very large building. It's an extremely big open pit mine. So it's a large scale mine, and the development consists of both the mine and it's about, well, it says 46 miles, 60 some kilometers from the coast. The mine, the ore is processed. It's into concentrate on the site of the mine, and then trucked to the port. And at the port on the Chukchi Sea coast, it's loaded into barges and sent down to the smelter in Trail, BC. So Red Dog is a joint venture between Teck, which was formerly Cominco, multinational company familiar to many Canadians, since its headquarters in Vancouver, and it's a joint venture between Teck and the NANA, or Northwest Alaska Native Association, NANA Regional Corporation, which is the regional corporation for Northwest Alaska Inupiaq, formed in 1971 in the Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act. So what makes Red Dog somewhat unique is that the mineral deposit is actually owned by NANA. It was not discovered until after the Native Claims Settlement Act, and it's close enough to both the communities of Kivalina and Noatak, which are two of the villages in the region, that it's within the village corporation boundaries. It's actually lands that NANA was entitled to select in the land claims agreement. So they did select it, and then subsequently the mineral value was delineated, and so NANA had the right to enter into a joint venture with the mining company to develop it. So that put them in a very strong position to negotiate a benefits agreement. Next slide, please. So in this agreement, nominally, so Teck pays royalties to NANA as the landowner, and the royalties. This is material that's available from Teck on their website. You see, it's not current, but it's illustrative, and set to $373 million in royalties over a 5-year period. That's about $75 million a year, which is not in that's consequential. And under ANCSA, the regional corporations are required to share 62% of royalties from natural resource deposits like this with the other 12 regional corporations. And so NANA keeps 38% of the 75 million. So this is potentially available to NANA shareholders. Now, something interesting and important about NANA is that under ANCSA, the Native Claims Settlement Act, you have regional corporations and village corporations. NANA and its village corporations decided to merge. So that there are now no village corporations in this region, unlike on the North Slope and in other areas of Alaska. There's just NANA. So it's both the regional corporation and the village corporations. Also, the village corporations were not entitled to mineral rights. The regional corporation got all the mineral rights under village land. So again, with the merger, it is one combined entity that has both the mineral rights and the rights to the land. So that gives NANA especially a strong role in negotiating. So here at Red Dog also is paying, it's not taxed specifically, but it's making payments in lieu of taxes to the regional local government, which is the Northwest Arctic Bureau. And in 2009, it says it's $6.7 million. The amount varies from year to year, and it's I could probably find it out. It's probably public information, but it has generally been in the range of $6 to $10 million a year. And this is the majority of the revenue for the borough. So it's enabled a local government to function that wouldn't otherwise be there. But it's not a huge amount of money. You think of 6.7 million, there's 7,000 some residents. It's $1,000 per person. Now the mine provides 550 full-time jobs, and occasionally when there's construction, they have seasonally more jobs. the express goal is 100% shareholder employment. Shareholder means shareholders of the NANA Regional Corporation. The NANA is also unique in that the corporation decided to give people who were born to children of shareholders, immediate shares. So this includes all the children, whereas in other regional corporations aren't necessarily doing that, and the only way the younger generation gets shares is when they inherit them or get them as a gift. The NANA it's automatic, so shareholders include people of any age who were ancestors of the people in 1971 who were shareholders. And so the goal is 100% shareholder employment. What they've actually achieved is 57%, which is not 100%, but it's actually more than 300 jobs that are members of the NANA Corporation. So it's nominally there are lots of benefits, but that doesn't mean that they necessarily transfer to communities. So go to the next slide. Just what I want to do here is see there's three types of benefits. There's jobs, there's taxes to support local government, so there's more local public services, and there are royalty payments. That's dividends. So one question is how many of these jobs are actually in the communities? The shareholders could live anywhere. And also, the dividends make a significant contribution to incomes. And I guess I'm thinking in the jobs, think about the local government jobs as well as the mining jobs, because they count too. And to do this, I thought it would be interesting to compare to the two neighboring regions. The North Slope Borough that has no, the North Slope Borough has no, it's on state, the Prudhoe Bay is on state land, so there's no benefits agreement. Of course, one community, Wixit, has some surface control to land that's used now by the oil industry. So there's one community in North Slope Borough that does have extra benefits. And Nome has a history of mining with no benefits agreements at all. It's all sort of land claims that predates it and settlement. So these are sort of two regions to compare. So we're not comparing to just thin air, but just to other places. So next slide, and it just shows that sort of what I just said. And again, we need to look at local government because there are many more people employed in local government. And of course, there's a picture of one of the facilities at Prudhoe Bay. It shows that it's also a very large industrial development. It's considerably bigger and wealthier than Red Dog. Next slide, please. Just to put a little more detail on what I said, that one other thing that there is in the Nome census area is it's on the Bering Sea, and the cities in the Nome census area, except one, are beneficiaries of the community development quota or allocate a small percentage of the offshore fisheries in the Bering Sea, which is one of the world's largest industrial fisheries, to the communities. And so this is another vehicle in which communities can benefit from resource development. But there's this one community that just happens to be outside the boundary, so it doesn't get anything. And we can see, well, is there a difference between that community and the other community? So this is a sort of a rubric. And on the pictures there, you see the dredge. That's an offshore gold dredge, Nome. And the fishing boat is one of the boats owned by the Community Development Association for the Bering Strait region. It's called the North Sound Economic Development Association. Next slide, please. Oh, how come you got to the end so quickly? That's the slide we're supposed to be. Okay. So how many people are employed? Well, here's employment in the three regions, and you see that the employment in the North Slope Borough and the Nome census area, which has more people, its biggest population, are about the same, and there are actually fewer in the North Slope Borough, but it's not. In other words, the local government is nothing like the North Slope Borough. It's got jobs, and the local government is both the borough government, which is like the county, and the cities. Employed in natural resources and mining, Well, there you see there are 145 people in 2013. This is in 2013. I didn't put that in the title. But in 2013, there were 145 people. So out of the 300 or so, the mine appears that about half or slightly less are actually in the villages. Where are the others? Well, most of them are all over the state and generally in Anchorage. So there are probably more Red Dog employees living in Anchorage now than are living in the region. Now, in some cases, these are people who moved to Anchorage after working at the mine. In many cases, it's just that when you live in Anchorage, you need a job. You need a full-time job. And so if you're living in a village, you don't necessarily want a full-time job. And so it in some ways fits better. But, okay, so, and then in natural resource, you see in the North Slope Borough, there actually are people working in the oil fields there too, but about 30. In Nome, it's much fewer. And here is a percentage of the labor force. You see that in the North Slope Borough, fully 41% of the labor force is actually working for the borough. And again, it's not much different in Nome and Northwest Arctic Borough. It's 3% of the labor force is working in the mine. So it's significant, but it's not overwhelming. I just want to say that there are big differences among communities. These are all the communities in Northwest Arctic Borough. You see in Noatak, which is one of the communities right next to the mine, fully 10% of all the workforce is employed at the mines. It's a very large participation. The other community right next to it, Kivalina, is a much less participation. Very few people are working in Kivalina. So the question of why is that? I don't know. Here's how it varies over time. You see that there's a problem with turnover is an issue. These are all full-time jobs, so these are all people who have left and then been hired and replaced with somebody else, and they come back, work later. You see that most of the jobs are actually not at the regional center. And here it shows you the upper line is the percentage of residents in the employed, and it's about twice as high percentage in the villages as in possibly. The line in the middle is the average. So if you just pick the average, you go get this one. So the just final two slides for overall, where do we stand? Well, the cash economies of the regional centers and the North Slope rural villages that has the Prudhoe Bay tax revenues are still substantially wealthier than the villages in the Northwest Arctic. And here you can see in terms of percentage of residents with jobs in 2013, it's about 70% in the regional centers in the North Slope villages, and it's 65% in Northwest Arctic villages. And then in Nome, if you're not it's about the same in the Nome villages, except for Shishmaref is poor. So there's a suggestion that maybe that community development quota program, which does provide fishing jobs, has some benefits that could be comparable to Red Dog. And here it is an income where you can actually look through the dividends to shareholders, and you see there that the Northwest Arctic Borough villages are in the middle between the Nome villages, which are definitely the poorest, and the North Slope and the regional centers. And again, you see Shishmaref, that looks about $1,000 less than the other Nome villages. So this sort of raises more questions than it answers, but it does show that, I guess, the bottom line is that yes, Red Dog has provided some significant economic benefits that are visible when compared to the Nome area where they don't have anything, but it hasn't solved the problem, and there's still, many of the benefits have accrued to shareholders who don't live in the region for a variety of reasons.
Now we have Ben Bradshaw from the New York Times Leadership Club and Jen. Yeah, Jen Jones. No, just research. Yeah. Hello, everyone. We appreciate that we're the only ones standing between you and lunch, and I'm a little confused. Local time is 12:30 or what? 12:30, okay. So 36. Gives us maybe 10 minutes to present. My name is Ben Bradshaw from the University of Guelph. I grew up in Toronto and lived in places like Vancouver, but never north of 60 for anything longer than a few weeks. I'm lucky to be here with Jen Jones, a new PhD student of mine, who will let introduce herself.
So I'm Jen, as I said before. I live outside of Whitehorse. I've lived in the Yukon for over 20 years, considered my home, and working with Ben. And a transplant down just for temporary time to both. And
we were asked by Chris recently to sub for Brenda Parley, who I understand was originally subbing for Chris Fergal. And in that tradition, I have subbed much of the responsibility for this presentation to Jen. So I will only offer a few words of introduction and then hand things over to Jen, who will try to paint a picture of perspectives on well-being as captured by researchers working in the Canadian North, which includes a number of regions that many of you have traveled from. And we certainly appreciate those who have traveled, and we even more so appreciate our hosts. It's wonderful for me. I'm hoping to do some work with the AG and certainly know work with you, and it's wonderful to be here. Interesting that in the Community Perspectives panel, there was lots of reflection on the challenges of resource development for well-being. It wasn't the focus of it, but a lot of those concerns were raised by the women of Happy Valley-Goose Bay and some of their project work, or the Nazi government. And then we had poor Ron, who was having to sub for someone else, and has a file that is distinct from well-being. It's economic development. And indeed, what Makovic Corp and many of us do is treat those as separate entities and hope that the pursuit of economic development will give rise to well-being. One of the important themes that we highlight, and certainly has influenced my research in the last 5 years, is that we have to do a better job of connecting those dots. That's not a criticism of you, Ron, or Makovic Corp. It's a universal phenomenon. But I meet with communities that have negotiated impact and benefit agreements and talk to people in charge of the health unit. They're never aware that a negotiation for an impact and benefit agreement is even going on. So the work that I've done over the past on these agreements has had to transition of late to pay more attention to well-being, because there's lots of evidence that Indigenous communities that are signing agreements are indeed getting richer. But for them, the most important question is their well-being improving? So with that, I will turn things over to my far more competent colleague, who will run through the nature of research on well-being in the Canadian North, as captured by we bony-headed academics.
Yeah. First of all, thank you very much for varying through the last few minutes before lunch. And I'm really honored to be here. So next slide, we'll just go. So I just want to say this is, as Ben said, a big kind of survey. We kind of got the job just a while ago and kind of did some reading. And so kind of took the north of the Yukon, Northwest Territories, Nunavut, Nunatsiavut, and Nunavut. So this encompasses a big area. And just to kind of clarify that, is that the first slide? Yeah, thanks. It's very diverse in population, diverse in geography, diverse in economies, diverse in peoples. And so this, by all stretches means, does not encapsulate or try to kind of say, this is well-being. What it's done is just kind of say, pick this, just to kind of show where some of the current scholarship in Canada is. So with that, so current scholarship is basically reflecting this diversity, and that well-being is diverse and cross-cutting. And that really it's a reflection of hopefully what we heard this morning, where it is culturally constructed and it really is in the North really viewed through an Indigenous lens. So some of this, a lot of this draws from Brenda's and Chris's work. And so just to kind of put it out there. But a lot of the work that addresses well-being and defining well-being talks about quality of life or the good life, healthy land being equal to a healthy human being, and really that sense of what we heard this morning about participating in traditional activities, whether they be land-based, food harvesting, cultural events, and language. Next slide, please. Other things that kind of define well-being, speaking one's language, having social support. We heard a little bit about that this morning from the communities. Practicing traditional knowledge, whether that be Inuit or First Nation. Talking and communicating with families, sharing food, and again, being with families. So that idea of, again, we saw that in Florian's presentation around, which is interesting to see, the idea of community. But really what the scholarship is saying when we look at kind of what's being talked about from the North is trying to acknowledge these complex relationships of Northern peoples that they have in the spiritual, between spiritual, social, economic, political, and cultural. Next slide. And if I'm talking too fast, someone can just go there. So when we understand, or so when we're defining well-being, it's really understanding how well-being is contextualized today. And as this conference talks about, is resource development. But this resource development is also situated within a multitude of different forces that are going on. And so these, I've said up here, are complex, cumulative, and non-discrete. So all of these are happening, overlapping to some degree. So we're seeing changes to land, whether that be climate change, as we heard Norma speaking to for people in Yukon and here in Nunavut, or in Labrador area, and resource development. So those impacting changes to the land. Socioeconomic changes, influx in populations, incomes, and economy, access to food. So that be food security or insecurity, poverty. I've just put housing because that's the project that I was working up in Yukon. And so poverty impacted by climate change, by resource development, and impacting well-being. So and that varies across our north. For some regions, it's homelessness. For other regions, it's actual overcrowding and redefining what homelessness is. Something that I'm really interested in is the impacts of legacies, historical legacies of assimilation and colonial policies, and how those impact today. And we see that emerging in some of the research and how those impact current concepts and notions of well-being, and then how those in turn are manifested and impacted by changes, whether it be resource development, climate change, or other changes. And then, of course, physical health impacting or contributing to concepts of notions of well-being. Next slide. So we see some challenges. So that's stress on population, and we see that coming in. This is very small, not trying to do a huge survey, just taking some examples. Dietary changes. We see stresses being coming from resource development and shift or erosion of traditions and culture. But we also see strengths emerging, and this is being captured in some of the literature or current scholarship around resilience of people and communities, drawing on, and that resilience being very, again, specific to regions, but drawing on TK, traditional knowledge, adaptive capacities, and we put resource development here too, because as we've heard this morning there, it can be a strength and it can be a challenge. And self-determination. So Norma spoke a little bit about Yukon and self-governing. So we have, in Yukon, we have 11 self-governing First Nations, and it differs across our north. And those also provide context to well-being, how we move forward in well-being, and how as scholars, or what the scholarly research is showing is how we identify research and well-being. Next slide. So, changing research. How is our research? What's the change? What are we seeing in Canadian Northern research? Well, we're seeing research drawing from multiple disciplines. So when we talk about well-being or health, as we used to say, we see now words around well-being. We actually see good life. We see language that really reflects what's going on in our communities. We see research that's really recognizing and addressing the complexities. So not just recognizing things as discrete, wellness being here, health being here, physical resource development being here. We see the interconnections. And we also see changes in how scholarship is being approached. So research being approached to increase use of participatory approaches, reliance on community knowledge and more community collaboration. And we heard the importance of that this morning, where, and you know, there's hopefully some discussion at lunch where we talk about community-initiated ideas and research needs being met with resistance with funding or opportunity, and how the funding cycles. So I put that out. And then looking at research that's actually seeing the synergy between traditional knowledge and Western science. So really recognizing the historical basis that traditional knowledge brings and how that leads with Western science and Western concepts of data and data collection. Next slide, please. So just to continue on, so it's speaking again to what we heard on the panel this morning, developing organizational capacity at the community. And just going back, I guess, is to the researchers changing role. So really seeing a role change, and instead of just producing knowledge, we're supporting knowledge mobilization and translation, and we're seeing that in the scholarship. The scholarship actually shows synthesizing of community successes and participating in the evaluating mechanisms to assess well-being. So developing those metrics or developing those ways that we can actually try to take some of what's going on in the community and translate. So hopefully we're going to see continued growth in the area of translating what goes on in the communities to that question this morning around policy. And that recognizing, and really we see it in some of the scholarship, recognizing that data needs to be meaningful and useful to the communities and what that entails. So next slide. So as we go forward in kind of scholarship, it's really recognizing, and I think this draws on from what others at this scholarly panel spoke of, but also I think it draws on what our guest speakers said this morning and what the community is really recognizing the complexity, all of these things, the complexity and the legacies of historical legacies on current well-being. And we heard that this morning from all our speakers and touched on the panel. It's resident, well, I can only speak on my areas, but Indian residential school, boarding schools in Alaska, and we see assimilation policies and how those impact well-being and how those then in turn are impacted by other stressors, other changes, other benefits to this northern region. And really giving attention to community-defined threats and circumstances, which is great because we heard that was needed from the communities this morning. Focus on cumulative impacts and reconcile natural science research with socioeconomic realities. So bridging that gap. And I think we have one more slide note, and these are just some references. So I think in a very short time to allow you to go to lunch, that was hopefully where we are in northern research in Canada that is not based on my research.
We have lunch, but we will allow for a couple of questions. Then hopefully you can directly during lunch and after you can talk directly to some of those people. But are there a couple of questions that we can have? Andre, what up?
Yeah, I do.
But anybody else have a question?
Yeah.
Non-academics, you want to answer something else? The academics can talk to the academics.
Sure, I have an academic question.
Sure, and Morgan has a few announcements. Then please hold your talk directly to the speakers then.
So we're not doing questions?
You just talk directly. You have a question for Matt? You know where he is.
Yeah. I know. Sure.
But, I'll ask once again. Is there anybody from the communities that'd like to ask a question? No? Okay, Andre, you can ask one question.
Yeah, I mean, okay, thank you. Actually, I also wanted to ask the community presenters, but the question is in a way self-serving, but I would like to hear some thoughts on the relationship between well-being and a concept that some of you and some of the community members mentioned as well, which is sustainable development. Where is well-being on the path of sustainable development? What component of that is certain, if any? What the relationship is in the two, and how you see that being in the northern communities, how they kind of interact. So the well-being, people's well-being, the nature well-being, and sustainable development. So, an academic question, but I think it's an important one.
Short academic answer.
Anybody? I know.
Yes, Andre, I think that from my perspective, there's actually a benefit to the well-being notion because you can really contain that within the community. Sustainable development, if it's seen, it really has a global dimension. So real sustainable development cannot be done it is acting locally, but still it has the global context. And so I think well-being is something that can be more directly on the local level defined and acted upon. So for me, that's a benefit.
I think academics these days have a cautious relationship to the term. Sustainable development is not widely used in much of the writing, although when we are seeking funding from federal governments with agendas, we will occasionally use the term, and it works in our favor. I'm sorry we're so obvious in our strategies. But in terms of our usage, the concept is almost gone. But the closest I can see to well-being work and sustainable development would be in the intended shift from environmental assessment to sustainability assessment, particularly advocated by Bob Gibson at Waterloo. And of course, the Voisey's Bay project was reviewed. The EA board decided that that would be a useful framework to judge whether the project should proceed. And so that's where it actually touches down. But that's also a bit of a dangerous game because sustainability implies this balancing of interest between economy, environment, and society. And that starts to steer towards trade-off analysis, which is a little bit what we were doing prior to the advent of environmental assessment with benefit-cost analysis. And I've heard in jurisdictions like, let's pick on BC. Is there anyone from BC here? Okay, good. BC, the British Columbia review of the Prosperity Mine literally traded off economic benefit for environmental harm and said that this was a reasonable trade-off. And so I think sustainable development is a little bit slippery, and I prefer to elevate well-being as the central cause to strive for.
As Andre knows, I challenge the notion that sustainable development means anything because it's so vague, it means whatever is in the eye of the beholder. So I think we could get away with saying what we mean by sustainable development is development that enhances well-being as culturally constructed and locally defined. And just leave it at that.
Sounds good. Any other questions?
I have a question.
Okay, more about
your permits. I couldn't quite understand the percentage you used for employment for the Red Dog mine, for instance. There was 550 employed jobs.
Yes.
How many of those were Inuit and Aboriginals and Nupiats?
Right. This is a technical question, and I suppose if I had thought about it, but the numbers that I presented were from a special program that the Alaska Department of Labor has done where we have in Alaska, we have the permanent fund dividend, where in order to get the permanent fund dividend, you have to demonstrate that you're a resident. And so everyone who wants a dividend, which is just about everybody, it's more than $1,000 this year, you have to submit an application. And on the application, you have to list your social security number and your name and where you live. And what they've done is the Department of Labor has your social security number if you have a job, because that's got to be reported by your employer. And so they've matched the two. So this is a match of where somebody has filed their permanent fund dividend application as their community of residence and the job information. So it's a unique data source that really captures where people have decided to stay as their home community. So that's what shows that only about half of it. So if you say the 550 jobs, like 310 or so are shareholders, which means they're Inupiaq with ties to the region. But of those 310, only 145 are still living in the region, in communities in the region as of 2013. That's what it says. The other 150 or 60 are probably are scattered around. Now the mine is a 1 week on, 1 week off rotation. So you can live elsewhere and commute to the mine for your shift, and that's what people are doing. They're living in Anchorage, probably about as many, probably 100, at least 100 are living in Anchorage. Sorry, it's a long.
Interesting that in Alaska, you know, you have different words for indigenous people. Shareholder is a very common term to
shareholder means you were
an indigenous person.
Indigenous. A shareholder was somebody who in 1971, when the land claims were settled, was defined as a native person in whose residence or ancestral community was a certain region in this region. So it's as of 1971. It doesn't mean you still live there now. It's like 40 years later.
Yeah, you were consistent. Okay. Good. Okay, thank you. Lunch, and we can continue. Oh, wait, Morgan had a few announcements. Sorry.
Very quickly, first, I just want to thank Andre, who's been pressing through service over here with his laptop and just moving the slides for us. Thank you very much. Secondly, I just want everyone to know that people have been asking about what they can do around town over the weekend. There's going to be concerts tonight and tomorrow at 7 o'clock at our local theater, the Bryan Center. It's their 5th anniversary, so I encourage everybody to go there. Thirdly, if anybody from within Labrador is traveling and has questions about expense claims and everything else, I've got all the forms with me, so see me at some point this lunch or this afternoon. And I'll acknowledge the funding for that came from the Atlantic Canadian Opportunities Agency. So we'll talk a bit more about that tomorrow. And finally, a lot of people have asked me about the Wi-Fi password here during the break. It's H0TELTW0. It's a hotel 2 with zeros instead of O's.
All lowercase.
Okay. It was hotel 2, but 02.
try and get started again. We have 2 sessions this afternoon. And the first one is on the material well-being in Labrador. And I'll let Morgan take over.
All right, so our third session, as Chris just said, is we're moving specifically to talk about well-being in Labrador. So I'll invite the panelists to come up to the front if you'd like. We got Amy Hudson from Manitoba, Katrina Beals and Bonnie Earl from the Community Vitality Index, Charlotte Wolfrey from Nutsivut, and Nat Pollock from Bun and the Traffic Running.
That's a lot of presentations to do.
Am I needed?
I can.
No, I give you
We're all set to begin. And the floor to Amy Hudson.
Hi everyone, I'm Amy, and I will be talking a bit about well-being in Nunavut, Labrador. I may not continue to pronounce it correctly, just because I'm really to do so. Okay, you can, just to give you an idea of where Nunavut is and who we are as a people. At the organizational level, Nunavut is a non-profit organization dedicated to ensuring the basic rights of its members as Aboriginal persons and the collective recognition of these rights by all. Nunavut strives to improve the cultural, social, and economic quality of life of Southern Inuit. Our members are currently comprised of approximately 6,000, with the majority of our people living in Labrador. And actually, I should have said, I was just going to get you to run through some of the pictures while I was reading that in. But now that's good as any. And that beautiful picture of Manuk, the polar bear, as Simpatico, that's my home community. So to begin, to give you an idea, again, of what well-being means for us, it's good to sort of introduce you to where we live and who we are. As I said, there's approximately 6,000 or so of Southern Inuits. There's still, in our communities, there's still a high importance placed on a healthy natural environment. A high degree of importance of accessing our land and our resources. People will tell you, they will always highlight the significance, what it means to be out on the land, and that's the terminology that's used, that I've heard all morning, which is always interesting. We rely heavily on country food still, and all of this still thrives in the midst of the social change that we've experienced, particularly since the 1960s. The introduction of wage labor, military bases, regulations around resource use, education, policing, and all of these factors that have affected and continue to impact our lives and how we use our land and exist on the land that we belong to. And this is just a map to show you, give you some idea of where in Labrador our native communities lie. So some of the natural resources in our territory are forestry and fishing and mining, tourism, oil and gas, and wildlife. Again, I should highlight, we share, these aren't owned by us alone. We share these resources with other Aboriginal people in Labrador. So some of the challenges facing our people continue to, and if we continue to fight for recognition of our Aboriginal rights, both our right to hunt and fish and be recognized as a distinct Aboriginal people on our land. Lack of resources, capacity, finances, community infrastructure, all the things that really would help us to overcome some of the challenges that we face in our communities. Management of resources, food insecurity, water quality and access. Just to give you an example, that even in this day and age, there's one community in particular in Inuit that still does not have water and sewer. And Black Tickle is this community. It's my home, and it quite frequently goes without access to actual drinking water of any sort sometimes when systems break down, and so that's a huge challenge that we face. Another challenge that we've been facing and continue to face is the lack of meaningful consultation and accommodation, particularly as it pertains to resource development and industry in our territory, and exclusion from impact benefit agreements as well. This is not, this doesn't encompass all of what we envision for our people and for our communities, but it certainly touches on some of the primary things that are important to us and where we see ourselves moving forwards in areas like that of healthcare, clean, safe drinking water, affordable community infrastructure, education and training, mitigate environmental damage and IBAs. And as I look at some of these now, I realize, how fundamental these things are, these points are, yet how astonishing and shocking it is that this is our vision still. In a land so rich in resources and industry, this is our vision. That's very unjust. So you can click to the other. However, amidst all of this, despite all the challenges we face, our people are still very strong and resilient. The fact that our communities still exist amidst all these challenges is a testament, is indicative to our ties to our land, our connection to the land, and our right as people, as Aboriginal people, as Indigenous peoples, to be there, to continue to stay there and live off our land. So how can we increase well-being in New Mexico? Well, some of the ways that we feel that we can increase well-being in our communities is through recognition. And this means highlighting the importance of all levels of government in recognizing and accepting our rights as Aboriginal peoples, and this being imperative to the future and well-being of our communities and to our people. Relationships are also important. Enhancing the relationships we have with our communities, with governments, with researchers, and I think really most importantly, or I guess really important, enhancing our relationships with other Aboriginal peoples and organizations and governments. I think that should be that's key, especially when we live together and share such a diverse, rich territory. Our land claim is certainly an avenue in which that will help us to increase our well-being. No. It's currently under review and a decision is pending, but it's a matter of when at this point. So that's good news. Self-governance. Spoke earlier about how do we address this gap that exists between the needs and strengths of our communities and the role of government, or the political and economic agenda. And for us, that begins with self-governance. We need to be able to manage our own affairs. We need to be able to involve our communities and develop programming and policy that is directly relevant to our people and our people's lives. This is imperative, and it must happen. It's also a large part of sustainability. We talked about sustainability, and I know Andre posed a question earlier. What does this mean in relation to well-being? What does sustainability mean in relation to well-being? Well, sustainability for us means developing resources in our territory. It means being a part of decisions and developing resources in a way that allow for sustainable communities, that allow our communities to continue to thrive. And this type of sustainability is imperative not just to the longevity of our communities, but to the well-being of our people. So that cultural and land disposition no longer exists, and so that's the key piece there. And I guess I already mentioned meeting consultation and accommodations, but that's certainly something that we feel would aid in increasing our well-being in our communities. Sitting at the table, we have to sit at the table. We have to be a part of the decision-making processes. More often than not, sometimes, we're, I guess, to some extent, erased from the literature. Like, speaking about Minnetonka now, we are a Northern Aboriginal territory. We are Northern Canadian Aboriginal territory. I just want to, note that here, and that's why we're here, and that's why we've been invited to this table, and I thank you for that. But this is I think a dialogue, a discussion that we have to have more with researchers and to engage researchers to let you know what's going on in our territory, and that we need the help of external resources, and we welcome, your aid. And I think another point that I should add here is that speaking to what Arne said again about that gap, like I keep coming back to that gap between the political and economic agenda and where we are and how we can continue. Is that not a research question? Because we know so much already about the demographics of Aboriginal communities and Aboriginal people's lives in this country. We know all this, right? We don't need to, not that we're problematizing the theory, but we don't need to continue to sort of like problematize or destabilize or deconstruct what we already know, perhaps it's time to re-envision, how we do some of this work and see what that looks like. Because it's an unanswered question that nobody here has been able to answer. And if you don't know the answer, I feel very confident that maybe many of us in this room have no answers as well. So maybe that's a research question that we should be working with each other to try to come to terms with. And one more, yeah. And to end on a something that Nunatucket is doing right now to increase the well-being of our people in our territory is that we're recognizing our history, and we're recognizing the significance of our ancestors in our lives in the past and now. And we're doing this through honoring the treaty between the British and the Inuit that happened in 1765. And next August 2015, we'll be holding our official treaty celebrations in honor of that. And this year, leading up to that, we'll be hosting a range of events and activities and a lot of media communication about this for the year. And that's already proven to be a step in the right direction in helping people feel important and involved and relevant and connected in their communities.
I thought it was the only one. Like I said, nothing to this.
Hey, I'm Katrina Beals. I am part of the FemNorthNet team and am the community connection for the university researchers on this project.
And I'm Bonnie Earl. I've been involved as a participant in developing the CPR. And because of the process, my involvement continues to grow.
We are here to tell you about the Community Vitality Index and the creative process that got us to this tool to track changes to the well-being of people in Happy Valley-Goose Bay based on a definition of well-being that was developed by women in the community. The CVI is relevant to the local context, attends to the community's diversity, and can contribute to the long-term vision of a healthy and sustainable community. Happy Valley-Goose Bay is in a position to create some better practices for the community in relation to resource development and well-being. There is a lack of information about the community's well-being, what it is, and how it's changing. There is some urgency to take a baseline of the community's well-being so that the town of Happy Valley-Goose Bay can report on impacts over time. Here is the timeline. Bonnie will now walk you through a bit of our process.
The women came together to talk about well-being and what we need to be well. And we also discussed how complex women's well-being can be. We defined well-being in relation to us, our own needs, and that of our families living here in Goose Bay. We then discussed categories of well-being and defined each category: physical, emotional, mental, spiritual, and cultural. There was a consensus across the board. One is not dependent on the other, but the more well we are in each category, the better our overall well-being is. Each definition is complex, but it captures what it means to be a woman in this area. For example, access to land. Majority of the women saw this as important, but it looked different for a lot of women, so it could fit in many different categories, such as physical, for kids' play and exercise, spiritual, connecting us to roots and their ancestors, and the obvious access to land for cultural purposes.
So we got together, we brought together, so this is a CVI for Happy Valley-Goose Bay. We came together with local women, and in our women we had students from the North Coast and the South Coast of Labrador who were here going to school. We had professional women from the community, we had marginalized women from the community, women from other countries, and women from other provinces. We developed a community collaborative to provide leadership, so we looked to the community who worked with women. And we presented our findings at the Labrador Wellness AGM and tested our survey. So we presented this to a large population of Labrador women to test the questions that women brought up, because the women brought the definitions. The women defined the categories. And we wanted that when we presented this back to the women in the community, that every woman that read this report or who looked at the survey to provide feedback would be able to find themselves within the survey. So we wanted our CBI to be representative of the Labrador woman in the Happy Valley-Goose Bay area.
We continue to come together to develop a well-being survey. We then took the survey to other women in the community to test its validity. As we talked about, it's very complex. The shorter version of the survey was created to respond to the feedback that the survey was too long. We then worked together to create a short and long version of the survey. We want all women to provide feedback and worked very hard to make sure that it's as easy as possible.
So when we presented it back to when we presented our original findings back to the original women who came together to develop the survey and to do all that, we spent 3 hours together working through this very long survey. So it was broken down. We wanted all the questions to be relevant, but we also wanted to gain feedback from women. So one of the solutions we found, like the census that they do, the long version and the short version. So now we have a long version of the survey and a short version of the survey, because we want to encourage women to come and to share their stories. And if it really intrigues them to continue, then they can follow up and do the longer version of the survey. Okay, so we worked with the women to develop a framework that will represent our Community Vitality Index. We partnered with Nunatsiavut Government to develop the framework with graphic designers Jody Goodwin and Monica Peach. So a proud thing for me in this was the Labrador women that came together. We worked with Leah Levac, who is our researcher from Guelph, or from Fredericton, but living in Guelph. But it was all Labrador women that came together, or women who are living in our community. It was the women who defined all the definitions. It was the women who saw what did we want our framework to look like, and this is where it came from. So very much rooted in our Labrador history. And Bonnie will now walk you through a little bit of the framework.
The Community Vitality in the CBI framework is based on an inuptial, which represents balance. All stones of our inuptial must fit together to form a stable structure. Uniqueness because every inuptial is different. Direction, we will all benefit from collective guidance and the connection to Earth. Our inuptial gives us everything we need. The things it represents are vital to the well-being of women in Happy Valley-Goose Bay, and likely to people of all genders everywhere. 5 webs or nets: the fishing net, the spider's web, the womb, the snowshoe, and the dream catcher surround our inuptial. Webs and nets are symbolic for many reasons. In the development of the CBI, we started our work together by building a web between participants. The connections in our web helped us to do our work. Like women's well-being is a net best when all of its connections are strong. Also, a net doesn't work properly if it has holes in it or if strands of the net are missing. Social support, which comes from connections to other networks, is essential to well-being. It is also important to recognize that networks full of connections that we feel trapped by can hurt our well-being. Nets are mostly positive, but they can sometimes be negative. Each of the webs or nets is a component of our collective identity. As women, as Indigenous people, as fishers, as people connected to the land. Networks help us to connect us to things that we need: people, support, and services. Webs are strong like women. Nets represent safety. They can catch you and danger, and also you can get caught in them. Nets hold things. All of these nets or webs hold things that are important to well-being.
So the process that we used was a participatory action research. And why this process? Women's involvement in the full process was important. We wanted to hear women's stories, experiences, and struggles so that the information in the CBI would be from the Labrador women. The definitions and information came from the local women, so this particular tool is only relevant to our area. The process can be duplicated and adapted to meet the needs of other communities or another particular group in this community. This is the Women's Happy Valley-Goose Day experience. Women having a voice and encouraged to share their stories, their successes, and their struggles. Women were part of a collaborative process that focused on empowerment. The process itself contributes to women's well-being. Women were able to avail of some training and skill development, and I really believe that we created some great leaders within that, throughout that process, and throughout our whole FemNorthNet work. It was also an opportunity to provide space for women to come together and build new networks. And from here, moving forward, we are in the process of applying for funds to track and collect data in the community over the next 5 years. We are building a collaboration with Nunavut to do similar work in the region. We're entering a new partnership with a women's organization in Kitimat, BC to extend the work there. And we're willing to discuss other potential partners. And I'll end off by saying, as women, our mothers, daughters, sisters, partners, we believe that we cannot talk about community well-being without talking about women. Thank you. And Libby, who presented this morning, just wanted me to let you know that we have some other information about the FemNorthNet project and other projects involved in that out on the table, so you're welcome to that as well.
And some on the CBI here. I'll put that out there too.
I'm going to stand at this podium because you can actually see me. Most of them you can't see me. And it's good. Yeah, it's on a little stick I gave it to you. It's called ReSDA.
That's what I want.
It's on a stick with UNBC or something like that.
Any of those?
It's on a little stick, a little green. There's green on the stick. Lukot iluna si Charlotte Wolfrey ubunga regulati mu ubunga Solia halbunga regulati mino natsiava. I try and practice my inuktitut whenever I can, especially when it's to an audience of people who probably correct me. So I try to do that. Anyway, what I said is, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Charlotte Wolfrey, and I'm from Riglet, and I work in Riglet, Nunatsiava. So you can click through the first 2 slides. Okay. So I work with an organization called Anano Hatigi Tumingit, and Regional Inuit Women's Association was after that. And we're an organization, a nonprofit organization established in 2007 that is governed by an elected board of directors comprised of 12 regional representatives, and there's only one permanent staff member who happens to be me at the moment. Our mission, Anano Hatigi Tumingit, strives to advance the cultural, social, health, and economic well-being of Labrador Inuit women who are beneficiaries of the Labrador Inuit Land Claims Agreement wherever they may reside. And our mandate is to advise and work with the Nunatsiavut government on issues, policies, and legislation relevant to Inuit women. We try to do public awareness and engagement with Inuit women, and hopefully get women in leadership and support in setting up women's groups, be a voice to keep culture strong and advance issues of importance to Inuit women. And it doesn't matter where our funding comes from. I don't think we got most of our funding from Tasiyuyatswak Trust Fund, which is a trust fund that's set up from Voices Bay. So this being resource development, I guess I'll say that much. The rest of it is just project funding, so you can click over that. Some of what we've been doing since 2007, some of the first things is like we with money from a violence prevention initiative, we use that money to promote violence awareness and also to try and get our organization known more in the communities. And we're doing projects like traditional craft workshops, and we're doing more than one thing at a time. So again, from a funding source called Violence Prevention Initiative, we have actually had women come together and make crafts, and at the same time, you know, we use that to help to have a supportive environment for women if they wanted to talk about things, but also it helped women build skills, build on their market skills and supply the local craft shops. One more, no? Thank you. And another thing we did was we had peer resource training for seniors from a New Horizons project. We tried to positively influence the life of Inuit seniors through peer support, and we trained 1 or 2 seniors in each community that would go back to the communities and help other seniors, you know, with things that they needed. It would gather and provide information and referrals on available programs and services for seniors and expand social networks and support informed decision making. Now, the biggest of our money is it's a program, a project called Creating Greater Economic Security for Inuit Women. And that money comes from the Status of Women Canada. And I stand before you here today, and I want to say this. We have one of the, you know, a big mining development next, it's in our territory. It's Nunutsiaga. It's next door to us. And there are not many women that are working there. So anyway, and so I don't think the economic security of women in Nunutsiaga has increased because of Voices Bay, and I find that sad. We had a lot of time to prepare, but you know, there's still time to prepare now for the underground thing, and I hope that for women that works out to be something better than what it is now. So anyway, we've had this 3-year project. Status of Women Canada got money from the federal government, and of course the federal government's priority right now is economic and resource development in the north. So, you know, we were one of the recipients of some of this money. So what we tried to do is work with women, community, and governments partners to develop a community plan that addresses women's economic well-being, and it addresses issues that they were concerned about. And this really is some of the core building blocks to Anana Hapigik Dumingit's work and funds a project coordinator position. And we're documenting Inuit women's experience, and this will also help us with our other work. Okay? Okay, sorry. So what we did with that project is we set up a committee in each community. It was comprised of community members to oversee the project. And the committee decided on what the priority issues were in their respective communities. These plans guided us in our work, and of course in Nain and Hopedale, housing was a major top priority. And really with this money, we couldn't do anything about housing, but what we did, what Anana Hapigik Dumingit did was they looked at the energy housing strategy and gave feedback on how it might help or hinder women. And from this project here, we also got some money, and again, it was from Tasuyatsuak Trust to fund a small food service project in Maine. And it ran for 7 weeks. Now, it mightn't sound like much, but when we had 5 women that were hired. And when you look at these women, they never ever held a job in their life. They had very low self-esteem, and for once in their life, they had a job and they were doing something good in the community, and people really rallied around it, and it was a real success. And we're hoping that this small project will be a part of making a social enterprise for Maine, and that it will catch on in the other communities. And we also, with the Violence Prevention Initiative, we talked about wellness a lot in the communities, and we offered 3 different workshops on community wellness in each community in Nunavut. And we facilitated workshops on date violence, bullying, emotional, physical abuse, sexual assault, violence against women, and elder abuse. And part of that was we did have a job creation project. I don't know which government department it was from. I think it's used to be called Manpower at one time. But anyway, that organization, no, I don't know what they are. But anyway, there's 5 positions, 1 in each community of Nunavut. And again, you know, the women that worked didn't have much work experience and stuff, but this project went on for 52 weeks, and we did a lot of things with people, held focus groups, identified women's issues, perspectives, and concerns, identified barriers to women's involvement. And it helped us again make a presence of our organization, and I know how to keep doing it. And it was supporting the development of women's groups in each of the communities. And it helped women develop skills and knowledge around working with and in communities. So we're trying to build on some of that positive energy. An artist looks at the stone and sees what is there. A north wind, a polar bear, an Inuit face. Like the stone carver, Anano Haptigate, we see the strength and the resilience of women. Like the Hullik, we shine light on the barriers to greater involvement for Inuit women and pathways to overcome them. Like the Ulu, we will work hard with what we have to create beauty and to ensure families and communities are cared. So it's going to end a little bit, but I know I didn't answer all the questions that was put to us from ReSDA, but I hope I gave you some insight into how our group, and Anao Haptigit Dumini, is trying to increase the well-being of women. And anyone who knows me knows that I can't just say, I gotta say what's on my mind. So here goes that I want to talk a little bit about the words wellness and well-being and all the pretty rosy outlooks that these words entail. They make us feel good. And I think the concepts and the words are used to sometimes help sweep some of the issues under the rug, or sugarcoat what is the reality in our communities. We use wellness to help us deal with and talk about alcoholism. We use wellness to talk about violence against women. And I think in doing those things, we are kind of making us step backward. We had a women's movement in Labrador in Nunavut 10 years ago. There's not one women's group left in our communities now. And I think in our communities, by using these terms to talk about everything. I know it's not going to go over very well, but anyway. But when we use these words to talk about everything, we are engaging in activities, like I said, that help swipe issues under the carpet and keep, for example, violence against women hidden. And I like to call a spade a spade. I don't like changing terms that makes a nice thing out of the horror of violence, suicide, and alcohol and drug abuse and issues that we have in our communities. In some ways, we are taking steps back instead of moving forward. And that's just some food for thought, Nakumisi.
Hello. This is by way of introduction. My name is Nathaniel Pollock. I'm a graduate student at the Labrador Institute and with the Faculty of Medicine at Memorial University. And that's kind of my daytime. And a lot of the rest of the time, I'm involved in the running community here in Labrador. And I'm here today to talk a little bit about that as the race director for the Trapline Marathon. Trapline is a 42-kilometer race. It takes place every year. We're in our 7th year this year, and it's actually happening next weekend, so it's every Thanksgiving. And I think I was invited to speak as a part of ReSDA to maybe give an example of well-being or wellness in practice, and what this can look like in places that are also experiencing social problems, like we've heard some about, that are experiencing resource development. And I think this is a nice example of some things that we can do really well. And so, hopefully I can give you a bit of an idea of what we're up to and what we've accomplished. So I guess first, just by way of disclosure and to acknowledge also a lot of the partnerships that the running community has built in Labrador. We have really strong partnerships and get a lot of in-kind and cash support from governments, from industry, from local businesses, and from a lot of nonprofit organizations. And we really wouldn't be able to do much of what we do without some of this stuff. Just there in color is the Trappers Running Club. So that's the local organization that's kind of spearheads a lot of the initiatives that I'm going to be mentioning. So I guess I'll start off with Dr. Nick and Mayor Quimby. There's a saying that's if you want to save one life, become a doctor, and if you want to save 100 lives, become a politician. And the idea really is that there's an opportunity to affect change at a broad level. That's not just in an office, but that affects many people when you work with things like legislation, when you work with community capacity building, and when you work in the political sphere. We'll talk today about self-determination and these kinds of things, and that's kind of what I'm talking about here. And I think as a researcher in public health, and also as a runner, and as a member of the community here in Goose Bay, I really see the Trapline Marathon and some of the initiatives at the running club as being able to bridge kind of this divide between working to affect change at an individual level, people's individual health, but also change at a community level to improve the well-being overall of people in the region. And so I actually think, and I'm biased, but I think we've been pretty effective at doing this over the history of our events and our running club. And I think one of the things I want to talk about today, or the thing I want to talk about today is where I see some of our influence coming from. And that's what I like to think of as the social infrastructure. When we think about resource development in northern communities, we often talk, and there's often a lament around bricks and mortar kinds of infrastructure and roads and facilities and these kind of things. And I think what the running club has been able to do is really promote some social connections between people that may not have otherwise existed. And I think it's this kind of bringing together of people that has had a ripple effect not only in Goose Bay but to other communities as well. And I think central to that is our hosting of the Trapline Marathon. And the funny part is, in a lot of ways, is that we do this and we've been able to accomplish what we have in the face of some pretty compelling disincentives. There's a lot of reasons when you live here that you shouldn't be running. So, where one is certainly the environment doesn't necessarily always lend itself well. Goose Bay is one thing, but if you live on the coast too, maybe even more so. But it's oftentimes it's cold and it's dark, which if you're a runner are not two great conditions to be out in. In Goose Bay, at least, we have relatively few safe pedestrian spaces. So our sidewalks, street lights, these kind of trails, these are aging and aren't really well developed in a lot of parts of town. So it's not really safe for people to be out a lot of the time. If you're out on Hamilton River Road at all, which is where our race takes place and also where a lot of runners spend their time, there's a massive amount of industrial traffic. And that's really intensified over the last few years. And if you live at all in the rest of the community, on the weekends and evenings, I mean, it's hard not to come across a motorbike or a skidoo or an ATV. And so these are sort of people and vehicles that we're competing for space with. We've got some aging recreational infrastructure. There's lots of community health issues, diabetes, obesity, all these things that really make it difficult to get out and run. Not the least of which is that most of the time there's no one chasing you. Although I know, depending on where you live, sometimes John was telling me that there are sometimes dogs chasing when he runs in North Coast River. So despite all these sort of reasons that you wouldn't be wanting to lace on a pair of shoes and get out and run, what we have is a fairly robust community of runners here in Happy Valley-Goose Bay. And I can maybe just tell you a little bit about what we do. So the history is that the club started actually in the second year of the Trapline. So we started the Trapline Marathon with a small group of people, and they realized after a modest but successful event of about 100 people in 2007 that we really need to start breeding some runners because there's not enough people here for an event. And so the club was formed in response to that. And the state of it now, some 6 or 7 years later, is that we have the second largest running club in the province. The next largest being Athletics Northeast, which is a St. John's running club. So we have 170 members, which in a community of about 6,000 or 7,000 people, I think is no small feat. We also have, I think, equally as importantly, is we have a lot of volunteers, both for our regular events throughout the year and for the marathon. A lot of these people are runners. A lot of them are family members or other citizens who see this as a really great community project. We host 7 running events through the year plus the marathon. So we usually have run on Canada Day, Labor Day, Victoria Day, these kind of things, usually around long weekends. We also do a lot to support especially new runners. And that's part of what I think has been one of the reasons we've been successful is that we target people who maybe have never been involved in sport or maybe have never seen themselves as athletes or as runners in particular. And maybe they have, but we find there was a fairly large untapped pool of people who wanted to be physically active, but didn't necessarily have a lot of great opportunities or support to be able to do it. And so we created some Learn to Run clinics. And so it's for people who've never run before, although that's not a prerequisite. And we take them very gradually over time from having never run before up to running the first 5K race, which we have usually around July 1st. We also have some other clinics for half marathons and some longer distance stuff. And we also do a lot of work around building partnerships and getting cash and in-kind support because some of the actual physical infrastructure that we need for it to pull off our events, does cost a bit of money. So, but you can see in the very tiny graph on the side there, that's for the number of people that we have participating in our marathon event over time is really growing quite steadily, and we have we usually get in the last couple of years upwards of 250 to 300 people running in a combination of our three distances for the race. So I guess my point is that, in part, is that we've been able to accomplish quite a lot with relatively little in terms of infrastructure, because you need a place to run, but you don't need a physical space necessarily that's like a building. And you don't need too much money to affect the lives of many people and many families. As a health researcher, I was really starting to wonder, well, take a step back and wonder what starts to explain some of the popularity of this. Why is there kind of uptake from a community that had some runners in the past, but it certainly wasn't, there wasn't the volume of people that there are participating to the extent that they are today. So, I was starting to think about, what might help explain this. And I think some of it's connected to there being a broader trend internationally to people participating in running both at an elite level, but also at a community level. There's lots of fun runs and races and non-competitive events and competitive events from all over the world that really is bred a new running culture. But I think locally that doesn't quite explain our experience here. And so I think part of what it is that we've helped create conditions that foster connections between people and a place. That our run, one of the things we've done is that we've sort of helped people create relationships where they maybe didn't previously have them, and bring them together for a new purpose. By making things like our events pretty accessible and appealing to people who might not otherwise have been involved in sport, as I mentioned. The other thing I think we do well is we work with the local culture and heritage of the place. And I mean, our race is called the Trapline Marathon, and certainly there's a history of trapping culture as part of the economy of the region. And so that's been one of the ways that we've seen as being an important connection for people to make sure that the sport they're involved with in some way represents or reflects the place that they live. And I guess one of the other things I think we've managed to do pretty successfully is that we've targeted and made our events and our sport appealing sort of across generations of people. We have people from 7 to sort of the late 60s being involved in our events. And we often have 3 generations in a family. So we'll have maybe a mom will start in one of our clinics, and she'll start bringing her husband out because he needs to get exercise, and then they don't have anything to do with the kids, so they bring the kids out, and it becomes something of a family affair sometimes. And I think this is one of the few sports and opportunities where people can come together in that way. If you think about a lot of the other activities, a lot of other sports that people have, men's hockey, women's soccer, kids football or basketball or whatever, a lot of these things are sort of gender and age specific, and there's not always opportunities in athletics for people to come together, from a range of different sort of groups. So for us, we think this is another part that's really contributed to what I call the social infrastructure of our running culture here. I guess I'll kind of wrap it up, but I think our club and the Trapline Marathon as an event, which includes, just for background, a 10-kilometer race, a half marathon, and a full marathon. I think it's an interesting case study in how communities in the north can go about sort of affecting change at both the individual level and sort of at a broader community level to promote wellness. I mean, this is a good news story, in a lot of different ways. And I think, partly what else has made us successful is that we're more or less a grassroots institution, like our organization. We don't operate within sort of the confines of a more formal system or a healthcare initiative. We're not a program run by the hospital or by one of the governments or anything else. We exist sort of outside a formal sector and really draw on the strengths of a lot of different people and a lot of different community groups. And I think that's the other thing that helps us really create conditions that encourages people to participate. And keeps people involved because they're involved with their families, they're involved in volunteering in the communities, and they're involved in becoming healthier. And I think sort of the confluence of all these things, makes this makes certainly our event a really wonderful occasion. And I know there's a handful of runners in here that I've already talked to today who are running or wish they could run next weekend. Anyway, that's sort of all I have to say. But thank you.
Anybody any questions?
I'll just, a general question to start off. Hopefully other people will ask questions based on this. But just, from the perspective of ReSDA, as people involved in your communities, the most basic question that I think ReSDA would like to know about would be, do you think resource development can improve community, quality of life in communities? And if so, what needs to be done for that to happen?
You want me to give it a stab? We just finished we just finished in NCR going through a whole lot of stuff around the what's the mineral chest of uranium around Forestville, and Riglet people. I was on UCOP for Riglet at that time when we had to go to we had to find out I was in the government, so I had to find out what the people thought, and I went around to our Riglet people, and they were fine with uranium being developed in Forestville. But if it was in Riglet, I'm not so sure that they would have. It was a really controversial kind of, they can see the benefits, but at the same time, you can look at what's it going to do to our land. And when you look at that, and when you're in looking at that, what's it going to do to our land? That's everything. Forget about the money, forget about everything else. The land is everything. So it's a hard question. But I think that, and even when you got good IBAs, or what you perceive as good IBAs, you still struggle with it. I was in Boise's Bay. I looked at Boise's Bay, and the snow in there in the wintertime is black. And it's because of the chemicals that they're using and stuff, and you wonder about that, although it's far inland and stuff, you still wonder. But people do have good jobs. And I guess it depends on what your quality, like you're weighing having money with being able to go out on the land and do all the things that you've always done in that pristine environment. And it's a real hard balance, it really is. Sometimes you want to say, I don't want none of this land touched. And sometimes you got to look at the footprint of Boise's Bay. It's a 25-cent piece on the map of Nunatsiava. And then you got to ask yourself, is that land around that 25 cent, if you put a 25 cent on a map like that, 25-cent piece, is that land worth the 400 jobs that potentially could have been offered anyway? So those are the questions that you got, and they're hard.
Also, I think it's important to maybe beg the question, what can resource development look like in our communities? This doesn't necessarily have to translate into the destruction, and the chaos and disrupt lives the way, it has, the way it is. I think it's important to, the idea is to engage with the communities and the people that live there. And I think a big part of that is understanding that there's sort of two paradigms of worldview here, and how industry may define progress is not necessarily how communities, how we see progress and how we understand. Like, so I guess having a conversation and really understanding what communities think resource development should look like on their territory, the extent of the, you know, what, the extent of the impact, or, you know, like, when we think about resource development, do we have to think like all the time, like mass production, like biggest bang for the buck? Or can we like slow down for a second and really talk about like sustainable communities and sustainable development? And I think when you mentioned like nobody talks about sustainable development anymore, blah, 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 because it doesn't really exist. Well, it can. We just need to like sort of like slow ourselves down a little bit here. Like everything is on such a fast pace. Like, chill out.
I think there is a way to do sustainable development. I'm more on the social side of things. I don't get the development. I'm not a fan of, I guess I know development has to happen, but how I see it happening in our area and what's missing, I mean, we can sit and talk about well-being and what well-being is going to look like for women, for the community, for all of that. But when development comes into our area, the community aren't the people that are consulted. It's not the women have brought issues forward for many, many years. We've been talking about sexual violence in our communities. We've been talking about domestic violence in our communities. We talk about prostitution. We talk about the drugs. We talk about, I mean, one of the things that I've been pushing for the last 10 years is we need a detox center and we need a rehabilitation center and we need support services so that we're not sending our children clear across the country because they're not safe in their own communities. So when you're talking about sustainable development, I think the conversation, if it shifted just a little bit to talk about sustainable communities, and we presented to our community crisis, that women were in crisis 6-7 years ago. And now what's being talked about is, well, we've got this new development happening. We've got stuff happening in our communities now. Well, what about the information that was brought forth 7 years ago that never ever got dealt with? And now it's just layering and layering and layering. So if we're going to talk about well-being of people in our communities with resource development, then we need to include our communities.
So what is a sustainable community? How do you describe it?
Well, if a sustainable community would be, if we have development happening 20 kilometers up the road, women in our community who aren't necessarily working 20 kilometers up the road shouldn't have to deal with impacts of those workers coming in. And we shouldn't have to go to our grocery stores and not be able to buy food because they can afford it, but not everyone in our community is increasing salaries because there's a sustainable development happening. I mean, I think the realities of women and women's well-being, sometimes, I know it's there, I know people are looking at it, but getting down to the complexity and the real needs of what's on the ground for women in our area doesn't necessarily get brought to the table.
Just a quick comment, actually. I think the other thing, just listening to you talk about this, it reminds me too of something we haven't really said, which is that we're talking about, for the most part, non-renewable resources here, and so we need to be thinking about what happens when the mines end. So it's not just about 400 or 500 jobs, it's about 400 or 500 jobs for a certain period of time, and then what? If the plan is to do more mining after that, and more mining after that, then we're back to the problem you raised about what becomes of the land if the result is what are the cumulative effects, in other words, of subsequent non-renewable mining projects. I mean, that's not really so much a question as just a reminder about the kind of a reminder that we're dealing with a specific kind of resource in most cases, which is non-renewable. And I think that changes how we talk about sustainable development. In other words, what does it mean to do sustainable development when the resource runs out? It has to.
Yeah, sustainable mining is an oxymoron.
But the flip side of it, we never really talk about renewable resources. We don't talk about resources, and we kind of already put ourselves in framework of non-renewable. But there are other reasons. I mean, it's actually interesting in itself. What are the options here?
I think the biggest renewable resource in our area is the people.
Yeah.
And nobody focuses on the people.
Exactly.
Yeah.
for Katrina Bonnie, I think it's very fascinating work you've done there with community vitality. It's really neat. I just want to know, like, so you're looking now for, I guess, funding and data collection. Is that right, if I understand that? I was just wondering if you could elaborate a bit more on what kind of indicators you want to maybe track over time, or how you're planning to go ahead with it.
Well, this is the part where I'm the assistant researcher, so I'm the community person so all them academic people, which I know there's a lot of academics in the room, not my field of expertise. I know our goal is, and I don't know if I'll answer your question by saying this, but we have these things floating around, and our academic person who's in Guelph who couldn't get to Labrador, she's open to any calls, any conversations about this. But what we're hoping is that this will be on a website so that women can go in and click. And we're hoping, because it is long, I mean, we had 70 pages of questions, because when you're looking at women's well-being, it needs to everything. And because we were looking at such a diverse group of women, we needed all of those pieces to be pulled in. So the indicators that we saw were the cultural, the mental, we wanted those to be our categories. We've got questions, 15, 16, 17 questions in each area, and it's all from, well, like we said, the land, access to the land can fit into all of those categories. But we also talked about safety in your community. Do you feel safe with your children going out in your yard? How do you know that if you have clean water? Do you know where your water comes from? Like the questions were so broad, and we felt that if the broader the questions, the more information that we get, and then the better the tool to measure women's well-being. Any close to your question at all?
No, that's good. Yeah, no, it sounds like you're going beyond community vitality, like to measure other things as well, like health and living.
Well, I think when we're looking at well-being, all of those things, right? So we know that I can be well because I'm physically well. But if I'm not having access to my culture and my elders and all that, then there's a piece of me that's not necessarily well. But if I had access to all of this, so we know there are women in our community who are more well than other women in our community. The vulnerable population, access to the land will mean very much different. But the woman from the North Coast who spent all her time on the land, who lives now in Labrador, in Happy Valley-Goose State, I mean, the needs for her are very different. I see, I think I just totally went on.
Sure.
Actually, it's something, especially talking about programming South Coast Labrador. And we were talking about this actually at a meeting last night, about the idea, and I look to you guys for sort of, what have you done, or what would you suggest? We experience a lot of times that we have a lot of lived experience knowledge within our communities, and we take that to funders to actually have projects or programs or something tangible that we can offer back to the community. And they come back to us and say, we need a research project on that. Your data isn't academic enough, the lived experience. So then we have to turn around, do a 2 or 3 year research project to get the information we already know, because we live there, and then bring it back. And so you're always having to sort of restart yourself. So just wondering about your experiences with that, and then suggestions on, I mean, I was really good this morning hearing some of the speakers, because it sounds like they're combining that knowledge into the research. So that's, what would you suggest, or what's your experience been, especially with all these researchers in the room? We know what needs to be done in those areas.
I can only speak for, I know what happens in Riglet, or what's been happening in Riglet for the past 4 or 5 years is, there's lots of research going on forever in Labrador, and to the extent that a lot of people were sick of it and talking to people and not getting nothing for it and all that kind of stuff. But one of the things that we've done in Riglet is that we, Riglet Inuit community government, a lot of times is in partnership with a university, and they sort of describe the question that they want answered. But when there's researchers coming around and gathering information, we always make sure that they get a compensation for the time that they've taken with the researcher, for one thing. They're getting, years ago, I mean, when a lot of our elders who were here, they're dead now, they were giving knowledge to people that you know, that is really invaluable, and they got nothing for it. So I really think, and I really think that they're starting to recognize now that what people see and what people experience and what they've gone through and stuff like that, especially with this find of that Franklin, the book, you know, they realized that the Inuit, they knew these things and they weren't listened to. But now that they found that book, they're starting to listen to them. But, you know, they're starting to be more listening to, I think, traditional knowledge and combining it with Western science and using the two of them to make things better or to answer research questions. But I know in Nunavut a lot of times that the research needs traditional knowledge. It needs to have that piece in there to get accepted in the first place. I think like Michelle was talking about the research team that they have, and I think that's a part of it. I think, you know, looking at your proposal to do research and making sure that it takes into account the knowledge of the people that live the situations. So that's, I hope that's what can happen everywhere, but I think it does happen a lot in Seattle. That's one of the things we've done good, I think.
Question over here. Matt?
Yeah, I sort of a follow-on to Chris's original question. If resource development isn't the answer to community needs, what is? I mean, what would work? I guess we could think of many things that we would like to have, but they don't really seem to be there. I mean, resource development is, if resource companies are coming in, knocking on doors saying we want to do this, is there some alternative?
I go back to talking to the communities and find out what their needs are and what it is that they want.
Well, I understand it, but who's going to meet those needs? The communities want it. They're all things that we all want that we don't have, and I guess the government isn't going to meet these needs.
Well, I think it goes back to the population, that whole argument of, well, we don't have the population to warrant it, but yet we got the land to warrant the development. It doesn't make sense. You can't look at our communities and say, oh, there's a wonderful resource there, but look under the people that are living on the land. You have to look at the people in the community and invest in that before you start taking from the community. And
so you think that the government, it really is the governments that have the responsibility to invest in community vitality?
No, you know, I'd like to kind of, just from Labrador's perspective, Labrador could be a rich little country on its own. We got resources coming out of the yin yang. We got the R&R companies in Lab City. We got that Churchill Falls development. We got the Muskrat Falls development. We got Boise's Bay, and we got uranium, and we don't know what else is there.
And we got the poorest population in the province.
And we got some of the poorest conditions in the province. But I was trying to think of, you know, there are things that are sustainable. Like, for instance, we've got a plant that grows on our land, and it has healing properties. Now, the big healing properties are in the roots, so you mightn't call that sustainable, but you know, there's a way to split the roots so you can, there are things that we can do. We just gotta find, and there's people wanting, they're trying to grow what we got in Calgary or Alberta somewhere now. They're trying to grow these, we call them talibunuts, but they're plants that are they're very good for you, and they help relieve stress or whatever they do. So, but we're not looking at none of that kind of stuff. I think that, and there is a little bit of looking at it, but you know, those are some kinds of what I would call sustainable development that can be done without harming the land and without, and still provide jobs to people and sustain. I don't think the government's going to give us anything. So, you know, we gotta find, and actually, if we don't do resource development I'm saying for Nunavut, because I tell the young people that go out and get educated, a lot of them aren't coming back. So if we're protecting all that land to keep for our traditional hunting and fishing and trapping, in 50 years' time, who's gonna hunt and fish and trap? Because our kids are all staying away when they get their education, because there's no good jobs in the community. And they went out and got this education, and they're not gonna come back and work for the town plowing the roads or whatever, you know, like it. Yeah, you got it, but it is a real dilemma. I've been there, weighing the good and the bad, and really sometimes you gotta look at that resource development as good.
The fact is, we've been developing our resources for hundreds of years, right? Like, in various ways. It goes back again to how are we defining resource development? Who is defining and determining what resource development looks like in our communities? It goes back to the community. What do communities see as necessary? How will we engage with and respond to and discuss with government or whomever resource development initiatives? It's not like resource development don't work, so we're not going to do it. We're going to look for something else. It's like, let's just stop. Reconceptualize resource development and what it means in our territory.
And even renewable resource development. If you look at our cod fishery, where is it? You know, that was a renewable resource, and it's gone. I mean, it's in Labrador, in Nunavut, it's gone. And we had some of the richest cod fishing grounds around Canada, I'd say, in the world, maybe at Smoky. And you can't catch a codfish out there now.
Look at our hair.
Yeah. Anyway.
Well,
Time
if I just reflecting, and you know, Charlotte read my mind for sure with the cod fishery. So I don't think that the argument when people are brought up about the resource itself, whether it's renewable or non-renewable, it does have an impact. I think there's no doubt about that. But I think that sustainable resource development is not only about the activity, you know, whether it's a mining activity or a fishing activity or a hydro activity or whatever, it is the process and the environment that's created around that particular activity and how it actually is undertaken, which encompasses some of like what Katrina is saying and what you know, the other panelists are saying. We are seldom if ever the prime movers of some of these resource developments. There's a problem with that in the beginning. And then even if you know, so once somebody makes the proposal, then we're rarely asked to be engaged. And when we do get engaged, the information we put in front is either not valid enough, not authentic enough, or we're not authentic enough to have a serious opinion about this that bears weight upon the nature of the development. Then we move on through these steps. So I guess I'm reinforcing it is about sustainable development is about relationships at the end of the day. And it can't be, I don't know how else to describe it. No. And what Charlotte said is something that representing people in my organization, we ourselves are in a debate with all the pressures we have, that negotiating now amongst ourselves what sustainable resource development is like. We get into arguments, we get into divisions, we get into the pressures of economics, like a job versus my trapping grounds, you know, a job versus methyl mercury, and all of that type of thing. So it's very complex, but I think if we can come back and say to developers and get policy people to buy in, legislatures to buy in, and Aboriginal governments to say, listen, there has to be a process. We have to agree on a respectful process here, where our traditional information is validated and accepted just the same as everybody else's. so that we can make good decisions, because change is happening. But it's the process, I think, that's ultimately going to give rise to sustainable development,
The how.
however we describe it.
And I think those questions are very relevant for research. I mean, those are good questions we need to research.
I guess back to your original question, can resource development improve quality of life in urban places? In some ways, I think it's a hard question to answer, because I think, and again, this is not my field of expertise, but I wonder how much different a conversation we'd be having if we had some good examples of equitable impacts. If we saw communities where that had sort of equal or equitable social and economic benefits from projects. And maybe those exist, and that might just not be in my purview. But I think if people locally here and elsewhere in the region saw quality of life improving already, and then they saw sort of economic growth sort of distributed through the population, not just to people who are skilled skilled employees, but sort of to the people at the margins as well. And if people saw sort of equitable investments in community infrastructure and health outcomes improving and all these kinds of things, I wonder if it might be a different conversation about whether or not this is good or bad, because you might feel as a community you have a bit more footing to really understand the pros and the cons of these kinds of projects. And again, I don't know, but I think it'd be an interesting prospect to see.
Then you'd have to know who's describing what this life is really, because it, like to a trapper or to someone who's on the land all the time, their quality of life is already there. That's where they want to go. That's the hard question.
Sure, because there's a lot of interest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because quality of life is not always money and a good job. Yeah.
Good. Well, I think this has been an excellent discussion.
That's your job. That's your
Oh, yeah. Yep, over there. 6:30 the time, right? Yeah, so I'll be there by, probably about 5:30, 6:30. Okay. Well, I have, that's fine. I have, although that was pretty coffee, I probably still have 2 bags. So if you want to bring down like the coffee already. Yeah, and I'll bring the heavy coffee. Some people, for some reason, I don't understand it. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. I'm not gonna dive on either.
It's not perfect.
secondly, one of the solid lessons it was social economy, really involved.
Oh, no,
So they
absolutely,
said-
yeah. It's great when you're not on the receiving end.
I think it was a mistake.
We're
That was the medicine group, not listening.
What
time are you guys coming back?
She probably won't be. Yeah, usually we extended the hour.
What time?
Amy just.
But I bet you
Oh, no, that's after. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Your performance, I heard Sarah in North Shore
I wrote a lot of it because that idea, not just claiming words, but much more.
No matter how except you can't hide that you have to do
So I ended up
What was your answer?
Well, I said, she said,
Well, our people that are really good at negotiation. The accents which were
right, and speaking to the violence, but this then the opponent want to work with
all the kids I would like to talk to since then, I don't know what you do then. Tell me. You actually explain it. And they're but you're still more kids.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
They're much better.
Yeah. Well, in some way, it is. No, well, I said that's this is what somebody told me.
that doesn't, there's no.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You gotta have the. I always expect that.
Yes.
That's way more important. And so this is so you're not using
Still nervous? No, this is my own setup. I don't know that this one is. I just know that I can plug it into my machine and do it through Google Streaming.
The camera kit behind
I'm not familiar with the one that ReSDA has, so the one that ReSDA, I've seen it in the case, but I've never used it. Yeah, no, this one is this is just internet. It's not actually. There's no external recording or anything like that.
But what's the quality of the games? Like it's film?
That's. It's a webcam, right? So that's.
So we were kind of hoping that this should tie up and
all I did was offer to stream it. That's all I know. Yeah, no, I did. There was a request to actually video it. That wasn't made to me.
Okay.
Well, this is the quality when you actually download the file. This is coming through my Wi-Fi. This is the quality. It is high.
So you can still possibly.
Oh yeah. You'll just have to download the digital file from YouTube. So you'll have to download, get one of those YouTube rippers or whatever that you can just take the file off.
But you're welcome to use that camera.
Yeah, see, I just I don't work for Labrador anymore. I just volunteer. I do this. I run the speaker series for Labrador in Northwest River. All the speakers we have, we stream them online so that people elsewhere in Labrador can watch them if they want to. And so I just volunteered to do that for this. That's all. Yeah, no, well, it's down there. If you guys wanted to set up for tomorrow, I'm sure you can ask Morgan or somebody to set it up.
Testing
back to your seats, and then we'll have plenty after this session. We'll have plenty of time for
Exactly. Work the brains. Yep, I could do it. Oh. How about I don't know if I should sit. I might sit here. All right. I'll join you. I play badminton. You can hear them. You can hear them. It was vicious today. Normally we go Friday afternoon. So after 2 hours, we squeeze this in one time, which is it starts with the email thread. You know, you guys better show up today because you had nothing to do. Only 4 times a week. Then I might come back here.
We'll get started. This panel is also it's also really a Labrador panel, but it's a Labrador researcher type of panel. Tried to get a series of researchers talking about research that's done in Labrador or research that is relevant to the interests of Labrador. And so these are, we've tried to get a series of research to talk about ideas and projects we think that are of interest to people in Labrador. So that's the intent of this particular. And we'll start out with someone you may know already, John Kissel, who has been doing really interesting work on the mining situation in Western Labrador. And we'll start.
Thank you, Chris. I'm going to stand up because I could tell that my voice doesn't carry very well, kind of low, so it helps me to stand up and throw it to the back. My name is John Bissell. I'm a research associate at the Labrador Institute. And I just want to begin actually by thanking ReSDA for organizing this and thanking all of you for coming and for giving me an opportunity to say a few words about the work I do and hopefully some of the ways that it intersects with what all of you have been saying today about well-being and connection to resource development. My background is in geography, but essentially I do economic and environmental history. I don't do work on well-being per se, although listening to everybody speak this morning, I sort of felt like, well, maybe in some ways I do. But I do think that the work I do bears in some basic ways anyways on some of the issues you were talking about, and in particular, what I've been calling over the last day or two economic well-being in resource communities. And so what I want to do actually is to suggest for discussion that for a variety of reasons to do with changes in economic history, particularly since the late 1970s, resource communities are in some ways less well equipped economically to address some of the issues that they might identify as important and as being connected to questions of well-being, however that gets defined. So in other words, they're less able to do the kinds of things they want to do around those questions. Or at least so it seems to me on the basis of some of the work I've been doing, which is based on the economic and environmental history of iron ore mining in western Labrador. Next slide, please. And what I want to do is show a bunch of graphs today, and I don't want you to worry at all about the numbers, but rather the shapes of the graphs, because that's really where the story is in all of this. And so why do I say resource communities as a group, at least based on my experience with Western Labrador, are less well equipped economically to address the issues of economic well-being? Well, if we look at the production history of iron ore mining in Western Labrador over the last half century, right, coinciding with its history, you can see what happens, right? It's essentially a story of economic growth in the period before 1979, and then a period of decline afterwards. And this is just the tonnage of iron ore to allow this place. And so 1979 actually becomes a really important point, and it was an important point in time here, not just here, but actually in North America and Western Europe, and it was a period of very deep and widespread economic infrastructure. And so that collapse in ore reflects those general economic changes which occurred after 1979 and with which we are still living on. And so we can see that in a number of ways. Also, this is a sort of watershed moment of the late 1970s, early 1980s. It pops up in other kinds of data as well. So this is data on employment and wages. This is actually just employment data. And what it shows is the number of people who work in the iron ore mines in Western Labrador over its history. And clearly, again, 1979 is a huge, actually that's 1976, the peak. But thereafter, employment plummets. And it actually remains low for the rest of the century and well into this century at a much reduced level. Production stays about the same. It plateaus at a lower but consistent level. And that's achieved mainly through investments in technologies, which essentially replace people with machines. And so companies were able to maintain a lower level of production even after this decline with far fewer people, like less than half the number of people working iron ore mining today as did at its peak in the late 1960s. That's kind of important, as you can imagine, because there are far fewer people spending far fewer wages, which flow to some extent anyway into regional economies. This one simply shows the annual wage outlays by both companies, including really one over there now, but by both companies from the period 1954 to essentially the present, 2010-11 is the last data we had. And what it shows is that even though individuals probably have made considerable gains in their own salaries, there are far fewer people working overall. And so the effect actually has been a serious reduction in annual wages overall, right? So there's far less in the way of wages being spent on labor in the iron mines of Western Labrador. So a serious decline. Next slide, please. And predictably, this had a pretty powerful effect on population. Right after 1979, a lot of people lose their jobs. A lot of people leave. There's practically a perfect correlation between jobs and population in Western Labrador. At its height, the combined population of Lab City, and if Wallbush was in the neighborhood of around 15,000, well, we would have been larger on any given day given the number of contractors in the area. But by 2011 had declined to about 9,200. So that's a considerable loss of more than 5,000 people in not too long a period. In fact, most of those people left in the early 1980s and didn't come back. And this has actually important implications for this issue of having the economic wherewithal to address well-being issues, because among other things, the municipalities are dealing with a far smaller residential population, which translates to a smaller residential tax base. And of course, that's where money comes from to spend on social services and those kinds of things. Next slide. Another set of issues which are hugely important, I think, have to do with provincial revenue, and that includes the taxes and royalties which the province receives in return, really, for the right to extract and, for the most part, export this particular resource. The blue line along the bottom shows provincial revenue from all mines. I wasn't able to get iron ore specific mines because the province doesn't release that information to the public. But what they do provide is aggregate data on all mines. And that very flat blue line along the bottom, that represents the sum of all tax and royalties received by the provincial government for all mines in the province. And most of that would have been iron ore from Labrador, because for years, even today, it was by far the biggest and most important mining operation in the province, often accounting for up to 90% of the export value of the total mining economy. So iron ore was hugely important. And so when we're looking at that blue line, we are kind of looking at iron ore to a very large extent. The little blip on the end where it jumps up really fast, that actually has to do with Voisey's Bay mostly. And also the recent commodity boom where mineral prices went through the roof. It's sort of anomalous in the longer term economic history of iron ore mining and of mining in general. And the red line is the commercial value of iron ore during the same period. I only put that in there for comparative purposes, just to give you a sense of what kinds of numbers we're dealing with. Taxes and revenues are kind of low, and the province has, at various points in its history, admitted as much, but for a variety of reasons has been unable to do anything about it, right? Either it was unable or unwilling to do anything about it. So I only put that red line in there just to show you the considerable difference between the commercial value of iron ore exports from Western Labrador and provincial revenues from all mines. And remember, keep in mind that even though that blue line is mostly iron ore, the real number is actually lower than that, right? Because there are other mines in the mix. And this, I think, gives us at least some sense of the return to the province, which is not a return to Labrador money, as you all know. This is money that goes into the general treasury, right, into provincial revenue. It doesn't flow back in a disproportionate way to this region, the way, for example, oil and gas revenues flow back to the Peace River region in British Columbia through what they call a fair share agreement. Nothing like that exists here, so this is just general revenue. Next slide. And this leads to another issue, and I raise it simply as a question, which is, are corporations really stepping up in their responsibilities? This is the way it's been described. Corporate contributions to community development are an example of mining companies stepping up to do what's right by the communities in which they work. But is that really the case? So here is a figure from the budget speech for Labrador City in 2014. And the green piece of the pie is the Iron Company of Canada's grant in lieu of taxes. It pays a grant in lieu of taxes every year. And in this case, it was, I think, $6.6 million or something in that case. And the company, of course, that's what it gives every year. It's been praised for doing so. And this is an example of corporations setting up. But it's interesting. I'm a historian, so I thought to myself, well, what did they pay in the past? And so I went and looked it up. And if you go to, say, 1976 and pick that, which was the height of iron ore mining, the number was about 1.4 million, right? But when you adjust for inflation so that it's comparable, it's almost the same thing. It was $6.3 million, right? So in other words, 1.4 million bucks in 1976 is roughly equivalent to 6.3 million today, which is only 300,000 less than this. And what that tells me is that corporations are not so much stepping up as returning to a level which was consistent with the late 1970s. Because after 1976, they also reduced their corporate contributions. The grant in lieu of taxes actually went down through the 1980s. right? So in other words, the municipality of Lab City received less from the mining company in return for operating in that place. So getting back to 6.3 million that's all that's really doing, is it's getting back to a number more consistent with what was experienced in the 1970s. Next slide, please. The only thing that seems to have gone up in the data that I've looked at is productivity, measured very simply in terms of tons of ore output per employee. And that's all this graph shows. What it shows is that over the period I've examined, the output of ore per employee went up by about 40%. In other words, they were able to get, again, way more ore out of far fewer people. And that's what allowed the company to persistently meet that around 20 million tons of ore that it extracts every year. So that certainly has gone up. And some people like to suggest that productivity is a proxy measure for profits. I don't really have the answer to that question. But it is interesting to see that in this case, productivity per employee certainly did go up a lot, by around 40% over the period after 1980 in particular. Next slide, please. The other thing that has gone up over the years are the environmental costs of iron ore mining in Western Labrador, and I think which need to be seriously thought about. This is just one pit amongst a good many, and I don't know if you can see this, but there's kind of like a little cabin and a truck just above that pool. That gives you a sense of how big that is, and I couldn't actually fit it in the lens, right? These are really, really big mines, and of course you can only dig so many of them in the same area without seriously foregoing any future use of that region for some other economic activity once those mines close, which eventually they will. All mines do, right? In this case, it might take a long time. There's a lot of ore in Western Labrador, but we all know that mines close, and certain people in Western Labrador, right? Shefferville closed. It's now being kind of picked over again in some ways. Walbush Mines recently was idled as opposed to closed. But the reality is that mines do close. And in the meantime, they incur mounting environmental costs, all of which need to be addressed economically, or at least require some economic wherewithal to address. And I think that these environmental costs bear very directly, actually, on questions of well-being that we've been talking to. And so what can we do about all of this? Based on a few lessons from an historical analysis, if you will. Well, I think there's three things we can at least talk about, right? One of which is to get away from the idea that jobs are the real and only and most important benefit from mining developments. Jobs are important. They absolutely are, and local people in the province are absolutely right to insist on them. But they need to be part of a broader development strategy that involves other kinds of economic benefits, because let's face it, well, first of all, there are not as many jobs in the iron ore business today as there were even 40 years ago. That's one reason to be cautious about putting too much emphasis on employment benefits alone, right? Because there's pervasive substitution of technology for people in the mining business. That's inescapable, so it seems. So I would say let's emphasize jobs, but let's also think about other ways that people can benefit, people in communities, regions, provinces can benefit from mineral development. Ideally even beyond the day the mine closes, right? When those economic costs associated with environmental degradation and so on need to be addressed. So I'd say let's sort of get away from that a little bit, keep emphasizing jobs, but also look for other things. A second point follows from that pie chart I showed you, and I think that we should get back to maybe demanding more in the way of benefits from mining companies. It's not to say that they haven't been generous in a way, but $6.6 million is not a lot of money for companies that claim hundreds of millions in net earnings all the time. And not only that, it hasn't changed much in 40 years. So I think we could ask more of mining companies who want to do business in yours and our communities. And what that leads to, I think, is a third point, which is getting back, and I think this is probably the most important one, is getting back to the notion of royalties in return for the right to exploit and export a natural resource. There's a tendency in the business world, and I understand where it comes from, there's a tendency to conflate taxes and royalties, to treat them all as taxes, but they're not, right? All companies pay taxes, but resource companies pay royalties, which are the special fee they pay in return for the right to extract and export this resource. And so I think there's an important conceptual distinction to maintain here between a tax, again, something everybody pays, and a royalty, which is a special fee that resource companies in particular pay for the right to extract your resources, right? Resources which, under law, are held by the Crown and thus by you, and then export to sell them and profit from them. And so those are the three things that I think we could do. And I'll just leave it on that note for some discussion if we want to have some. Thank you.
Okay, next we have Stefan Sharp, who's an economist at Carleton University, who's been working, I know, on subsistence economies and well-being for communities and so on.
Yeah, I think it's there on that shot. Thanks. Thanks for inviting me, and I think we're starting to have a really good discussion there for the previous sessions to set this up, and I hope I can add something to the discussion. As Chris said, I've done some work on indicators in the Arctic and working on subsistence economy, sharing economy, and more recently also got into the issue of resource development and what is in it for communities and regions. What are the real impacts and benefits for that? So you can go to the next slide. So generally, I like to motivate this by looking at the situation that we face in many rural communities, especially in the Arctic, where we have drastic social and environmental changes at an unprecedented rate. We all know about climate change impacts, transitioning to a viable and sustainable mixed economy, which is a big challenge, demographic changes, health issues. And these all occur at multiple geographic scales with new and constraint on this mixed cash subsistence livelihood that is practiced by most circumpolar indigenous people. So the question, the challenges, you can go to the next one, please, is what really defines individual and collective well-being? That's something I guess we're all struggling with. How can we sustain these livelihoods that secure adequate household and community well-being? What are the frameworks we can use? What indicators can help us identify problems and favorable and unfavorable developments? And that's what some of the discussions we had earlier this morning, where we looked at, okay, here are some indicators. How useful can they be? What data is available? How useful and necessary is it? So there are a bunch of challenges this creates. Next slide, please. What are meaningful indicators that are feasible to measure at acceptable regularity? And I think that's a bit of a trade-off. We can dream of all kinds of indicators, and I think it's important to ask communities what really matters for your well-being, not just how's well-being defined generally, but also to think, how will we keep track of this? How can we measure this at a regular interval? And what is the right interval? And also indicators that better assist in our decisions on natural resource management, social health, and education policies. Very important, because what we construct here will somehow be used, and we need to be aware of that. Once data is out there and is used and measured consistently, it will be used for some purpose or another. Next slide, please. So I want to give you just an overview of what generally at a more aggregate level has been out there on indicators of well-being kind of studies. We have, I would put them in 4 categories. We have social well-being indicators, Arctic indicators, sustainable development indicators, and so-called integrated indices. The first one is the UN Human Development Index, Social Wellbeing Index, and Social Progress, Quality of Life Index. Those are kind of the early United Nations kind of programs that came out of sense, capabilities, literature, and so on, and where we first looked at human development. Then we had some specific work on Arctic indicator, the Social Cohesion Index, Silica, that was very comprehensive, especially for indigenous communities. The Arctic social indicators that Peter talked about earlier today But we also have made quite a lot of progress, and I'm a firm believer that that is actually, those are important concepts, sustainable development indicators, like the Living Planet Index, the Environmental Sustainability Index, Environmental Performance Index. And then some indices that try to combine all those into different domains and tell us an overall picture of how we are doing. And that's the Canadian Index of Wellbeing, the Generating Progress Indicator, and Resilience Indicator. So next slide, please. So let's start with Silica. Had 4 domains, basically, 583 indicators. Looked at family, background, lifestyle, and environment. It was difficult to measure. Those were all survey-based, sometimes a bit vague. It's difficult to measure consistently, but it addressed crucially important areas. We got some interesting insights out of it, but it's not something that we can constantly use and consistently measure. Next slide. Here's the Canadian Index of Well-being. This is making some interesting progress, actually, because we have here 8 domains. And in each domain, you have 8 indicators. One of the domain is, interestingly, community vitality that we heard about in the last session. The Canadian Index of Wellbeing is started at the very aggregate level for Canada, but it's now going down to lower levels. It just published a report on Ontario. And we now also have reports of 5 different communities. So it's actually going down to that level and saying, okay, at the community or regional level, different things matter. But let's look at the comprehensive kind of integrated index of healthy population, democratic environment, sustainability, leisure, culture, time use, education, living standards. Next slide, please. Interesting as those are the communities that have started surveys, and the reports are all available of the first 3, Guelph, Ontario, the Waterloo region, Kingston, Ontario. And interestingly enough, I think, especially for Goose Bay, the regional municipality of Wood Buffalo, Fort McMurray in Alberta, and that is, as we speak here, having a conference there right now, releasing the report. It's not available online yet, but they're discussing it right now there. It should be very interesting to see how they have defined well-being and how they have measured it. And Victoria, BC is next to follow. So it's very interesting. Next one, please. Just a quick word on the Arctic social indicators there. We have 6 domains, which is very interesting. They add to the Human Development Index. Its emphasis is really on feasibility, measurability, having just 7 to 11 essential indicators. In my view, it's not comprehensive enough. It misses crucial domains for indigenous areas of the Arctic, especially natural resource and environmental sustainability, and community, in addition to cultural vitality. It's missing there. Next one. So we've done some work. I've done some work with a PhD student who since graduated. We added some domains to the Arctic social indicators. We came up with a minimum of 22 indicators by doing some extra research based on the Canadian Index of Wellbeing, based on reports from Canadian territories, indigenous areas of what they find important and what matters to them, and how they define in a general sense community well-being and individual well-being. This is just kind of on an aggregate level. It of course differs by community. So we are adding some categories like housing suitability and affordability, access to country food, persistence and quality of employment, time spent on traditional training on the land, decision-making power over wildlife management, renewable resource allocation, also political variables like policy discretion, local capacity, fiscal ability. And those are actually quite easy to measure. Those political variables, easy to measure, not very costly. And you only update them once they change, which is not that often. We also there add critical natural capital stock, which I will talk about in a second, what that means. Energy supply and security, which we hear is a big issue in many of these areas, and also time spent for volunteering and crime rates. So next slide, please. And then we're thinking of at what level could we measure those, how frequent are we measuring those, what type of indicators are we talking about, how often do we measure them. This is just a starting point of starting a discussion about that, so that we have more meaningful indicators for the Arctic, especially for Canadian Arctic. Move ahead a few slides because okay, good. So next slide, please. So what I thought about is, of course, we had some discussion on. Of course, I want to make some link here to resource development, and I really enjoyed that we just started talking about non-renewable versus renewable resource development, and I think it matters a lot. And so, what I think I like to think about is how do we use these indicators to assess resource development impacts. So industries, I think the benefits are temporary, and it's important to measure lasting impacts independent of the resource sector. Because the resource sector is there temporarily, as we just heard. It might be there for 10 years, it might be there for 20 years, it might be there for 5 years. It all depends on market conditions. You know, firms traditionally, unless they have a long-term agreement, will find a way to get out if the market price doesn't support it. And also, obviously, it's non-renewable, so it's depleted. It will be depleted eventually. So, what impact does this have on high school graduation rate changes, skill development, reinvestment of lost natural capital for future direction? I don't think it's just a royalties issue versus taxes, but how do we reinvest these royalties? That's really crucial. And are we using it for future directions, future uses in any way? Is there infrastructure or social investment by the mining company? Do we maintain a critical level of natural environmental capital that can guarantee survival of our most environmental capital for basic needs and for cultural capital? What's the local business development? Impacts on subsistence harvesting and food security, social change, community vitality, time use, and the quality and persistence of employment. Next slide, please. Now, if we talk about renewable resource development, of course, we have direct, potentially everlasting benefits from resource development. Potentially. But what is the sustainable harvest level is a question. How compatible is it with subsistence harvesting? For example, aquaculture, commercial harvest. Can we create that while still not negatively affecting subsistence harvesting and food security? Skill development. And it's important to keep this critical stock for food security and continuation of the resource sector. And of course, local business development, quality, persistence of employment also matter. Next slide, please. And so what we are starting to do with our indicators now is trying to illustrate how they would work for Nunavut. We're applying them to the territory of Nunavut and trying to understand what kind of data do we need, what kind of data is there, how would we use these indicators. And here you see, for example, by Community Nunavut Housing Needs Survey, crowding and houses that are crowded or need major repairs, which of course is a grim situation, which is between 50 to 70% in most communities, but there's quite a variation. Next slide. We also look at community vitality measures like number of violent crimes. And here, again, quite some difference between regions here. We have regional data. And we see some positive and some upward trends, some downward trends in specific regions that also give us some idea of how we are developing in this area. Next, please. In the subsistence economy, we are now assessing the Nunavut Wildlife Harvest Study. It's an interesting data set that actually defines basic needs in Nunavut and hasn't really fully been explored for some reason or another. And here we have, again, data by community, hunter ID, and we know about the distribution of hunting, how much is hunted by each hunter in each community. And next slide, please. And we can also then connect that with census data, which is of course not perfect, and to see some trends here. And we do find some correlation, for example, between unemployment rate and occasional hunters. The number of occasional hunters as a percentage of population is increasing in communities as unemployment rate is rising. But the number of super hunters or intense hunters is actually is declining with the unemployment rate. So their employment is good for creating intense hunting, but unemployment employment is bad for active hunters. So that means less households are actually active in country food provision and depend more on other households and share. Next slide, please. I'm almost done here. And so we also look at this by comparing, for example, the super hunters per household by community and the vulnerability index that depends on the unemployment rate and the number of single-parent households in each community. We're constructing a vulnerability index and then see how vulnerable is this community and how many super hunters do we have in that community that potentially could share the excess output with them. So these kind of questions, to get a good idea. So I think just last two slides. So some of the suggestions I think I'd like to make is that we measure and conceptualize and understand more detail the links between labor markets, traditional activities, and individual and community well-being, identify basic needs of food security, construct resilience measures, next slide, examine a relationship between the energy infrastructure and social and economic development, understand the relationship between energy security, adequate housing conditions, and health issues, and then finally, I think we need realistic medium and long-term goals and priorities similar to what the UN has done recently with the Sustainable Development Goals that came out in February. And but focus more on the community regional level in the Arctic to create our own indicators by region and community. And finally, and I repeat myself, what we measure matters. We cannot let ease of measurement, availability, and affordability dictate what indicators we choose. Once we choose those, they'll be there. They will be used for policy. They will be used for assessment of if we're making progress or not. So it's very dangerous to go down that route. Just what we have, we should measure. We really need to understand what is important and then try to measure that.
Okay, the next person, just is Chevy Vaudon. Chevy Vaudon has done a lot of work on resource development and sustainable communities in the Eastern Canadian Arctic. He's actually the lead PI of another ship-sponsored network, the mining
mining network and Ardmore total assessment in the Eastern Arctic,
which ReSDA is a partner of. So I'll ask Jim to.
So well-being side without measuring well-being. Yeah, I try to adapt. I mean, I'm not a specialist of well-being actually, and I got interested in well-being because of resource development. Trying to measure because we know wealth, you know, there's money coming from resource development, but where it goes, it's another story. But also I was interested to look at a bigger picture. Okay. Although, you know, it's not that easy to measure, and we should think before we do that what we try to do first. So maybe we'll move. I have a few questions, and those are my questions. So, you know, I think we should answer that, and or think about that anyway. And Stefan has put that in his conclusion. Should we measure? So, you know, should we measure everything? You know, there's a history in the Arctic of resistance to measurement, actually. So, you know, especially in hunting, because and historically, and not only in the Arctic, a couple of authors have really put the emphasis on the idea that the state controlled by measuring, you know, by knowing and measuring. And if you read the work by Scott and James Scott, and also by Foucault, it's a clear, you know, way for the state to actually, you know, control population. Because when you know, you can measure, you can tax,
can recruit in the army anyway. It's not like that, but it goes much beyond that. And Scott shows actually that in Southeast Asia, there's a group of population that's been reluctant to that measurement and moved away, to the mountain, not to be measured. And in the Arctic, we are a bit in that case actually, and there's a long history of resistance anyway. Like I said, wildlife management, for example. So that makes it a bit tricky to say that we're going to measure. So that's the first question you should ask. So now, why are we measuring? Because we're doing it. That's the fact. And I'm going to take another take because we caught into that. For example, I'm trying. There's a narrative that comes very strong right now that mines, resource development is going to create wealth in the Arctic, and and tackle social problems and all that. And being the planner, being the pillar of Northern Labrador, that always comes up. So and the thing is, if you want to prove that it's not that simple, you need to measure things to prove them, but it's not because there's a mine that things are so good. And so we come to that tension, and and trying to find ways to show that maybe it's not that simple, but policy should be reflect a bit more on what resource development does to community. And for that, we need data at the community level, because and regional data is not very useful actually. And that's the prime mistake. All those measurements are integrated and so on to compare between countries, but locally they don't help us. So anyway, so that's one thing. So I'm struggling with that, and so I'm using a way to measure, and I'm trying not to measure too much anyway. Trying to see what we have, and the other thing is, can we measure? We can't measure everything, and that was interesting. We had lots of presentation on well-being and on issues that can't be measured, and that might be good. I don't see anything wrong with that. So not everything will be measured, and we'll need to have a study that will be more qualitative. I'm a qualitative researcher by training. So I'm using quantitative because I have to work with government, and government only understand numbers. So that's a problem. And economics as well. So can we measure is another question on that, and we can't measure everything, and we should not measure everything. And then the next question is what should we measure? And I think we have to be very, aware of community have been surveyed enough. There's been enough, survey going through questionnaire interviews and so on. So we have to be a bit careful of the way we do that. And I see a lot in the article. There's a lot of research fatigue, so we have to be very careful of the way you approach that. And the last one is how should we measure, and that's important. That's another trend that I see that if we start to measure, we should be able to compare. That's really important because measuring and doing work in and that was interesting because we had a presentation by Matt on Red Dog mine. I'm working on the Raglan mine, and Jean-Sébastien and Coute is working on the Voisey's Bay mine, and we're trying to measure well-being from that. I think it's really important at that point that we measure things that we can compare, and because otherwise everything is a special case, and in terms of policy, you can't draw any lesson, and I think we should draw some lesson from that. Okay, so that's where I'm coming from, and tomorrow I will present what I've done with Raglan, trying to measure, some of the effect of Raglan through qualitative research and quantitative research, trying to inform each side. So today I'm going to show you just some, some of my data that I will more on tomorrow. But first of all, I'm going to show you what we shouldn't do. So next thing. It was called the Community Wellbeing Index. I don't know if you remember. It was created by Indian Affairs at the time, Regional Affairs now, to try to a good point actually. They were trying to measure, community development actually, and be able to compare. First Nation community, Inuit community, and Canadian community. So they did an index, and it's an index that's fairly simple, based on 4 indicators. So income, education, housing, and labor. Okay, so they use those indicators. They had it from the census, so they use the census specifically, and they were able to compare communities. So And you see comparing different regions, and then we can move to the other one. Comparing, then you could compare the Inuit communities to the Oroken communities and to the First Nation community. It shows roughly that in terms of score, the higher the better. That's the way it works. But Inuit were better than First Nation, and Canadian were better. So it shows a trend. But that's not very useful, because that shows only one thing actually. Because if you're looking at income, labor, and when you say education, it's formal education, obviously. And housing, what you're measuring, in fact, is the inclusion of a community to the monetary economy, to capitalistic economy. That's what. So the more community is traditional, the less well it is. That's what it means. Which is not quite bad, and we talked about that, and it doesn't. But sometimes, by measuring, you put, there's a bias that's introduced, a strong bias, and I'll show you. And there's a map from that. Next one. That doesn't show very well. Okay, very good. So that was a map and coded for all the community of the Arctic Inuit community. And if you get a red triangle, you're the worst. And if you get a blue star, you're the best. But when you look at that map, I know many of those communities, but what you see is all the star is where you get a jet airstrip, a jet connection with the south. So those are the most integrated community, and we know that. So they are the best. And all the more remote community get, you see Goose Bay, you see Kuujjuaq, Iqaluit, Resolute because of the air base, and the Inuvik and Cambridge base. So they all are the best Arctic community. Well, I'm not sure we're the best Arctic community from, in terms of well-being, actually, if we define it different, and some small community, who score much better, but they score the worst. Pugunitug, which is a very traditional community, but the only community that didn't sign the GVQA, is the worst of the Arctic. So anyway, so I think that we have to be very careful what we're measuring, and we can end up doing that kind of stuff, which don't tell us, in fact, doesn't tell us anything about well-being, actually. It tells us about integration into the Canadian economy, but which is a different thing. But maybe, most people were adequating, in fact, well-being with, integrating to the Canadian economy. So that's, which might be another focus. So I'm going to show you quickly, and we'll talk about that tomorrow. I'll give you more context about that, because there's much more to that, but I just wanted to show you another way of trying to do that. I was trying to compare two communities, Saluit and Kagasuak, the two closest communities from the Raglan mine, and trying to see what were the impact of the mine on those two communities. You could use Census Canada, but you don't get much. I'll show you tomorrow. It's, it shows a little bit, but not quite what you want to know. But we had what's interesting, it's called Kanuta. It's the health survey, Nunavik health survey. It was conducted in all the Inuit communities. And there was a wide questionnaire, interview 7 ministers and so on, random sample. And we use statistics that are a bit, I'll show you how to explain you what they do, but they're not, because we can't do analysis. So we use it's called multiple correspondence analysis, which you're trying to see where communities stand on different indicators. And I'll have to show you because so it's more, it's really linked to the correspondence. It's putting together individual or community with indicator and seeing where they fit in the dimension of the indicator, not the indicator per se. So we did 3 categories: socioeconomic, health and well-being, and society and culture. So show the first one. So that's what it looks like. So both our socioeconomic characteristics, we took 3 indicators. There was much more. In fact, we had much more in the model. It was interesting, but you could take out data or add some data, it would look the same. So it tells you actually you don't need so many. You need a few good ones. So there's a job status, working full-time, part-time, and unemployed, education, more education, less education, and your personal income. And what you see actually, for example, if you look at Kuujjuaq, don't know if you see it, blue on the community. So Kuujjuaq is closer to people, working full time, higher revenue, more education, which we know because there's more access to money and education in Kuujjuaq. But what's interesting is the two mining community, one Saluit is closer to the unemployed or income, less schooling, and the other one, Kangersuaq, is closer to higher income, higher schooling. So you could see two communities that don't fare the same. They both receive royalties, but the outcome is very different. And so that's for socioeconomic outcome. And the next one. Always for health and well-being, same thing. We had a question on self-rated health, good health, poor health, satisfaction with life, satisfied, and distress. Same thing. You look at the community, they fare the same. Actually. So same thing. Kuujjuaq and Kangersuaq are closer to the good side of the indicator. Good. People are satisfied, good health, no distress. And Saluit and the other community of Nunavik are closer to poor health, dissatisfied, and psychological distress. And the last one, we had social support, relational activity, and perception of community conditions, but are all the social indicators that are very interesting. Social support, do you feel supported in your community? Social participation, do you participate often, and so on. Community togetherness, land-based activity, do you go hunting, etc. And same thing, we see the same relation actually. So, and what it tells us basically is that in one community, the resource development has created some well-being, and in the other one, not. We'll talk about that tomorrow, about what happened, but clearly, so it shows that community dynamics are very important, actually, and the capacity to benefit from wealth depends very much on the capacity of the local community to do so, and it's also the local economy as well. But even two communities that are fairly similar, they don't benefit in the same way. And so anyway, so I'll finish with that. So that was my point on measuring well-being. It's a complicated thing. I mean, I'll show you tomorrow to do the qualitative side as well, because that's not enough. But that gives us a picture, and a picture that you don't see for Census Canada, for example, where the two communities look the same. But if you travel to the two communities, they're not the same. It. Anyway, so thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot. I should point out that for ReSDA, Brenda Parley is the lead researcher on research related to well-being for ReSDA, in terms of organizing research. And she had hoped to be here to lead discussions and to be part of the knowledge sharing here today. Unfortunately, she was at the very last minute. She wasn't able to be here because of the family situation. But she did send her prize student, Kelsey Jansen, who will present the project that Brenda is doing as part of the ReSDA research on well-being.
Sorry, it's one that says ReSDA at the beginning, and then you think Harvey is in there.
It's in the folder.
Yeah, you put it in the folder.
That's good.
Yeah, sorry, go on the bottom. So thank you for introducing a bit of context as to why I'm standing here instead of Brenda. My name is Kelsey Dokies Jensen. I am an Anishinaabe from the Dokies First Nation in Northern Ontario. I've lived my whole life in Alberta though. I sort of feel like I was meant to do this work. I grew up in Hinton, Alberta, in a predominantly resource extraction based town, a lot of forestry, a lot of mining. But I spent my summers on the reserve in Ontario, fishing, and being out on the water with my family. And so as I sort of grew up, I started asking myself questions about, who's making these decisions on the land and how does it affect people. And It's a environmental science background. I did a bachelor's degree in environmental science, and eventually, having not made strong links with Indigenous communities or Indigenous issues in that resource development environmental assessment vein, I found my way to Brenda, and someone who does some really amazing work, predominantly in the Northwest Territories, around these concepts of communities and development and traditional knowledge, Indigenous ways of being. And so I'm very grateful to be here, and hope that I can share a little bit of the experience I've had and how it fits into the context of the work that Brenda has been doing with the Flutoke Dene First Nation in the Northwest Territories over the last 20 years. Go to the next slide. Just a bit of an outline. The first couple of points I think everyone here has talked a lot to already, which is just a background on well-being and resource development. What are these issues and what are sort of the determinants and how is this conversation happening across the country, across the North? And then I'll spend a little more time talking about the community-based monitoring project that Brenda worked on in Flutoke in the late 90s and early 2000s, and then tie into the project that I've been working on for the last 3 years for my master's thesis, and then try to address some of the questions that the ReSDA committee asked, which are there factors that could protect communities or help them to engage better, and are there best practices, and sort of share my thoughts around those things. So again, not something that hasn't been said already today. Concepts of well-being differ among peoples, the ways measured and monitored. Indigenous concepts tend to be more grounded in holistic ways of understanding how we're connected to ourselves, each other, the land, the animals, spiritual connectedness, and the overall well-being of our communities. And there's different ways of talking about this in different Indigenous cultures. The work that Brenda's done with the Flutoke Dene is talk about this idea of Dene Chani or Dene way of life. The way that we live our life is how we represent how we feel in the past week, being alive, or being that is living a good life, happy people. These are all sort of holistic, integrated ways of understanding our place in the world and how we relate to each other. Resource development, as we've heard today, we often hear about the economic benefits, and I think a lot of the other speakers have really touched on the fact that those economic benefits are not always proportionally seen by local communities, and they're, I think, often overstated, and they're also time limited. So when we're talking about a large-scale industrial development, and there's going to be billions of dollars generated, the job opportunities often only last for a short period of time. And a lot of that economic revenue ends up leaving the region, and so it's definitely something that we need to think more clearly about, which is why obviously this group has come together. In terms of having an income level benefit people and improve their quality of life, it's not accurate at all income levels. Something that I think probably a lot of you are aware of is that sort of beyond sort of benchmarks, and I think in Canada, North America, somewhere around $50,000 a year. Beyond that, reported levels of happiness do not necessarily increase with increased income. Beyond meeting your basic needs and a little above that, more money doesn't generate a better quality of life necessarily. So we see that the relationship between well-being and income is really good for the people who are at the low end, but those are not often the people that are given the opportunity or able to engage in the employment opportunities offered by these large-scale development projects. And just, again, these are all points that everyone here has talked about in various different ways today. How do we measure? How do we try to assess or describe or talk about well-being? It's about our social connections, social economy, our connection to the land, the health of the land, environmental changes that are going on. The question of the gap between what's going on politically and economically and what people are seeing on the ground. It's about a political power dynamic, and there's not an answer, right? The comment by Adelina about we have and I believe that, and I'm sure, as many of you know, there was a recent meetings for the UN, and Canada was the only country to not sign this new declaration on Indigenous rights. In particular, they had a objection to that statement that we have a right as environment. And I think we can see that correlation between the agenda around resource development. And it's something that's quite concerning. And so I think groups of people like this are doing really good work, and it's about pushing on those powers and those structures that exist. Again, stuff around livelihood, people having access to jobs is important, and having financial security, being able to make those basic needs. Contribute issues around in the okay, there's really great jobs available in the mine. If you qualify a great job, is how much money you make. But in terms of the type of work that you're doing, the hours you're with your family, and the that translates as well. And so, at an individual level, your well-being is not necessarily better off just because you have a good job. Access to housing and services, and the issues around sort of self-reported wellness and how people feel about themselves, ability to set and accomplish goals, and feeling confident in their ability to do that is something that our communities struggle with. But there's also this notion of success that comes from predominantly Anglo-American or Judeo-Christian way of looking at things, is that you always need to be progressing in terms of economic success or educational success to be happy. But as I'm reading, I've spent a lot of time reading through a lot of the work that Brenda's done and reading quotes from elders who are now passed on, and people who've lived their whole life on the land and have never lived in government housing, have never been on welfare, and the sense of well-being and pride that comes with taking care of yourself and being self-sufficient, living from the land and living that life because you choose to, and that that's sort of being compromised in our contemporary setting. People being settled into communities, it's sort of disrupted that. I don't like the word traditional, but the way people would like to be living on the land. So first, I'll take a picture, I think, of Brenda and here Carlo. Again, in fact, is Madam Catholic, who I've come to know well over the last few years, and so grateful for their time. Being out on the land with them is always such an amazing opportunity. So I'll talk a little bit about the work Brenda did between 1998 and more recently in 2010. There was a follow-up to some of that work around community-based monitoring, and then I'll talk a little bit about my project, which is looking at the impacts of diamond mining on caribou migration within the traditional territory of Woonsocket. So I love this sign, so I thought I would share it. And I think on the next one, there's a map, which is obviously not that big, but that's a lovely photo of Woonsocket. It's a flying community about 200 kilometers east of Yellowknife on the eastern arm of Great Slave Lake. In town is somewhere between 300 and 350. The territory that has been outlined as a proposed national protected area. They have been in active negotiations with parks. Wanted to develop a national park there. The chief at the time didn't feel that it would be in the best interest of the community to do that. Restricted by federal control over lands and resources, and so they chose at that time to not go into an agreement with the federal government to protect the area. But since that time, they've sort of reinvigorated the project, and as it stands now, they hope to be the first Indigenous community in Canada to be the active managers of a national protected area and to be active monitors and ambassadors. They won't be wearing Parks Canada uniforms; they'll be wearing Woonsocket uniforms. And so it's a really encouraging community to be working in. They face a lot of the challenges that many communities face, but there's a great deal of strength, pride, and know, it's one of the things later we'll talk about, you know, how can communities better engage and be willing to budge, which is now for across the local sectors, I think. They've been able to achieve a lot. It's very inspirational. But yeah, that just gives you sort of an idea of the area. That area is somewhere around 33,000 kilometers square. Just to give you an idea of the scale. 1998 to 2003, Brenda worked on a community-based monitoring research project. Brenda worked on her PhD dissertation while she was living in Boufflers. She first moved to the community in 1995, and she lived there for over 5 years. And so this project sort of came out of her having spent time there and having been listening to people and what their concerns were. In 1995, that was when the sort of mineral staking rush for diamonds happened in the Northwest Territories. It was the largest mineral staking rush that has happened in Canadian history. And so at that time, the mines were starting to be opened, and people were quite concerned about where they were located and how they might affect caribou migration pattern, as the mines were sort of located directly in the middle, particularly of the Bathurst caribou herd, and where they migrate from their summer calving grounds into the tree line in the winter. And so these sorts of concerns were coming out, and so Brenda worked with a large group of people in the community to define how the project would be done, and hired and worked with a number of different community researchers and Denisovan language speakers to conduct pretty in-depth interviews. They just started by using these sort of guiding questions and had really open-ended discussions with people about what they felt was important in their community. And then, those thoughts and themes were taken back, and they were taken to workshops and chief council meetings, and obviously you can see over a 5-year process, they identified 52 different indicators under 3 themes with a number in between there. Sorry, I can't recall the word, but we can go to the next slide, which shows the first theme, which was cultural preservation. And that tied to things like cultural education, land use, language, traditional knowledge and skills. And again, these are not things that I haven't heard other people talk about today. And I think what we're hoping to show you here is that this is the specific example for Woodside, and this is what mattered to them. And it speaks to the diversity, I think, of communities, but also to the overlapping nature of some of these issues. There's a lot of commonality. And so, level of traditional knowledge and skills, demonstration of traditional values, speaking the language, and being on the land. And the connection between youth and elders is something that comes out. We can go to the next one. It's something that comes out in a lot of the themes: individual wellness, family, child wellness, healing services. The next one. And self-government. And again, this ties to a lot of things that everyone else has been talking about today. So we can go to the next slide. So where my project comes into this, and it's sort of great. Brenda has a certain way of working in which she does not tell you at the onset what she expects you to get out of something, or you should go and read all of these things and follow this protocol or research method. She sort of has let me work my way through it on my own. And what has been really encouraging for me as I come towards the end of this project that I'm working on is that I have reflected back again and looked at these indicators and looked at this concept that the community has put together of what it means to be well for them. And I feel like I look at my project, and in so many ways it's attempted to support a lot of these goals, and that it makes me feel good. Like I was meant to come there and to make these relationships and connections with people. And so, the concepts around community well-being are serving as the foundation for Roots OK. And I think a big part of the reason that my project worked out well is because the people there understand this now. They were the ones who went out and did the interviews. I meant to follow up a little bit. So in 2000, the whole community was surveyed. And then in 2010, they were surveyed again. And we're working with the community right now, looking at that sort of comparative data, and there are some interesting trends. But it's with the community now, they're sort of deciding where they're at with that. But the 2010 surveys happened essentially without Brenda really being involved at all. It was community researchers, people working for the Wildlife Office who went out and administered those surveys to, if it's their aunts and uncles and their grandmothers. And, the project has become something that's very meaningful for the community and has become they can use as they look to develop programs and engaging with other researchers to try to address some of these issues that they have. So we can go to the next slide. So the project that I've been working on for the last 3 years is, again, examining the impacts of downwind development on caribou migration. And we're doing that by looking at oral history and also linking it with a scientific methodology that sort of came up about 1.5 years into the project. There have been some other caribou biologists in the region who had looked at caribou trails and where the caribou trails run through groups of spruce trees in the Barren Lands. The tree roots grow across the trail. And so what happens when there's a lot of caribou is the caribou trampled and it damages the tissue and a scar will form on that growth ring for the year. And so what we did is we sort of told the elders about this idea that you can cut open the tree root and there's growth rings and circles and you can see scars on particular years. And a lot of the trees in the region are 100, 150 years old, so we can sort of get this idea over the last 100 years of, were there a lot of caribou in this area or were there not? And, how does that, again, I don't really like the word compare, but for simplicity's sake, how does that compare with what elders are talking about in terms of their own memories and in the oral histories around important places? And so we asked them about this, and they sort of, Madeleine Drybone, who's a very well-respected woman who was born and had raised all of her children on the land. She didn't move into town until the sort of late 60s, early 70s. And she said, yeah, I think this is a good idea. Those trees have stories to tell too. And so for me, that was a good way to link science and a Western approach with the community perspective. It was to go to the oral history, to go to the community and talk with them first, and then try to find a sort of scientific method that can help tell the story. We're talking, it was mentioned earlier that government likes numbers, biologists like numbers, wildlife managers like numbers, and so it gives the community a little bit more teeth in their argument about what their observed changes have been. And the other large component of the project was youth engagement. So throughout the project, we held a couple of on-the-land camps where we brought youth and elders together to participate in traditional activities, to learn a little bit about scientific research and how that works, and to just sort of engage them in this process ongoing. And it's been really great. And we actually hosted a group of students who participated in our camps at the University of Alberta in June. They came on their annual field trip to the U of A and we took them around some of the labs and showed them around. A lot of what we've been talking about today was, our kids are not, necessarily graduating from high school or attending post-secondary. And, for me, a lot of that is around psychological barriers, and particularly for kids from remote northern communities, the idea of coming to a city like Edmonton and living there and going to university that you've never been to and you don't know anybody who's there. And it's really scary. And I don't think I would, necessarily even think it was a possibility. And I hope what my time in the community continues to be is that we see some of these kids come down to the U of A and find ways to create a curriculum that allows them to not, have to be at the University of Alberta all the time. There's lots of sort of experiential place-based learning programs going on. And I guess, my main sort of takeaway was that research can be sort of this vehicle to help communities achieve their goals that, they decide. That as researchers, I guess we can go to the next slide because this does. It's about perspective, and so what, and this was alluded to in the last presentation as well. Why are we asking the questions we're asking? as outsiders, like, you know, what is our role and where are we coming from in the work that we do, and just being able to listen to people. Yeah, I think that's good. There's one more slide, I think. There's been so much overlap, I think, which is really encouraging, to always see that other communities are dealing with similar problems and then we can learn from each other. But I also think that, like, it's important to be cautious and sort of pan-Indigenous ways of talking about things. You know, wide sweeping government policies are a large part of the problem that we see in our communities, and so it's always just something to keep in mind. And for me, spending time in the community with the people and understanding that larger socio-cultural context for the community, which is, you know, what a lot of you are doing here, which is just so great. Yeah, and community group, I think this is an important point. This is something that Brenda has said to me a lot, and it's something that a lesson that I've taken from her, is that community-driven solutions are really important. But sort of coming in and saying, like, what do you want us to research? Like, tell us what to do. If it's a lot of pressure on the community, that people are dealing with daily things, that, you know, the running and management of their band, you know, you show up as a super keen researcher and you're going to help, you know, these great questions, and it's like, you know, well, what is your skill set? What do you bring? And then people can start to understand, like, who you are and where you're coming from. And I think, Norman, we talked about this, researchers that come with heart are the ones that do well. And so I thought that was a really powerful statement. And I just look forward to being involved in this kind of work for a long time, and I'm very grateful for the opportunity to be here.
Okay, we have time for some questions. It's been a long day, I realize, but we're almost at the end, and we have now time for people to pose questions about what's been said about research on resource development and well-being.
And not necessarily a question, but an observation. It's hit past 4:30, so I've taken the outboard time. I would sit down and get the cat if I could. I'm hoping to come back tomorrow, but I work a nighttime job as well, so I'll be getting off at 8 o'clock in the morning. So if I come, I may be blurry-eyed, but I'm really, there's powerful lessons being brought here, and I find it very unique that you are here in Happy Valley-Goose Bay having this conversation, and we're talking about what is sustainable resource development. You know, what does good community well-being look like? All of these really intriguing questions. I can tell you what it doesn't look like because I live it. I work in housing in the daytime, and I see movement and collaboration happening, so I can say that as a positive. I'm very much an environmental advocate. I'm a land protector. I believe in my roots.